Introduce you. Hello, and we are live. Welcome to Paradise Lost channel. My name is Uncle Milton, and I've got a very special guest today. I recently made a video about reaching out to just about anyone who wants to talk about the shape of the earth, what's going on in the world. And I think it's right time that we do so a bridge of peace amongst people and have some healthy discourse, and we'll see what happens. So without further ado, this is my man Tony. And is that your channel, for Sword Keeper?
4swordkeepr, yes.
For Sword Keeper. And can you kind of tell me what about that?
Well, you know the sword is the Bible, the sword of the Spirit, and I'm for keeping the sword.
Amen.
And so that's
Amen.
pretty simple.
That's been you, and you've been actively on YouTube for a while.
No, I don't do videos. This is my first live ever.
Wow.
I'm just, I'm glad to be here.
Wow, I'm so pleased. And you are just exactly who the kind of person that I'm seeking out. Um, just anyone who would like to have a discussion. And I'd just like to really thank you for giving me the time
Sure.
uh, to do this, because I know we're all very, very busy and we've got a lot of things going on in the earth. And I think it's really a ripe time. I've been sitting back for about 5 years, not making videos, kind of maybe a little bit fearful about speaking my truth, just about what people will think. Just I don't know, certain.
So it's the truth.
Yeah, and it's so I've just been sitting on the sidelines, and so you've been on YouTube for. I know you don't make videos, but I know you probably watch a lot of videos and comment on videos. Correct?
Well, I comment on a lot of videos, but I have a short, like 13-second video showing a rainbow, and I titled it Flat Earth Rainbow. And that was probably about maybe 7 years ago. It's really
Awesome.
beautiful video.
Wow. So you came in probably about the same time I did, around 2014. I just recently moved to Australia back then, and I
Are
was
you in
looking up.
Australia now?
Yeah, I'm in Australia. Yeah.
Uh,
Uh, I
you
know the
guys doing
accent.
okay down there?
Sorry.
Are you guys doing okay down there? A lot of
Uh,
riots and stuff.
do you want to know the truth, or do you want me to? Yeah, it is.
Can't
I
get
have
a video. I've been trying to check out blogs to see how things are doing, but all
well,
you get is mainstream videos, and I don't
well.
know how the people are doing.
You see how the creator works, mate, and now you have a live stream here, and we will hook up. I will hook up my Facebook and any kind of information if you would ever like to talk to me about Australia and what
I
happens
worry
in
about you.
Australia.
I pray for you.
Yeah, thank you, because we really need the prayers. There is a very selective few of us who are holding out for they want to poke us and mandatory. I am actually a political prisoner in this country at the moment. Although I am an Australian citizen, I still am a United States citizen, and I hold that Declaration of Independence near and dear, and I stand on that. So they're separating me from my kids. I can't fly, and yeah, it's just some very unsettling times.
Well, the
And
devil's coming after Australia really hard right now. But you know they took away the guns in Australia, and then
yes, they sure
got
did.
this. But
The
if we ever take the guns in America, the same thing will happen.
it is the same thing, and yeah, and I stand here, and I'm in Wallsend, Australia, which is in Newcastle, the biggest coal port in the world. Very beautiful place, and I have roots here. My mother is originally from here. My father was a Canadian sailor, so yeah, it's but I immigrated here about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And so tell me about your journey as a just a human growing up. Were you always a Christian? Tell me about that, please.
Yeah, my mom raised four children on her own, and she preached on the radio. Um, when we were growing up, she'd get us kids together. She'd make a recording, and she'd have us sing, and she'd send the tape into the radio station, and um, we grew up knowing the Lord, and as you grow older, sometimes you stray away, but that Bible is ingrained in your heart. Um,
Wow.
recently,
And
I went to jail over a DUI from 7 years ago. And and since I was in jail, I read the Bible like I never did before. Even
wow.
though I've been a flat earther for over 7 years, and I believed in the Lord, but when you're lukewarm, the Lord will spew you out of His mouth, and sometimes He punishes you. But while I was in jail, I was able to pray for people and talk to people, and the Lord really drew me close and warmed me back up. And since I've been out for over a month, I really I promised him, I was like, if you get me out of here, I'll start going to church and I'll sing for you, and because I sing in church, and I
Mm.
said, just get me out. I'll start going to church again and singing for you, and that's what I've been doing since. Well, I've been out for almost 2 months now,
So
but I only
that's yeah, no, that's friggin', and that's when we have to dig deep when we're in crisis. I never seem to learn anything from, soft times in my life. And so where did you grow up? Are you like North Texas somewhere, maybe Oklahoma or
oh, I'm Ohio, but I've lived in
Ohio?
states.
All right. And so you said your mom was a preacher. So did you stick with the church the whole time? Or you
Well,
avidly?
no, I went out on my own and did my own things, but I always believed in the Lord. I
Amen.
never have doubted who the Lord is. I've never doubted that His Bible is true. I've never questioned Him. I had no problem having faith in the Lord. My faith problem was in myself. I
Hmm.
didn't have faith in myself, but
Yeah.
because it's so easy to you know wax cold. You have to constantly seek the Lord with all your heart. You can't go halfway. And so I've always believed in the Lord, and I always tell people about the Lord, um, even though I wasn't living it. I always tell them it's true. Um, and you God God has a plan, and He has a timing, and He works things out for His will, and sometimes you don't realize, but you're following right into His plan.
Of course. Yeah. Because it's all predestined. Every hair on your head, even though I don't got one left. And
Meaning,
yeah. And so with me, yeah, I didn't always, I did grow up in the church, and then I, of course, strayed away from the church, and then I didn't know what I believed for a lot of years. And I'm just kind of pre-assessing my journey, so I kind of want to hear about how yours went. So I
now,
actually had moved away from Vegas. Thought that was my problem. I got out here to Australia, and I really knew something was going on in the world, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. But I was gonna do my due diligence to find out exactly what was going on. That was about almost 8 years ago, and so what I discovered shocked me to the core. I just kept on going further and further, finding out different things, and everything was aligning with the Bible, with the Word of God, even though I was not a true, I would say, believer, even though I was baptized when I was 14, this and that, but it was just more of a journey from my head to my heart. And so I discovered a lot of these things, and it was very strange because it was scripture was like unfolding, and it was like, wow, I'm understanding what Genesis is talking about. I'm understanding that and that this is all from discovering, you know, uh, just my rabbit hole went from secret societies to all your the lies that that are exposed to us. And then I was researching chemtrails one day, and and maybe you have an answer for this. I came across this somebody talking about the reason for chemtrails are these megacriometeors. Have you ever heard of a megacriometeor?
No, but I've studied chemtrails.
Okay, so check it out. The chemtrails, so they're to stop heat, right? There's just it's like got this like aluminum and strontium in them, and it's
Right.
reflecting the sunlight because the sun is heating up, and these large blocks of ice fall from a clear blue sky. They fall all the time, maybe about 4 or 5 times a year that are recorded to go right through people's houses, right? And we're talking they're uh, before aviation they've fallen, right? So some of them have been recorded to weigh up to 1,000 pounds. They're a mystery to science,
What
right?
color are they?
What are they? What
What
color are
color?
they? They're
What
white.
white?
They are white. It's because I believe that this ice is attached to the firmament, okay, and it is
So you
falling.
believe in the firmament?
Absolutely, I believe in the firmament.
Well, what do you believe
And
it is?
okay, first let's continue with because I want to hear. So
Okay.
that's how I came around. Like I was looking for that, and I found that, and it was a piece that really resonated with me. And then I researched a little bit more, and it led into what I discovered, and I believe the true shape of the Earth is. And it opened up everything to me. Like it blew my head off. I was like, oh my, like I was shocked what I found that the Bible was real. But then I was in a real confrontation inner, like, okay, I think I have discovered heaven, a literal place above my head, right? I literally have thought I had discovered it, or maybe I did, maybe I didn't. That's up to whoever. But it shocked me to my core, and I thought, wow, the Bible is real, and I have got to get right with God. And I wasn't didn't know much about how that worked. I didn't know it was grace. I didn't know it was a gift. I thought it was, I had a lot of catching up to do. So I ran to a lot of these churches, and thank God I did hear the correct message that there's nothing I can do to obtain that, except ask for forgiveness and accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Simple, right? But to me, that was is it just it this changed everything. And I'm not saying I am perfect or I am flawed. I have made the worst mistakes. I just uh you know just your typical human,
Right.
right? And so yeah, it did change my life. And now I want to hear about like your journey as far as Christian, and um did you start to how far you went with different things to and then came to the belief.
Okay. When I was 6 years old, my mom set us four kids down to pray, and she wanted to teach us all how to pray. So we all sat down, and it surprised her how we just started praying, like uh, like we knew how to do it all along. And then when we got up and we were done, it was time for bed, and we went to our rooms. Me and my brother shared a room. He's a year younger than me, and we sat down to pray. I mean, he went to bed. I got out of bed as soon as my mom left the room, and I went to the window and I knelt down and I looked up at the sky. And at the time, this was in Petersburg, Virginia, um, and I was 6 years old. And I looked at the moon, and the moon was bright orange. It was like a red. It was the I've never in my life or since seen a moon so reddish orange. Um, and I looked up and I said, God, I know that you are not the moon, and I'm 6 years old. And I said, I'm not praying to the moon. I'm praying to you. I just happened to be looking at the moon. I was like, God, please do something with my life. Bless me, use me for you. And, and then my mom came into the room and she yelled at me, but she was a little bit proud that that I was praying. And she sent me to bed. And I got it. And then she left the room and I snuck down and prayed again. And then I got back up and got back into bed. I didn't want to get in trouble. And the Lord, at different times in my life, He's done like really special things for me. I I didn't. I just I'm an observer. I sit and I watch things and I study, and then you don't want to be deceived. It talks about in Revelations about how the last days it says, "Be not deceived, for this will come and that will come." But the first thing it says is, be not deceived." So you don't want to be deceived. And um, when I first got into flat Earth, I that's the one thing I didn't want to do. I didn't want to be deceived. So I kept saying for like the first couple months that I'm like 20% sure that maybe this is a possibility. And then another couple months, I'm about 50%. It took me about a year or more before I was like, I'm like 95 to 98% to where I finally really believed it because I didn't want to be deceived. Because we know in the last days there's going to be a lot of deception. And if the one thing that I was sure of is that the Bible is the Word of God, and then if we follow that, we can't go wrong. And so there's all kinds of clues all through the Bible about different things that you can study, and it's right there, plain out there, but it's not preached in the churches. Like the Bible talks about the ends of the earth, and there's no ends on a ball. And it talks about the four corners of the earth. In Revelations, it said the four angels will stand on the four corners of the earth and hold back the four winds and blow the trumpets. The time shall be no more. Like, where are these four corners that the Bible's talking about? Is this like another parable? No, the Bible keeps talking about these things. And so I'm sitting there with my friends who are not Christians. See, when I moved to North Carolina when I was like 30 years old, something like that. And me and my two friends, my buddy and his girlfriend, I said, let's all meet in a restaurant in the morning. We'll all throw the name of three different cities in the hat. We'll have the waitress pull it out. I'll pray over it, and we'll find out. Let the Lord lead us where we want to go. And so I had spent a few years in Charlotte, North Carolina as a child, and I was like, well, Charlotte by the ocean is Wilmington, North Carolina, and Carolina Beach is like 10 mile or a couple miles south of Wilmington. I'll put that in there, and I'll put Charlotte, and they put St. Louis, Detroit, or St. Louis, New Orleans, Fort Lauderdale, Daytona Beach. Anything young people would put in there, and we went to the restaurant the next morning. We prayed over it, and the waitress pulled out Wilmington or Carolina Beach, North Carolina. And so we went down there and we spent over 20 years there, and they started a landscaping business. They got married, and they've been together all this time, and the Lord blessed their lives, but they never believed in God. And they told me, don't talk about God around me anymore. They said, we don't want to hear it. But I'm like, I'm sorry, this is what I believe in. I know it's true. I know I'm not living that kind of life right now, but this is what I know is true. There's some things that you just know, and Um, I remember one time I had walked, you know, I had walked 13 miles home from work, and I walked all the way to the beach, and I thought my car was stolen, and I went out to the ocean, and I sat there and I saw hundreds of fish jumping out of the water, and I couldn't even walk another step anymore. I was so tired, and I saw all these fishes, and I just talked to God. When you get in trouble, you really seek the Lord with all your heart, and then the Lord makes everything wonderful again, and then you forget about it. You lose
Mhm.
your intensity. And then
Amen.
trouble is what builds you up to make you stronger in the Lord. These tribulations.
Say that. Yeah, I completely agree, 100%. And yeah, I'm so glad I had you on to talk about, because this is what's important. I believe that our relationship with our Creator is the most important thing. Is the most important thing if we can keep that going. And yeah, don't be so hard on yourself, mate. You know what? Like I heard you say, I wasn't living it. Uh, what is that? Is anyone? I know what you mean. I know there's always room for improvement, but I think a lot of times you sound like me, actually.
Well,
I will.
you don't want to be a hypocrite. You want to just say, you don't want to say Jesus is Lord and you need to do this, or you're going to miss heaven. Um, you would rather just say Jesus is Lord and I'm not living it, but I'm telling you, if you want to make it to heaven, this is what you need to do. You need to follow this book. But I'm not trying to tell you this because I'm somebody special. Because this is at the time I was saying I'm not living it, but Jesus is Lord. Um, but there are times in life when you're strong, and there are times in life when you just go by the wayside.
Amen. I tell you one thing, this has been a trying time, I'll have to say, for probably most of us. And I feel blessed to be at least aware of what is going on, or have a pretty good idea. And yeah, so amen. And I'm just really glad. And so let's get into. So you were asking me about the firmament, right? What I
Right.
know about it, what I think I know about it. Yes, I do believe that there is a firmament at 100 kilometers high. 100 kilometers, yet I don't think it's what you're thinking, uh, because it is 100 kilometers high no matter where you stand on the earth. And it is not a dome. So what it
Okay.
is a sphere. A sphere, the first layer is 100 kilometers high. There's a reference in the Bible to it. In the book of Job, I
Mm-hmm.
believe. I don't know exactly what
Yes.
verse, but it says the
In
sky is like
glass.
a molten looking glass. It says that.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so I found this researching, like I said, these first chemtrails led me to these mega cryometeors, right? And so I was researching these mega cryometeors. This is a very interesting story, right? These large chunks of ice that I was talking about prior. And if you want, I'll send you lots of videos. I have like a whole playlist of them recorded on the news, coming through people's houses, smashing through cars, like literally smashed through this car. And it was called a Kia Soul. All right. There are references to this ice in the Bible. And one reference that I like to state, and you probably know this verse better than I do and where it's at, it says, the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies.
Hmm.
So, and then there's quite a few instances about hail in the Bible. So,
Yes.
that was very interesting to me. And then very interesting that science has no idea where they come from, right? It is a complete mystery, right? So I'm researching this, and just after I discover, that I'm actually a creature of God, like I'm actually created by God, and then I start to all these synchronistic things, strange things start to happen to me, right? I Right after I just was researching about these megacriometeors, I was walking down on the street, and I live in it's a little tiny, quiet place, right, in Australia, right? Very remote, I guess you would say. And uh, they have these op shops, which are a thrift store in America, right? And there's a book rack out front, right? And I walk up to this book rack, and there's a bunch of old used books. And I pull this book out, right? And I open it up, right? First it says amazing mysteries, and it's like a kid's like mystery book or like a little, and then I open it up like 4 pages in, and it says ice falling from a clear blue sky, right? And I just picked it, and here I'm going to show it to you. So there you go. So this is sorry, it's falling apart. It's so old. So this is the
Wow.
amazing mysteries, right? And it's like I don't know, like maybe one of those books you'd order when you were in like junior high, right?
Right.
And so
Very
it has
cool.
like, it has a Loch Ness monster, a bunch of different things, and then ice from a clear blue sky, and it's talking about these mega cryometeors, right? So these mega cryometeors, and here's another part of it, and it shows a picture of one, right? Just a little illustration, but it goes into them, and I just thought that was like weird, like I think it's pretty weird that I was just researching some strange phenomenon, a mystery, and then I go literally like the next day and put my hand on a book and don't know why I grabbed it, and I thought he's talking to me. You know what I mean? Like this is like a confirmation, right? Like I don't know, it blew me away. And so this was when the flat earth was raging, was really getting a lot of traction. And this concave earth theory that I believe in was, I believe, was the reason why the flat earth was brought out. And so I looked into this a little more. So originally this theory came out in about it was probably earlier, I mean, because there's a lot of old concave earth maps, but this theory, a guy named Cyrus Teed, right, he was a Christian, but he was also like an alchemist, and he was doing some kind of experiment, right, in like the 1890s. Forgive me if I get the dates a little wrong, right? And he had a vision. He got electrocuted. Something happened, right? And he said he had a vision from God, and an angel showed him the correct shape of Earth, right? And so he pretty much started a community, right? People will say it's a cult, which it was, because he also thought he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, right? And he did geodetic experiments. One called the rectilineator experiment. It's not very well known. It's a very hidden experiment that was done. And just around this same time, the flat earth happened also. Like there was a guy named Doughty, right? And he was a preacher, and he was, I think he had ties to the Catholic Church somehow, but he had a flat earth town at the same time. It was called Zion, Illinois. You can look this up. And they literally taught flat earth in school. And I just found that very interesting that be whatever the shape it is you believe is flat, I believe it is concave. Be that may, it's very interesting that this very thing was happening over 100 years ago. This exact same thing, right? So we can come to the conclusion that because we both are far away from the heliocentric model, there's a lot of things that don't jive with us, and we'll get into those things. So yeah, so I believe that heaven is a literal place, a celestial sphere of stars, right? A sphere of stars, water, filled with water, stars multi-bubble sonoluminescence. Look it up, stars in a jar, right?
Well,
And so it is actually, it's motionless. We are pressed to the inside of the earth. This celestial sphere is rotating, right? It is the actual kingdom of God talks about that in scriptures. It talks about, Satan wanting to sit on the sides of the north. It's describing an actual pyramid shape, right? But it's actually like an octahedron, and it is the kingdom of God. It is the heavenly throne. It is the highest of high. It is 4,000 miles to the center above your head. Actual, so instead of me looking down at you like on the globe, or me looking across at you at the flat earth, and you would actually be 8,000 miles above my head. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. And so let me give you a little further information on the concave earth, because I would hope that you're going to check it out, because it's kind of a taboo thing amongst flat earthers, mainly because of who like really promoted it and who did a lot of work on this model, right? It happens to be a very strange character, very interesting character. I believe a mad genius. I believe, yeah, he's just, but what most flat earthers and a lot of Christians really have a problem with him, because he believes he is God also. He believes he is the reincarnation of Christ. He also believes that he is a,
Crowley?
no, no, he's a solipsist. I don't know if you know what a solipsist is. A solipsist is somebody who believes that they are the only consciousness, right? And so everybody is just a part of their story, right? So all of you guys, like say I was a solipsist, I would believe that, you're all part of my story, here to entertain me, here to,
World
yeah,
revolves around.
yeah, pretty much that. And I mean, and I can understand the psyche that went into this, that actually changed Stephen from Stephen Chumo, a regular Christian guy, into the Lord Stephen Christ, because he was pushing this information since 2004 actively on the internet, right? So this is very interesting. I'll just give you the history real quick so you can, you know what I mean, like get kind of, because this is why I want to have this discussion, is because I can never really have a discussion with flat earthers in a long time, because there's been a lot of, this, it's that, no, you're correct, and just all this bull, right? And it's so nice to really just sit down and we just have a discussion. And I want to listen to all your stuff too, because I know you're going to have a ton. So so this guy Stephen, so he was just your Christian who's he kind of went from church to church, and and changed from, at one time he told me he was King James only, and and he was just kind of a seeker, right? And so he started digging and finding things, right? And he came across all this information, because it's not just Cyrus Teed, it's this mathematician Alcazar or whatever. I'm trying to remember his name. He's Alcadar. He's like a and he had some concave earth, like he thought about it in a mathematical way. So he kind of discovered this information. Then he realized, wow, like I believe it's concave, and I believe that there's glass in the sky, because it didn't really work, the concave earth, until he started to figure out that glass thing, right? And then Libyan desert glass is what the concave earth community believes the sky is made of, right? And it talks about it in the Bible. The windows of heaven were open, right? Water above, water below, just a lot of, right? And so he started actively talking to people about this information on the internet, him not believing he was God back then, right? Just thought that it was very interesting, and people would find it interesting, right? I would think that, okay, if you're a Christian and someone came up to you and said, hey, dude, I think I know where heaven is. I think I know what heaven is, right? I think, would you think that would be pretty interesting? I think like, would it scare a lot of people away? And he found is that everyone ridiculed him. I mean, he was like I'd have to say, oh, shoot. Darn it, darn it. We will have to hold that thought. Man, we'll wait for my man, Tony, to get back. My brother, I'm so sorry. So that's, I know I'm probably blowing your head off right now, but so he has actively was pushing this information, right? And he went and talked to George Norrie and from Coast to Coast Radio, and just he was this was back before YouTube, and when he was just like on I don't know what, some kind of chats or whatever, open forums discussing this, right? And ridiculed and I believe it had a effect on his psyche, because when you come into a certain belief and you kind of single yourself out, right, from the rest of the world, right, you become like I don't know. It must have been very difficult back in those days to be trying to disseminate information and people just constantly pushing you back. And I believe that it actually snapped him, and he had a breakdown. Well, like, I must be God because no one's paying attention. Like, no one seems to be interested, right? And then so he actively threatened on the internet. It was a veiled threat. Obama, right? So the CIA or the FBI came and arrested him, and he went to prison, a federal prison, for 1,000 days, right? And they let him out, and then he went back to YouTube. He went to YouTube in 2008, I think, when YouTube started. And then when I was researching stuff, I ran across him in 2014 when he was out. And so I thought he was just very interesting character. I'm not saying I even thought he was God or anything, but I thought the information was powerful, and I thought it was that people should be more interested in it. And so I am 7 years later, after I've been off of YouTube for over 5 years, not talking about this topic. I figure it's about time to sit down and have active, open discussions with people like you, Tony. And I would really like to hear about, different things, what you discovered about the flat Earth, and there was, some things, I discovered about the concave Earth, and like, are there any sticking points in flat Earth that you have trouble with? Are there some things that stick in your
See, one thing about it is it has to line up perfectly with the Word of God. If it doesn't, I know it's not true. I hear people sometimes, they tell these stories. They say they had a vision or a dream, and that there was a spinning ball, Earth, and then I automatically know it's lying, or it isn't true, or they're being deceived, because there's nothing in the Bible that talks about that. If and everything that I've learned, if it doesn't line up with the Bible, then I know I'm deceived. Um, like the North Star, it, if you take a basketball and you drill a hole in the middle and stick a flashlight in it to where the flashlight is pointing straight up, and then so right at where that flashlight is pointing up into the ceiling is the North Star. But make that basketball wobble, spin, rotate, no matter what, it's going to move off of that North Star, and it won't stay on the exact same point. And that proves the fact that it's not the earth that's moving, but the sky above it. Um, and so I think the North Star is the biggest splatter proof, or at least the proof that the earth is not moving. Um, and then if you get a time lapse photo, you see the North Star in the middle and all these stars circling around it. Um,
Mm.
the earth could spin and all the stars could be still, but it can't wobble, rotate around anything else. I mean, it's just absolutely impossible. And
Mm.
then there's no proof of any curve at all.
I I agree with you about the definitely no spin, and there never has also not only there there's never been a scientific experiment to prove that the earth rotates, not one.
Now, the Bible says that the earth is
Yeah, yeah,
established, that it shall not be moved. Um, and then it also says the earth is the Lord's footstool. And now you know a footstool is like a table with four legs. Now the Bible also talks about the pillars of the earth. And for a long time, I kept telling everybody that the Bible says that there are four pillars. But then I looked back and I searched and searched and I could not find it where it said it had four pillars. But it did say it was on pillars. So I don't know how many pillars there are, but I do know that the Bible says that it's on pillars. And how many times it said the pillars trembled or it explains that. So all we can do is just take what the word of God says, and people say, well, the Bible's full of parables and all this stuff. But no, you obviously automatically know what is a parable. And now in Revelations, it talks about the beasts that come out of the ocean. Now these are
a
are
dream. Yeah,
you know
vision,
yeah, kind of
interpretation.
interpretations, and it explains things. But for all we know, it may whatever it is, it may come out of the ocean. In the last days, it talks about how um, when they do the judgment, that there's going to be people that are hiding in the ocean and in the seas, and so
Oh
the high
yeah,
face
yeah,
of God.
yeah.
Um, so why aren't we talking about there must be some people in the ocean hiding from God? There must be cities in the ocean, and nobody ever talks about this. Um, Now, anytime you see NASA training, they're always training in the ocean.
Yep.
Um, and the word NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
To
Uh,
deceive. Yes.
but but I don't want to harp on NASA. They got enough people to complain about them. But the fact that you know you take the information that you've got about the four corners. Okay, I've got that, and it's established. And the Bible also said that God sits above the circle of the earth. And there's a lot of people that believe that the circle of the earth is inside the four corners. It's the ice wall that goes around Antarctica.
I think the Hebrew translation is circuit. Circuit. I believe.
Um, well, that I don't know,
I
but I know.
believe. Yeah. Yeah. And see, and this is where I think like where the flat Earth and the concave Earth, and I think it's just uh, like the footstool thing. I mean, that can also be translated as concave Earth because if God is in the center, right, that means anywhere below Him is.
You mentioned the devil's tried to set up his kingdom in the north. Now,
Yeah,
the north,
size of the North. Correct.
yeah, and the North Star is in the north. Um, but if the North Pole was the center of the Earth, and then around it was the ice wall of Antarctica, and beyond that ice wall was the four corners of the Earth, where the four angels will stand on the four corners and blow in their trumpets. And then, so you take that and you go, okay, now it also talks about a firmament. And like you said in Job, a molten looking glass mirror. All
Right.
right. When I was a child, my mom was reading the Bible with me, and I was like, so what is this firmament? Oh, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
understand the science stuff, but my mind was puzzled with it, and I was like, but it's in there for a reason. There,
Mm.
and I thought about it, I pondered it, and years later, you remember these things. because I have a really good memory of my childhood. I can remember pondering, what does the Bible mean about the firmament? Because there's all kinds of secrets in the Bible that people who have eyes don't see and ears and
Okay.
don't hear. And if you use the Bible as like a roadmap to find anything, you know, and I know you don't believe um, in the book of Enoch. The book of
No, I
Enoch
do.
is about the storehouses of the snow and the hail and
Yes.
the rain.
Yes.
But but
I do believe in the book of Enoch.
you do?
Yes,
Okay.
I absolutely do. I think now that's one thing, like, so people say the word of God, like it is the divine word. Okay, which one? Which Bible are we talking about? Are we talking about are we talking about the Ethiopians version, right? Like
Right.
with Enoch and all those things, and was the Council of Nicaea when they ripped apart the Bible, when they you know decided
Well,
to, and what they were going to take out, what they're going to leave in. So I have a problem with, actually, me and Joshua were having a discussion about the word of God. So do you believe the word of God is the Bible, or do you believe that the word of God is
okay.
what God spoke the word
This is
into
very
creation?
important. This is very important
Yeah.
because we're not supposed to add anything in, or we'll be adding to our plagues, or we're not supposed to take anything away, or we'll lose the blessings of God. So, and then the 1611 King James Version had all these other books, and slowly they kept getting taken out in different editions. And
Yes.
so, what you got to do is figure out. Um, I don't want to promote the Book of Enoch as biblical to anybody. I don't want to promote the book of Jasher as biblical to anybody. I don't want to promote anything to anybody. But for myself, I can study these things and try to use my wisdom, because if I promoted it and it was wrong to somebody, then I'm putting plagues on myself. But if I said, don't, no, it's wrong, don't read it, then I'm losing my blessings. So what I have to do is seek it out for myself
Amen.
and to find out what is true. And
Exactly.
for me, I everything in the first book of Jasher lines up with the Word of God. But if I let's say I died and I went to heaven, and then 3 days later, I God brought me back to life. He put my soul back in my body, and He says, "Tell and warn people." And I wrote a book, and I passed it all out. Then that book would be inspired of God. It wouldn't be the Bible. It would be a book that God telling about how what the great things that God did in my life. But would it literally be the written Word of God? No, but it would still be inspired by God. Um, so you can say that this book seems to be true, but the only thing that I have faith in is the book that God gave to the English language, the King James Version. That's the only book that I have that I can totally count on. And then off of that, I can read other books and see if they line up with the Word of God. And if they don't, then I have to dismiss them and have to push them away. But everybody has to seek their own
I
salvation and figure things out.
Amen. I completely agree. Like, I didn't really understand just how deep um the division was in, because, like I said, I grew up very early in the Christian church, but then I strayed away for a lot of years. And then when I got into this whole topic, right, and I discovered that, exactly where I live, and that heaven was a literal place, and that I am a created individual, now I need to go seek out, like, what do the scriptures mean to me. So I started to, man, I like the idea of a Sabbath. I like, why are we celebrating Christmas and all these pagan all this different stuff. And so I actually went out to different churches, and I wanted to talk to them, and I wanted to talk to them about the shape of the earth, and I want to talk about all these things, right? And
Right.
it was very shocking, just the division, that just not just, okay, what brand of am I going to pick, like, and then that was trying to fit into that whole clique, right? And still kind of being I guess, kind of an outcast, somebody who thinks outside the box. And these are things, I went to these certain churches that believe in prophecy and have been talking about them for hundreds of years, and talking about worshiping on the Sabbath and talking about, just I was exploring, and then I realized just talking to the different people, everybody, I mean, so many different people have different ideas, and it was such a for me to try to navigate, and I had to really this COVID period really taught me a lot about, and I'm not bagging out any of God's people because everybody is on their own journey, but I found it really strange that that I was actively in a church that believes, they've been talking about this for hundreds of years, that someday the government will come and stop us from worshiping on Saturday, right?
Well, we knew that was coming.
They
We
were
know.
coming, right? And what happened? The the COVID protocols came in, and not only did the government come in and say you're not going to worship on Saturday, they said, guess what? You're not going to worship at all. How about that? And everybody just said,
Right.
oh, no worries. Okay. Oh, experimental shot in the arm. Oh, by all means, give me 2. When's my booster coming? And I am thinking that I have been dropped in, like, I don't know what to think. For 7 years, I've been running around, trying to tell all my friends, trying to do my best. And I know I haven't been active on YouTube, but just trying to, wake people up slowly. And I've been talking about, how things were going to get, bad, and food missing on the shelves down at the supermarket. And now 7 years later, man, it is just progressed. So yeah, the division, and you're right. It's an internal journey, and we never stop seeking. And I had some problems with the flat Earth models that I came across, and I'm not trying to debate, or I would love to, like, I want to dig into anything that you have to show me, like, that you can share with me. And so when I moved to Australia, so I had some problems with the flights. Okay, there are some flights here that do not work on the AE map, and I know you have to have looked at it. So there are some anomalies with that. Now, me personally, I can say that I do travel between Sydney, Australia, and Los Angeles, right? And I'm originally from Vegas, so I fly from Sydney to LA to Vegas quite frequently before all this bullshit happened, right? And it's about 12 and a half hours. And then I do know people who have been on this flight here in Australia, and it flies from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile. And it is roughly about 14 hours, just under 14 hours on the way there. And on the way back, it's, longer, a little longer. Same with me. And so that was one of the major things. And I look at that AE map, and I'm like, yes, it doesn't work. So that was a conundrum. And then the other conundrum, you mentioned the Polaris, right? The pole star, right? Well, here in Australia, we have it's not perfectly centered, but it is Sigma Octantis, right? And it is the southern pole, right? And you've seen star trails, right? The pictures of the star trails, right? So in the northern hemisphere, all the star trails are counterclockwise, right? And here in Australia, all the star trails are clockwise, right? So that was another anomaly.
So does it all circle around that star in a timeline?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why
very important if you can show that and prove it.
Oh, I absolutely can. Yeah. I'll send you videos. In fact, I'll do better. I will hook you up with the guy. His name is Craig Elias, and he's been on my channel here just recently. He is a friend of mine, and he lives in Australia, in Adelaide, right? And he is an ex-flat earther. He was in the flat earther for about 5 years, and he actually, had a big conundrum with those southern stars, right? And he films them, and he's got live footage, and you can talk to him, And like you can talk to me, and that's another thing that didn't make sense about the AE map. And I'm not saying that there could be another flat Earth map that the Pac-Man or something that can explain some of these things a little better. So that was one. And then the distances, like in the southern hemisphere, you got to make Australia kind of stretch it out for it to work, and it's the distances I can say living here all work. I mean, like everything is, from my driving distances are accurate. So the map seems to be accurate. And then another thing, I happened to run into a kid I met here, right? And his dad is a sailor, right? Not just any sailor. His dad is named Tony Mowbray, right? And he was the fastest Aussie to circumnavigate Earth on a sailboat by himself, right? And to make it a circumnavigation, right, you have to literally, you're basically going around Antarctica, but then you have to come up when you hit in the Pacific Ocean. You got to come up to a certain latitude, and then come back down. So that is considered, a circumnavigation. And then my friend Jordan, so him and his dad, after he did this, he did this when Jordan was just a kid, and then Jordan grew up to become one of the youngest captains in New South Wales, and actually led expeditions to Antarctica like multiple times. So I have had contact with somebody who has, done that. So there's a lot of some things that I just could never. And then the sun too. That it's not really doing circles, because you can track the sun with one axis, right? One axis. That means if it was circling, you'd have to, it'd have to be like a gimbal, kind of a multiple axis.
Well,
So that was another problem.
I have seen videos of the sun getting larger as it gets closer and smaller as it gets farther away, and
Yeah.
tell you that it can't be 93 million miles
Oh,
away.
you are so on point, my brother. It is not. See, in the sun, what you're seeing there it's behind glass. Okay, it's the glass that is playing tricks on your eyes. So the sunlight is shining, right? And what's happening is sunlight is actually bending within the earth. And I got a lot of videos. I got a lot stuff to share with you. And
Well,
I know it's like the videos are very
that's the one thing that
heavily.
that first got me interested in flat Earth was the sun going through the
Mm,
clouds, and it
yes,
would be behind the clouds and in front of the clouds,
yeah,
and the rays would be pointing out this way and then pointing out that way rather than to you, and that had me just sitting there staring at it like, huh? Has it been
mm,
so obvious all along and I didn't catch it? And then
yeah.
I kept pondering that. I'm like, no, it can't be true. And then, you think about it more and more, and then you start to study a little more, and you don't
Yeah,
want to be fooled. So you just say, it's a possibility.
it's a
And then you think
possibility.
about,
Yeah,
uh,
and so when you have you ever seen how the sun, okay, when it's on the very horizon, and then sometimes you'll see it. I'll send you some videos of it, and it like squishes down, right? It like squishes, right? So
right.
what is happening? What is happening? Okay, so the sun is not. It's not where the light. It's not the origin of the light. In the Bible, it talks about God created the light, and the light was good. Well, He didn't create the sun until what, the third day? Is that correct? Right. So He's talking about this light, right? And
Right.
what He's talking about is, so this all ties in with this heavenly temple, right, with the throne of God, right? it is it is the actual source of light, the high arm of light, right? There's a guy who talks about the sun. It's like a transformer. So what it's doing is it's shining through this glass, right? It's creating this refraction. And so this is what happens when you're looking at the horizon, right? And
Well, the
the
Bible
boat,
says
the
it's
boat
in the firmament.
appears.
Yeah.
Right. And what the boat is appearing to go over the horizon, but what's happening is your eyes, right? Your eyes and light bending up within the earth, clipping over the top of the boat, right? And so it furthered out. And then I got a lot of great videos uh of the boats, right? In like this guy Joshua James Bolliero, right? Zenith Atlas is his channel. It's amazing, right? He was a flat earther for a long time. He went to MIT and used to debate some people out there with Ernie and another couple guys, right? But he was the only one who I've ever seen who put a P900, right, like 6 inches off the water, right? And he's zooming in, right? And
Right.
there is literally uh, a big tanker ship up here, right? And then there's this fishing boat, right? Like right here, right? And he's 6 inches off the water, and you can literally see this fishing boat in the dip. And so what's happening is light bending and playing a trick
Hmm.
of the on your eyes. And I've got a lot of incredible video to share with you. And like I just really would be cool if you because like this is kind of a
Well, that
weird
was a journey.
thing
I
with
mean,
concave. You
that's
know, Ernie?
that's that's something
You,
good to study. I mean, we all have our own journey that we have to seek out the truth.
yeah, and yeah, it's been just like man, and so yeah, there's just a lot of interesting things, and I would really like to. Do you have any friends who are you in a
I've
community?
met people on the flat Earth. Have you seen the video of Admiral Byrd in Antarctica where he's showing an area the size of the United States with no snow on it?
Oh yeah, I have run across that. And Antarctica is
That's
very
amazing.
incredible. Like the oh man, yeah, I think that there possibly could be some kind of opening there.
Yeah, if you believe the Book of Enoch, it talks about a chasm, and it talks
Mm,
about seven mountains, and it could be located in Antarctica, what
yeah,
they're talking about. And Antarctica is the highest elevation on the Earth. So, I mean, there are some mysteries there that, of course, the common man that can't go check out. But um,
incredible. Yeah.
there's supposed to be a chasm. Um, the Bible talks about hell being open to God and how he could see down into it. And if the earth is the Lord's footstool and God looks down upon the earth, maybe this chasm or the bottomless pit could be in Antarctica. Um,
Mm.
it's
Well,
very,
that could it could be where they're chained. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's very interesting. And there is I originally came to this. So I originally was really into the uh, the hollow Earth. Have you ever heard of the hollow Earth theory? There was so that was my original like kind of thing that I kind of used to like. There was a book called The Smoky God or something, and it's about some Nordic sailors who were supposed to be fishing up in the northern hemisphere near the North Pole, right? Uh, not and they supposedly went into the Earth, right? Like in like
right,
let them in there, right? And there was like a everlasting sun that was in the middle there, and that they met these giants, right? And they were in there, and it was a father and a son, right? And then somehow they came out the southern end, right? And the father ended up dying, and then a ship found the son on a iceberg and took him back to England. And someone had screwed him out of his dowry, and he wrote this book about this epic journey that he took into the earth. And so that kind of like just kind of led my imagination into researching, just different things. Yeah. And what really, yeah, just it's interesting the journey that you take. Uh, I guess you can call it a conspiracy into conspiracy truth. Yeah, yeah. Let's look at your Earth. Let's look at it, mate. It's beautiful,
All right.
man.
So this map, um,
Mhm.
you know how the Bible says, "Don't make any engraven images of heaven above
Mm,
or things below the earth," or and
right.
so I was gonna make a model of the earth of what I thought the flat earth could be like. But I didn't want to make an exact image because it would be like it would be it would be like an idol. I didn't do anything close that would get me in trouble with the Lord. So I made like a something with four corners with the ice wall around the side, around the edges, but I put a jungle in the middle, and so I kind of
It's beautiful. It's beautiful, man. That is incredible work.
it took
Oh
me three
man.
months to make.
You know what it looks like? You know what it looks like when you're hovering over the top of it? It
What's
it
that?
looks like the Game of Thrones a bit.
Oh yeah,
Are you familiar with the? So now the
oh
Game
yeah.
of Thrones is a concave Earth confirmation. If you look, it
Oh,
is a concave Earth, but that when you're like, it looks just like it. That's really cool.
and then
Really good work, mate. Man, incredible.
dude, I spent 3 months on this.
Oh, you did epic work, man.
Oh, thank
Oh, that
you,
looks
thank
like the Dead Sea.
Hey, I'll tell you a story. Um,
Okay.
when I was 7 years old, and this was 1976. Let's see, I was born in 68,
All
76.
right.
I was 9 years old, um, or 8 years old. Okay, so I'm in the third grade, and they wanted everybody in the school to do artists, make a drawing to celebrate the 1776 to 1976.
Yeah.
And so the only thing I like to do is draw maps. So what I did was, some classes will get all together and do an art project, and some small groups and stuff. I just drew a big circle, and then I did the continents and islands, and did the blue inside. Then I started doing black for outer space, and then I was like, people kept coming up to me, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't know. I like drawing maps." So then I thought of an idea. I remembered the Iwo Jima thing where they were pushing up a flag of you know, and so I thought, hey, I'll draw these stick figures pushing up a flag, and I didn't need to do stick figures, but I just thought it was artistic enough to look good. And on the flag, I put a little 200 on it. So off the edge of the continent, on the edge of the earth, was these three stick figures pushing up a flag that said 200 on it. And then I missed the next day in school, and my classmates all got together and finished drawing in the outer space. I put stars, the moon, all this other stuff, and it won first place in the
Oh,
school. And the school kept the drawing. They wouldn't let me have it back. It went into their archives or whatever. But yeah, I wanted to share that.
well,
That's
that is amazing, and yeah, I think when we do get a complete grip on the shape of the Earth, when this is all settled, you are going to be our cartographer, Tony. So,
no.
right? I mean, we're gonna need some minds, and yeah, that it's really good work. I'm impressed. I really am. It's
Well,
beautiful, man.
back in the day, I used to be the dungeon master, and I used to draw maps and stuff like that. But sometimes what the devil means for ill, God can use for His glory. Um,
Amen.
turns everything around,
Amen. He
and
does.
he does the simple things to confound the wise. And he's the Lord is the whole time has had His hand on my life to move me in different directions, and to where I thought I was moving away, and then it ends up being used for His glory.
Yeah, yeah,
How he
I get it. I mean, like I come from, I'm originally from Las Vegas, Nevada. I lived that life for a lot of years, and I'll have to say he has watched my back. He has kept me safe. And yeah, if it wasn't for the journey that I took, all the wrong turns, all the, you know, just all the stupid things, I really, and all the pain that I had to go through to come to the grips that, guess what? I suck at being God. You know, I'm not good at controlling my life. I'm not good at running the ship. I need help. I need right. I need that. Uh it's just amazing that I am sitting here today talking to you about things that I believe are very important, and I believe that we are going to do some things. I believe that me and you, yeah, are going to bridge a gap. We are going to start a dialogue. And yeah, if you have anybody who you want to come on the channel, you want to talk, I want to share videos with you. Yeah, we
all
can
we can do is
compare.
seek the truth. Everybody's got to find their own truth, and we got to, as long as it lines up with the Word of God, we got
Amen.
to keep seeking it. Keep seeking it.
Yeah.
We might end up in different areas, but if your heart is right, if your heart is in the right place, then and you're seeking the truth and it lines up with the Word of God, you may be a little off sometimes, or you may be dead on. But until we get to heaven and talk to the Lord, we won't know for sure.
We will not. And and there's a lot of things that we will disagree on and do disagree on, but the important things today, I believe that, since we've been talking, that we've got a lot more similarities than we do differences. That yeah, that we can work together. um I believe that this model that I do subscribe to has some stigma to it from the community that you belong to, the flat earth community. And I want to try to yeah, to understand it, to because I do kind of have an idea why they have a problem with it. And it would be more of a personality thing with certain people who have said certain things, and it's just been a lot of bad blood in between us, and I don't want that. I
Right. You don't need
uh,
it. I mean, whether you believe the earth is concave, or I believe it's flat, or somebody else believes it's a ball, we're going to find out one day, and we're all going to think that,
man,
you know, the Bible talks about New Jerusalem coming down from heaven, and it explains the dimensions of New Jerusalem.
yes,
But you know that the dimensions of New Jerusalem could fit two different shapes. One is a pyramid, and one is a square, a box. Um,
it,
and I think that's why because the devil likes to copy everything from God,
yes,
and so I think that it
invert it.
really is a pyramid. I think the devil knows what New Jerusalem looks like because he goes up to heaven and he's the
He
accuser of the
does.
brethren.
He
And
does.
so I think whether I believe that the rapture is after the tribulation or in the middle of the tribulation, before the tribulation, there are some things that don't matter, but I would hate to see, somebody who believed it was before the tribulation, and then the tribulation started happening. They think God abandoned them, and then they lose all faith. And so you have to just keep seeking the truth and just have your faith in God. But, you know, everything, like I said, has to line up with the Word of God.
I agree. I agree. And so let's get to that. Let's dive into that a little bit deeper, because I was diving into that with Joshua, and of course, and we can all look at scripture, and especially the book of Revelations. And I remember the first time I read it. Now, of course, I've always been the type, I've got to go to the end of the book and read that first, right? So in trying to get an idea, and then listening to other people's ideas about it, uh So I want to know, do you believe that the temple needs to be built? They're going to start up the sacrifices. The Antichrist is going to come.
Right.
The 7 years. Now, do you believe in that? Do you believe
Okay.
we are going into that? Do you believe that has to happen?
Here's what I believe. I believe your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and that since Jesus came, that we don't need a temple because Jesus made the ultimate sacrifice, and that we don't need a temple. But the Word of God says it's going to be built, and so that we just know in the future that it's going to be built, and they're gonna offer sacrifices there, and then there's gonna be the abomination of desolation, where the Antichrist, what he does there at the temple. But I just know it's going to happen. I don't think we need a temple, but I know it's going to happen because the Word of God says it's going to.
So if
Um,
you sorry not to cut you off, but so if you had to say that we were at a point in history right now, where would you say that was? And I know, and no man can ever know exactly, the end day. But as far as prophecy being revealed, and we know that they're in Israel, and we know they have the implements already set up for that temple, and we know some people think that it doesn't have to go on the Temple Mount. Some people think that that wasn't actually the Temple Mount. Do you believe? How close do you believe we are to that?
okay, here's where we're at. We know that the 7 year tribulation doesn't start until the Antichrist makes a treaty with Israel for 7 years, and then halfway through, he breaks that treaty. And that's when it gets really bad. But so the last 7 years are going to be bad, and it begins at at when he makes that treaty with Israel. But the Antichrist has to be in power before he ever makes a treaty with Israel. So the Antichrist is going to be in power before that. But we also know it's going to be before that's going to be bad too. Um, so, the last 7 years are bad, but it could be the last 20 years that are bad. Where I think we're at, I don't see that the Antichrist is in power right now, or easily in control of many nations just yet. So I think maybe we could be anywhere from 15 to 20 years before the very end of the
Okay.
7 years.
Well, that'd be, I like to believe in, that God's kids will make a bit of stand over this, what's happening right now. And I do believe it is a precursor, because I can, see the new world order and this great reset coming here in Australia and the whole world. So I just believe this is like birthing pains. And I believe that this, this thing in the arm is just a basically, see how many we can
Beta
get to do
test.
this. Yeah, we're gonna really start to cull the herd, right? We're gonna find out who that 10% is who are very, against, very anti, right? And we're going to separate them. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Just hang on 1 minute. I have neglected the chat, and I would just want to give everybody a shout out. We've got some viewers in here. Well, we got a couple, and they are actively talking. So let me just take this moment, and we'll talk about some of their comments, and we'll kind of go over what people are saying, if you don't mind, Tony.
Sure, I
So
don't know how to go look at the chat to see what's going on. I hit that
okay,
button, it kicked me off, so
I am going to
let
put it
me know.
up on the screen if you can see that. So this is
Yeah.
from Raysum 24B. Hello, tried posting my flat earth proofs unused by Eric Dubay multiple times as a comment on your Rip Rob Skiba. They got immediately removed, and I noticed that. So if you're watching, my brother or my sister, I'm kind of an idiot, like a technological uh, drongo, as they say here in Australia. So I might have done something wrong, but I did notice that they pulled some comments off. They said it was spam or something. So if I happen to do that by accident, I will jump in, and I will make sure that I check out your flat Earth proofs, Eric Dubay, which I am
It's
familiar with. Eric,
you.
I'm very familiar with Eric.
Yeah.
And okay, so this is Paul Coran. Okay, so Paul, I believe he is a concave earther, and he says flat Earth has no proof. It has some things that look to work, but loads that doesn't. Even one impossibility should be a warning sign. And so that is Paul. And now here is okay. Now we're having a debate in the chat, which is healthy and good. And I'm happy you guys are here. So Erasum says both of mine work 100% guaranteed. Bet the ranch. Empirical, mathematical, geographical, scientific proof. Well, I like those kind of empirical, mathematical, geographical, scientific, and let's add biblical proof. So right on, Racelam, I appreciate you engaging, and we will continue. So Paul he says, so 2 hemispheres. And the concavers love to go to that 2 hemispheres because that's a big one. The stars in the southern hemisphere are, yeah. I cannot see Polaris where I am from, but I can definitely see Sigma Octantis. So that is an anomaly there. And we will just carry on. And we've got one more here. And it says, Racelam says, no, USGS benchmarks. Look them up. Click images. And you know what? I got to be better about, and I can, we could share links in the chat. And if you want to, Racelam, see if you can share that link with me in the chat. And even Paul, he can probably pull up some comments. Oh, look. Okay, and let's go to the next one here. So Paul says, nope, explain some things here. It says, entice me into looking at what you want. Earn it. All right, and there we go. And race them over 20,000 of them set in stone, engraved in steel, locations on them available at courthouse in every U.S. county. My home country, Davies County, Missouri, has 19. Well, welcome, Missouri. Are you a Kansas City Chiefs fan? Right on, Missouri. I spent a lot of time in Missouri, the Lake of the Ozarks. Shout out to Raytown, the Lake of the Ozarks, Climax Springs. All right, let's see. He says USGS benchmarks. Look them up. We will do. And Paul, I think he frowned. All right, click images. Do it. No thanks. The Earth is concave shaped and God is at the center. After knowing that, I don't need to know any more about this hell we are in and who has power here and who's lying, etc. Well, we are all trying to figure that out. And for once, we are going to come together as a meeting of the minds, and we are going to, anyone who wants to come in and talk, have a healthy discussion. And I think discussions are better than debates, because when we're trying to do this or that, I think, yeah, tonight has been a good example of that. And where in the past, I probably hadn't been so, a little too, you cannot solve things with, snarky behavior. But I know how it can get. Okay, each person has the ability to be the Antichrist. Okay, so I think he's engaging on us, or Christ, like we choose which is being for good and evil. And it does talk about Antichrist spirit in the Bible. So, and it talks about the Antichrist, and they are two different things. And yes, I agree that Antichrist spirit is replete within whatever shape of the earth we are, and they're pushing it at every level of humanity. Whether you're talking about you want to talk about Satan inverting things, and that's what Satan does. He inverts everything, right? So he'll take the truth, and what I believe, he's flipped it completely inside out. And just like he does with the gender discussion, right? We've taken, what God says about, about male and female, and we've turned it into whatever, right? Whatever you want it to be. That is the Antichrist spirit. And I'm not saying that I am Mr. Perfect or anything, but I do have a roadmap to go by. So there we go. Raisum comes back. The elevations engraved in steel, set in stone, corresponded, connected, and checked true from one to another, to another, to another, using any certified, calibrated, leveled transit, all 20,000 of them. Well, thank you, Rayson. And that is the end of the chat. But really, I'm so sorry. I'm just a newbie at this. Unfortunately, I did not stay with the YouTube and learn how to do all these things. So I am,
Yeah,
born in
that's
19.
what kicked me off. That's what
Yeah.
kicked me off of the chat is when I went to hit chat to look and see whatever anybody was saying. It kicked me off live, and then I had to go back in.
Yeah.
It's
And I'm, man, I was born in 65. So I'm kind of old to be learning all these computer things. I'm calling my 12-year-old kid in Vegas going, hey,
mhm.
what's the matter? How do I do this? He's like, oh, this. Okay.
Vegas is pretty flat.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is a
Oh,
one gigantic valley, actually. There's
it's
one thing about,
concave.
yeah, it is. Well, it is definitely, it's a giant valley. So Vegas is one of the easiest cities to navigate in because you've always got a view of the Las Vegas Strip and it sits right
Okay.
down the middle, right? And back when I was growing up there in the, in the late 60s and the 70s, I mean, it was a wash, right? All the water would come down out of the mountains and just fill
Mhm.
up Caesar's Palace parking garage, right? Just to be underwater. And like the whole strip, right? And they built all these retention basins. So in Vegas, you're always either going downhill or you're
Yeah.
riding uphill, whether you're riding a bike or, it's and then you're cruising down the middle, which, I-15 just comes right down the middle, right down the center. And it was a strange place to grow up. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I bet.
It was. And that is, yeah. So my name is Sean Milton. And so the channel name comes from Pair. It's spelled Pair, Dice, Dice. And so that is the original. What Vegas, when it was, for the strip where all the hotels sit, is actually its own entity, and it is called Paradise, Nevada. This is before they turned it into Sin City, before they put all the moniker of it on Vegas, and it was it was just a sleepy little desert town. About 195,000 people when I was growing up there, and it was a very amazing place. And so my name Milton, right, ties into, I don't know if you're familiar with Paradise Lost, the
Yeah.
poem by John Milton, an ancestor of mine, who wrote a chilling tale, I guess one of the most chilling descriptions of hell ever written. And then he also backed it up with another poem called Paradise Found. And I just thought it was
Oh,
kind of, yeah.
that's interesting. You should mention Paradise Lost and all that, because Jesus talked about when he was on the cross that he told the one on his left, he said, "This day thou shalt be with me in paradise." But
Mhm.
then, um, but then 3 days later, when he's raised from the grave or raised from the dead, he said, "Touch me not yet, because I haven't ascended to the Father." So if he told the guy on the left that this day thou shalt be with me in paradise, and paradise couldn't be in heaven because he had not yet ascended to the Father after the third day. So there are some people that think that paradise could be around the North Pole in an area where it's like a maybe a wait station on your way to heaven or something. I don't know. But all I do know is he had not yet ascended to the Father 3 days later. but he told the guy on his left, "This day thou shalt be with me in paradise." Now, Abraham was in the earth with Lazarus, and he told the rich man, and there was a big chasm between them. And I'm thinking, I mean, that could be Antarctica. I don't know where that could be. Um, the Catholics called it purgatory or whatever,
Hmm.
but there are mysteries, and you have to solve them. And the Bible isn't just dry like people think it is. It's got a lot of mysteries, and we know that every single word of it is true. So seek it out, figure it out, put the puzzle
Exactly.
together.
Right. I mean, and that is what we are supposed to do, right? We are supposed to be, watching, right? We are supposed to be paying attention to what's happening, right? And lining this stuff up with scripture, right? And in our own and for ourselves, correct? Like
Right.
I mean, and this is a never ending process, right? We are waiting for these revelations to unfold, and we have confirmation that they have been unfolding, right? And I find it just very fascinating that a layman like me, a newbie Christian, pretty much, can, you know, take scripture literally and understand it for myself. And I don't need to go running to somebody and go, oh, wow, I take in information, right? I look at
Right.
against the word, and then it either resonates or it doesn't. I mean, it's not like but I keep seeking, I'm keep searching, like, keep reaching out, keep talking. And that's what I've been guilty of just within the past 5 years, not really communicating, to being honest with my Christian brethren, with certain people. So I would keep these certain things to myself because I thought that they would, not understand. And I did bring it to a lot of them, but I kind of got the same kind of reaction. And of course, when you're trying to, I'm trying to fit into this Christian model, right? And still have problems uh, with a lot of the and I don't know, I think it's like a some kind of a delusion that and I don't know if God has put that over people, just because, or maybe they're not ready, because I know I want to go back into the delusion a lot of the times, Tony. I don't know if you felt the same way. I know it's not real, but I miss uh times when I was naive, when I was
Right.
when I was ignorance is bliss, right? Where
Was
we used to be able to enjoy these certain things, right? And they're not productive, and they're not, but it's just, it's something you fall back into. And you just gotta, and I just feel like standing up in my truth, and I'm saying, hey, like,
yeah.
if I do not speak out right now, if I do not come and say, look, this is it, you don't like it, oh well, take it, leave it, but let's talk,
Well,
yeah, ready.
Solomon was the wisest man to ever live, besides Jesus. God gave him great wisdom. The Bible
Hmm.
says, "What much wisdom is sorrow," and it also says, "If any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of the Lord, and He'll freely give it." That's a promise. You don't have to be a great Christian. He said, "Any man ask that lacks wisdom, let him ask of the Lord." But the more wiser you get, the more sorrowful you get. The,
Amen.
no, the
Yeah.
more the more sorrowful you become, and it makes you realize that really this life doesn't matter. It's what after this life that matters, and that this life is just a test for just be good to others, and and treat each other like brothers, and love your enemies. And then once you get past this and you get on to eternity, then I guess your rewards, you do get rewarded for being doing the right things, even though you don't go to heaven by your works. You go to heaven because you're faith in God and believing in God and asking Him into your heart and all these things. But still, you know, this life does not matter what you have to give up this life, um,
Mhm.
eventually. And it's the eternity that matters.
Amen, my brother. Amen. And granted, I have no doubt that me and you will be talking about this. We will be talking about this, yeah, and it will be glorious, glorious. Yeah, because that is what we're striving for, and I mean, and this is very, confronting, okay, because we know if you do believe in the Bible, if you have taken a look at the world, things are going to get bad, are going to get real, real bad. Like I believe that this is just like nothing. And I want to, of course, will cry and whine and say all these, like, but to tell you the truth, like God has got me, and I've got to be
You had a
courageous.
dream.
And yeah,
I actually had a dream today. It was about 8 hours ago. Um, it was kind of a weird dream, and it was a dream about the last days. And the church was being persecuted. And I was like looking over a small town and stuff. And like, I was thinking, like, could I hide here? Could I hide there? But really, there was no place to hide. And so then people were lined up to get executed. And my brother went before me, and these bars went down, and they sliced him up and killed him. And then it was my turn. And then this guy, it was kind of like a Hitler kind of figure. He said, "Okay, that's it for today. We'll do the rest tomorrow." And I'm like, "No, I want to go too. I'm ready to go now." And he goes, "No, you're gonna have to wait for tomorrow." So then the next day came, and then it was my turn to get executed. I was at the front of the line, and he said, "Okay, now we're gonna spray you. Start spraying the people." I'm like, "No, no, I want to die like my brother did." And he's like, "No, we're spraying now." I'm like, "Well, that's not gonna kill me." And this is just my dream. It was a wacky dream. And I'm like, "No, I want to. Spraying won't kill me right away." And he got mad at me, and he's like, "Turn it up full blast." And so I had died. And when I had died, I was like in the spirit, and I could see people, but I couldn't talk to them because they couldn't see me, but I could see other spirits that were around. Now I know when you die, you go straight up to heaven. So I don't know. It was a wacky dream. But all right. Now I had this dream about 20 years ago. Um, I'd worked in the Chinese restaurants for a lot of years, and because I spoke good English, and I could deliver their Chinese food, and I could help them communicate with other people. So in my dream, I was on this beach, and at the time, I lived on a beach that was 7 miles long, and it was like three or four blocks wide. So I was on this beach, and I looked down the beach, and as far as you could see, like 30 or 40 people wide, and as for like a mile down the beach, I could just see people. They were all up along the shore. The beach was packed, and my Chinese buddy was sitting next to me, and I'm looking out over the ocean, and I'm like, Jesus is coming, and he nodded to me, "Yeah, yeah, I know." And he was a Buddhist, and that made the dream even more wacky. And I pointed out, and I was like, any minute now, a tidal wave could come across the ocean. And and as I'm looking out there, a tidal wave started to come in. I'm like, "Hey, there's one out there." And and I'm looking to see because it started getting bigger and bigger. And so I started trying to warn the people around me that this tidal wave was coming in. But, there was so many people. You could only warn the people around you. You couldn't warn them way down the beach. Hey, and they would warn others, but you could only warn for so long. Then it was time to just start running inland. So I started running inland. And by the time the wave hit, it only got up to my ankles because we'd ran so far in, but the people who were on the shore got wiped away. And
mm,
then suddenly all these tornadoes, they started coming out of the sky, and it was destroying homes. There was tornadoes everywhere. They're like small mini tornadoes. And I wanted to go into a house to hide, but with these houses exploding in different places, I didn't want to be in a house that was hit by a tornado. So I waited outside, and just tried to, if a tornado came close to me, to avoid it. So then when the tornado started, began to stop hitting so much, I looked out across the sea and I saw these giants coming out of the water. And these giants were like dressed in black. And if you know anything about the military, a parade rest where you put your two hands behind your back and your feet are
Mm.
spread wide. And these giants, they came out of the shore or out of the ocean, but they were standing on the edge of the shoreline all the way around the island. And this one man went up to one of the giants and tried to attack it. And this giant just reached over and stomped on the man and crushed him instantly. And so I knew there was no way to fight the giants. So then I uh, I went into this house. I started banging on the door, and this old couple opened the door, and I go inside, and they had a young lady that lived there with them too. And then still these tornadoes were on the outside, and I'm helping them hold up the walls, and because if the house collapsed on them, they would die, and so would we. And my Chinese buddy was still with me, so we're holding. And finally, the shaking of the house stopped, and I'm like, "Well, we need to go outside and see if we can blend in." And so we opened up the back door, and we went out the back door, and suddenly I saw all these walls come up around the island, like all the way around the island. It had like rebar, all strips of rebar all the way around the walls and stuff. And so I'm like, well, we're trapped and we need to blend in. And then I saw like a whole bunch of people sitting in a circle. There was like 20 or 30 people sitting in a circle. And right on the edge of the circle, there was a guy. He was like a genie kind of guy. He had a stick and he was sitting in Indian style, with his legs crossed. And he had a stick and he was tapping on the ground. And in the middle of the circle was like a little demon or imp. And every time he tapped on the ground with like this wand or whatever it was, the imp would flip over and the people would clap. They started clapping. And it was like, do you guys know that that's a demon? That little imp there is a demon that he's doing that? Don't the people realize they're clapping for a demon to flip over and being entertained by a demon? And they're like, yeah, I guess maybe they don't realize. And then that's when I woke up. But it was a really long dream, and it was like
Mm.
20 years ago, and I've never forgotten it since.
Isn't it incredible? Like when I first run across this information, man, I was so, man, I have to say that it's very, very powerful when you yeah, what my journey, like it struck me so hard that I was charging, man. I was literally on fire. I literally went from, just your average wretch to running around with a Bible, right? And I was still going through a transformation as far as giving up certain things, and because I was a little confused that uh, you know, God, I needed to do certain things in order to get in God's good graces. And I found, that that's not the truth. And the message that I got, he was like, just come as you are right now. I want you just like you are. I can use you, and it literally was like, oh my goodness, like everybody needs to know that the Bible is real. And so when I ran this certain church, they were very surprised to see me. I'll have to say that. And I'm not your usual person who wanders into a church, you know. And so I kind of went there because I wanted to discuss these certain things with Christians, and I found, man, just a whole world of wonderful people, just very godly, beautiful, unaware people. Okay. So it was like I ran in there with like my head on fire going, do you know what's going on out there? Like, and I'm expecting them to be like, yeah, we've been waiting for you. Yeah, we know about, because I was watching a lot of their videos, they have some amazing pastors that come from that certain branch, and they they Walter Veith, and they talk about prophecy, and they expose the Catholic Church and all these just amazing things that that I thought were just incredible. And then when I got to church, they lined me out on, no, it's this is what's important, and they're correct, but they're very unaware of the magnitude of what they're been saying is taking place, and they seem to be unaware of it. Are you running across that?
That the people aren't aware.
Yes, like so. Say you walk in your average congregation and go,
Right.
"Hey, look, I believe that, for one, I believe that that we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. You don't even have to say the word flat
Right.
or whatever. I've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. Also, I think these jabs are, like we ought to take a look at these. I don't think we should run headlong. I don't think we should be shutting down our church. I would want to be expecting to hear like, yeah, we've been waiting for this to happen, right? We've been expecting like these things in the world to happen when they talk about in the Bible, all the world, will come under one world government, right? And yet all these, I mean, man, they're better Christians than I ever was. I mean, really. And they seem to just be so trusting in the system and the government and everything that's taking place. And it blows me away.
Well, what I'm surprised about is the church I go to, most of the people are older,
Mm,
and it's a small church, and they've all taken the jab.
yeah.
And I'm frustrated because that there are stem cells from aborted babies in the vaccine. And so I'm frustrated. I'm like, why would you do that?
Mm,
But to each is his own, and I
yeah.
have just all I could do is pray for them, and everybody's got to lead their own journey. And flat Earth is um, brought up, but it's kind of like people are asleep in their pew to where they don't really, um, as long as you don't say anything that's against the word of God, they'll just go along, but they don't really realize what an amazing thing you're saying is. And there is somebody in my church now that wants to talk about um, the Book of Enoch, and I haven't spoken to him yet, but I just think maybe it's an awakening that we're starting to get, but it's not as much as I think it should be. I think it should be like, really, the Book of Enoch talks about these are for the last days, and then you look in Revelations where it says, "Seal up the book until the last days," because it's not for now.
Mm.
Um, and so you kind of think about, what is the Bible talking about? What does it mean? Um, but I think there's an awakening, but there's even more coming. But it also says that he who is, he was evil, let him be evil still. He who is good, let
Yeah.
him be still. And there are some people that are just not going to wake up, or maybe
No.
they don't want to wake up.
Yeah, and there's also active people who I don't believe are actual, I believe they are actual, when the angels came down, mated with humans. I believe there is a remnant of that are, actively, ruling a lot of these governments, whether secretly, and I believe that a lot of these people are actively worshiping the beast. Okay, because I happen to come from, uh my father was a master mason. Okay, and this is why I kind of got interested in certain things, right? I didn't know about, the Masonic stuff, right? But I've been to his, I've been to the temple there, the Masonic temple, a couple times, went to lunches, and then I watched my dad, get sick, and kind of stray away from the Masons, and to to uh, to accept Christ on his deathbed, basically. And for me to dig into these things, and now I believe that I know their biggest secret. Okay, one of their biggest secrets, I believe, the 33rd degree is you get let in on the correct shape of the Earth, and if you look, you'll see some clues in their tracing boards, So if you go into a Masonic tracing board and you look at it, I'm sure there's a lot of good examples, but there's two pillars, right? They talk about these two pillars. They talk
Right.
about them, they're in the Bible. They talk about Yakin and Boaz, which I believe they're in the Temple of Solomon or whatever. But if you look at these pillars, right? If you look at these pillars, on one sits the globe, okay? Let's say
Right.
the globe, right? It doesn't say whether it's inside or outside, right? But that is there. And then on the other one is the biggest hint, right? On the other pillar sits the celestial sphere, the kingdom of heaven, right? The
Right.
celestial sphere of stars, right? It's also on Brazil, their flag, right? And you can buy one. Okay, if you go to, have you ever seen those cool MOVA globes? I don't know if you've ever seen them, but it's like a electromagnetic globe, right? Or it could be a globe. They have a celestial sphere. They have a bunch of different ones, right? And you set it up, and it just magnetically spins, right?
Right.
And so that I believe is them, and this is like 33rd and above. So you've got to be really initiated. You got to apply for that degree. You cannot have that. You can't no, they have to award it to you. You can't apply for it, right?
Well, here's
So,
the
and
thing about the Masons is that, you get up to this level and then they'll let you in on this secret. Then you get up
yeah,
to this level and then they'll
right,
say, that other secret we told you, that was a lie. Here's the real
yeah,
secret. And
yeah.
then you
It's
go higher and it switches. And the 33rd is supposed to be the top, but what do we know?
no, they're supposed to be. I've heard there's 360 degrees, and there's one being, right, that holds that moniker, and that is Satan himself, right? Like that is like that. And then this is just what I've heard, but now so 33rd and above, I also believe like they actively worship Lucifer. Okay, they believe that the Bible, right? They believe the God of the Bible, Yahweh, was actually the bad guy in the story. You know how we're talking about Satan, how he inverts everything, inverts the truth, right? So what
Right.
they believe as a religion, they basically believe that that the light bearer, Satan, it was the good guy who tried to bring us knowledge, who tried to, inform us and have us break away from this cruel dictator, father god of ours, correct? And so
Well,
this is what I believe they actively think that they are going to win this, and they are
I've heard,
pushing toward it.
I've heard that at 32nd level, you have to do a sacrifice of an animal or something in a skull or drink blood from a skull or something like that. And I had a friend of mine that was a 32nd degree Mason. He swears it's not true, but even if it was true, he wouldn't be allowed to tell me in the first place. Um, and there's just some at the lower levels that believe that it's Christian and that
Yeah.
it's a group of Christians, but they're not high enough to know what really is going on.
Yeah, it's one. So if there's one prerequisite for joining the Masons, right? They don't promote, right? So they won't go, hey, you want to join the club, right? You have to be curious. You have to they're saying is to be one, ask one, right? So you need to ask them, right, to be one, right? And so there's one requirement that there absolutely you cannot be one and join, which is an atheist. Someone who does not believe in God cannot join the Masons, right? So you have your choice of whatever you want to call God to be put on the altar there when they initiate you, right? And so they enter you as an entered apprentice, right? And they initiate you, and to start to work your way up through the degrees, right? And so, and my father, he was what you call a porch mason, right? It's what it is. It's like a good old boys club, right? All the cops, all the judges. So if you join with them, right, this is a brotherhood, right? They swear a solemn oath never to divulge the secret, but they also swear solemn oaths to each other. So no matter where you're at in the world, if you're in a war, right, and you give your brother Mason the sign, right, he's got to come to your aid. It
That's what it's called,
goes
made
over
it.
the top of everything, right? And yes, and they also do little humiliation kind of rituals to so I know that there's some involved of kissing the anus of a goat, I believe. Yeah, and it's right in their literature. It's right on there.
It's I don't hate the Masons. A lot of people
No,
um
I don't either.
are really hating the Masons because of a lot of things they've heard. What I'm just told, and according to the Bible, is you love your enemies if they are our enemies. Um, but I think they're really putting themselves in danger
Oh,
with the Lord. And
absolutely.
I love to warn people about that. You know, that are in it. You know, you really have to be careful what you're doing because you're leading yourself to hell and you're leading others.
Yeah. Did you know I did a little research? Do you know that in like so in the early 1900s, like 1/3 of all the people in the United States believed to belonged to some secret society, including women?
True.
Yeah, whether it's the Odd Fellows, the Masons, like all these, like it was on the Moose, the Elks, the like. There's so many. I mean, and I mean, like it's harmless, right? Like the Elks, you wouldn't think like that's, and to the most of them it is just harmless, right? And there are a lot of Christians. I friggin' was at a Christian luncheon, and this young guy walks in and he's got a straight Mason ring on, and I go, wow. I go, dude, you're a Mason? He's all, yeah. And I was like, wow. I go, hey, I think I know one of your biggest secrets. He goes, yeah, what's that? So I spouted something on him, he just looked at me all crazy and, but little did he know that the old boy, yeah, I do believe I have worked them out. And the majority of them, like I said, are, unwilling accomplices to the whole
Right.
that keeps up this whole facade, right, of how society works, and especially when we're talking about courts and judges and politics, right? And we're talking about the Queen of England. We're talking about the movers and shakers, the ones who ruled this world. I mean, I don't care what flag they put on it or whatever, right? We've got a few entities that hold a lot of power. One is the Vatican, right? One is, the Jesuit order. They are ruthless. I mean, they are leading everything. I find it funny that the Pope is in on the climate change and all
Have
these
you
things.
ever heard about the original 13th Amendment?
No, help me out with that one. Tell me about it.
Well, back in the War of 1812, the United States signed or set up a 13th Amendment to where it said nobody who's a lawyer or a sir, related to
Mhm.
royalty, anything like that, could run for office and things like that. And all they needed was one more state to sign it, and it was Tennessee. And Tennessee said, "Well, we'll sign it, but we want you to send us a copy first so we can put it up in our courthouse." And so they agreed to do it, and it would have been law. But then there was a war with England, and England burned the White House,
Mm.
and they burned up the copy of the 13th Amendment, and it was never reinstated to where they did it again. And then a new 13th Amendment took over that was something, a different subject, and it totally disappeared. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I
No,
wanted
no,
to.
no, 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 no. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, and that's a very relevant document, point there, and I think it, like we've really got to be aware of, what rights we do possess and, and lean on them. Cause I'm in a country right now where I found out just how many rights I do have by law, which is about nothing. But
Right?
I do, right, is like, so I do stand on that constitution, right, with with my freedom of speech, right, my freedom of religion, right? And even trumping that, I'm standing on my God given right, not as Sean Milton, not as anybody, but as, you know, a created individual on this earth, and those rights, you know, life, liberty, yeah, and the pursuit of happiness that is given to me by my creator and cannot be trumped by any law. So that's what I've got to stand firm on, not violent firm, but to just really, because it's, we've got to be uh,
Well, we
standing up for those things, and we've got to, you know, because they understand. What I don't understand is all these countries that I see are protesting like crazy. Germany, France, oh
right.
man, they are going off, right? and
Italy,
and
Norway.
they know how important freedom is. They know how, you know, they can see it slipping, and they're not having it. But here, and even in America, we're just, the government's hijacked. No one is aware, and it's literally, because I know everyone wants it to go back to normal. No, once they go from step one to step two, we ain't going back to step one. I
Right.
saw that with 9/11, right? I
Yeah.
saw that with the war on terror. I've seen it with the war on drugs. I've seen it. You know, I know how they operate. Yeah, they go forward, and we're not going back. And do you think that you're going to succumb to this and go back to your normal? No, they're going to go, okay, we got him now. We
Well, we
got
know
him.
it's a world and it's going to get worse and worse. Um, we just don't want to get caught up into what the evil that's going on to where we can at least say that we were innocent. There's no blood on our hands. Um, but the problem is, um, there's a war on the people, and you want to defend yourself and you want to defend your family, but you know you want to be innocent. Um, it's really sad because the nations of this world, they just rip more and more of the freedoms away.
Mm,
Every
yeah,
direction you turn, it's a war on the farmers. Farmers are getting paid not to grow
to burn their
crops,
crops.
and then
Ships
people
are
are
waiting out in the to. I mean, I'm praying for America right now. You know, you said you're praying for Australia. I'm really praying for America. I mean, I see a dark winter. I see, you know, shortages. I see food shortages. I see the real estate market tanked. So if you're possibly listening to this and you have a, you know, some kind of a plan, you know, maybe you have a house that you can barely afford. Maybe it's a good time to sell it. Maybe it's a good time to recalibrate, because I lived through that. You know, that when it dumped the housing market there, and that's I bought my first house out of foreclosure. It was bought off the courthouse steps for $95,000, and 3 weeks earlier, you know, it was a $300,000 house, and that's the way it went. You know, and I'm just really feel that the government of the United States is completely, you know, we've walked away from God, is what's happening. The further we
right.
walk away from God, it's very evident that, and that's why I think people are very unaware, because they don't want to come to the realization that, you know, God is real. And then, you know, then things get serious, right?
Right. Well, the Holy Spirit is the restrainer. And, if the Holy Spirit was gone, the whole world would be just chaos and riots. And like in Revelations, it talks about the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit leaving. And some people say, well, it won't leave. But, you know, the only thing I know is that the devil's the God of this world, the Bible says. And so the people, the rich families, or whatever the corporations that run the whole world, they're pure evil. Did you know? Um, There's about 1 million children that come up missing every year throughout the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
Almost half of those are from the United States alone.
Yeah.
Do you know what the number
Crazy.
one state that the children are missing in? The number one state of them all is
Okay.
Virginia,
It's Virginia. Oh,
that right
wow.
to Washington
Right there.
D.C.
It's back dab in the middle of the government, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right near Washington
All the
D.C.
military industrial complex there. Yeah.
Like
Full on.
460,000 children a year just from the United States alone, and about 1 million worldwide go up missing. And you wonder what's happening to them. And so I think um, I think what we need to do is pray that God. reveals the monsters so that the people can actually stand up and say, no, we don't want this around.
Well,
Whatever, whoever the monsters are, that they'll be revealed.
well,
Because
I think that prayer is being heard, because if you ask me, the monsters are being revealed. They have been being revealed to me for a very long time now, and man, is it ever evident as days go by that this is it's full on. It
right
is. Yeah.
is, but I think it takes a while to wake up the sheeple because unless they
Oh,
hear it on 6 o'clock news, they don't believe it.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a chance that humanity can make a stand, right, and push back on this for a while. But we know what's going to happen in the end. I mean, we know, and it's going to be not a huge portion of people are going to accept this. Yeah, like you said, I believe that the wicked will continue to get wickeder, and those who make a choice to walk toward God, you know, even though they are just as sinful as everybody else, they actually, have accepted it and can, there's
You know,
grace.
70% of America doesn't even know what's going on in Australia. Only the people
No,
that are
oh, no.
really into it, because
Eh,
they don't not on the news. And not only Australia, but all these other countries that are doing riots in Paris and England and all these other places. It's not on the news. It's
no.
just, I mean, it's like everything's back to normal. And if you don't see it on the news, then you don't believe it's true. It's just a rumor, a war and a rumor of a war. That's all it is.
Mm.
Uh, or sleep, and unless God shakes them and wakes them up, they're just going to go about their business.
Yeah. Well, it is happening, and man, I'm really, again, man, I can't thank you enough for coming on here with me, and talking about this, because this is really good Discord, and this is a healthy conversation that we're having here, and this is important because this is the problem: is the information. They are controlling the information, right? I don't know how many people this video will possibly reach, but maybe it can be a start where we can actually, have some discord and say this is happening. Like, this is happening in Australia. I can tell you firsthand, it is full on down here. I mean,
You
not
know
as
where I
far
get
as
it the
like,
most? You know
yeah,
where I can find it the most? Because I can't find it on YouTube because YouTube only tells the like Channel 9 news and
mm.
it's only a few seconds and they don't tell the truth. Where I'm hearing it is TikTok. That is the only place I'm getting it. YouTube.
TikTok, and they're sharing a lot of information on Telegram, and there's also one good YouTuber here in Australia. Can you believe? I mean, like, one reporter, right? His name's Avi Yemen, right? He's a little Jew, right? And he lives in Melbourne, and he reports for Rebel News. So look up Rebel News. They're they're really good. They're
Cool, very
accurately
cool.
reporting stuff. They're accurately reporting how it was fine when Black Lives Matter was marching. And I don't have anything against black people. I love my black brothers and sisters, but um, they're like, everyone was fine to go protest for that, right? But anyone who talks about the shot is automatically arrested. Like, if I talk about, like, oh yeah, we're going to this big protest or whatever, like, to somebody and say, hey, you want to meet me there? It literally, they'll fine me like $20,000. It's a $5,000 fine, like,
Well, they
for.
took away your drones too, that you couldn't fly over the riots in
Oh yeah,
Australia.
of course not. Yeah, it's a joke. And then they, of course, the media, the left wing media, pointed out. They're saying, oh yeah, and most of them were uh, right wing, uh, right wing neo Nazis. And I was like, oh my
Really?
god, I've heard it all now. I've run across a lot of different types
Nazis
in
left.
Australia, and I'm sure there are a few here, but I find it, I've never seen any neo-Nazi groups, and it's a very, especially in Melbourne, very ethnic, especially all those construction workers. Man, there is considerable more amounts of Muslim brothers and sisters here in this country, uh, quite abundant compared to America. Yeah, a lot of immigration happened here from Lebanon and just all over the world, and it's very, very more cultural down here than where I'm at in Newcastle, which is just above Sydney. But yeah, it's full on. The cops are, and I'm not painting the cops in a bad light because I love the police department here. They're very beautiful. As far as American police go, Vegas police, these guys here they're actually, they're cool. They're not tripping, but they are really being pushed to overstep their bounds, and they are stepping down, and they're actually bringing in. They're not actual. They're like some form of military police, like they're not actual police, right, to do this job. And I've noticed that they're coercing this younger generation into doing this stuff, right? Where these older people are like, I could be fucked, me, oh, excuse my language, sorry. Because your average Australian is like that, you know what I mean? They're very quiet, right? They're very, but don't think that they're not spirited, and don't think that they they're just kind of, they really like to be left alone and just expect that. And but they don't like to be pushy. They have a thing called tall poppy syndrome here, right? And that means if you're speaking up too much, if you're looking too high and mighty, they'll chop you down. And that is just the way that Australians are. And I had a hard time, when I moved here, because I was very American, and we're just generally loud and obnoxious, just in a general way. I mean, like, if you think like, this, and I have to say, I was very American, and I still am, but I've learned too that just to try to, be gentle and try to fit in a little bit better. But
well, it's 10 in the morning here, and I've got a friend coming up from Tennessee, my cousin. And should be here any minute, so I'm.
All right. Well, shoot, again, Tony, thank you so much. And I'm trying to figure out how I can get your email address, or guess I will link some in my YouTube comments. I'll send you my links where you can get a hold of me. And yeah, if you could share I'll give you my email. You can share it with, or my phone number, everything.
Yeah, I'll send you my email. But I don't really check emails.
Or your Messenger. Are you on Messenger?
No.
Okay.
But
we could do it in the chat.
A message on this video, and
yeah, I'll link you stuff there.
That sounds good. Sounds good.
Awesome. All right.
I got you on notifications so that anytime you come online, I can jump on.
Man. And I really appreciate your time tonight, and everybody in the chat. Yeah, thank you guys, man. I'm going to hang out a little longer. And thank you again, Tony. And I really look forward. Hopefully we can do this again. And if you could think of some people you'd like to bring on with, or I'd love to do that. And I appreciate your time. Thanks again, my brother. God bless you. Oh, shoot. No, I'm going to stay on. Sorry. All right, bro. Take care, mate. So what is up? Hello. Sorry, I've been kind of ignoring the chat there a little bit. Hey, I'll put the link in the description there. And why don't one of you guys come on, huh? Shoot the shit. Huh? Hey, Alex. What's up, dude? What are you doing, bro? How are things? I'm going to go back in the chat and catch up, because I missed a little bit here, man. We had a healthy discussion. And what is up, number 3? How are you tonight? Please say hello in the chat. Link is up on the screen if you would like to join and shoot the shit. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. We've been talking about the state of the earth, the shape of the earth, the state of the world, what is happening. Come on. You don't have to turn on your camera. An icon will be fine. And we'll have a talk. Let me just check. So I'm going to go back in the chat and okay. Last where I left off was, so Paul was in a heated discussion with a flat earther here, man. And if Erasm, I think he left, but he was adamant that he has proof of the flat earth. I will dispute it, but he has the right to his opinion. And so he says, 2 appeals, 2 attorneys, 2 judges, 3 rulings, flat earth, 3 globe, 0 in a court of law. I'll have to agree with you. Yeah, I don't think you're going to win that debate in a court, because the court is controlled by what we were just talking about, the Masons, right? And they are actively pushing this, what I believe is a giant psychological operation that is the flat earth and many other psyops that have been run to just throw you off, just push you so you will not look at this information, this wonderful concave earth information. And so Paul says, dude, this is a concave flat chat. No globers here. And Rayism 24B says USGS benchmarks plus my second proof. I've yet to mention compiled 2 judges rule against the science. Then he says retired USDA land surveyor, 27 years. Earth is flat. I'd bet my life on it. Well, now, I don't think I would bet my life on the shape of the earth, although I am pretty sure about it. And you are a retired USDA land surveyor. So, Rayism, would you conclude that theodolites can prove that light is bending within the earth? Maybe you can get back to me on that. And then Paul, he frowns and he says, you should go to 247 FE Discord on YouTube. They're all flat earthers who argue with globers again and again every day of the week. 247 UD, fit it well. And this is it right there. You see, this is how it works. We've got people who sit and they argue all day. And guess what? I believe that neither one is right. So isn't that how a psychological operation works? Isn't that how they do it? Right? They're going to pull you away from the truth, right? And get you to look over here. No, look over here. No, look back over here. Right? And we can go on and on and on. I've been watching it for 7 years, and yet we're still there. We are still. I've got people trying to send me Eric Dubay videos. My goodness. What year are we in? Is it 2021 and Eric Dubay is still a thing? Like, when's the last time he posted a video? I don't know. What does he do? He meditates in Thailand. He is a Mason. Yeah. I got a strong suspicion that cat is a Mason. And I got another strong suspicion that there's another dude who's 100%. I'd say 2 more that are 100% Masons. And that would be, you gonna guess? That would be Mark Sargent, absolutely Mason, Whidbey Island, Washington, and the biggest one of them all, man. And he's going wild, buck wild these days. And that is Math Powerland. Man, Math knows the earth is concave. You see, and I think you guys follow these guys on YouTube, right? And they become, like Eric Dubay. Really? You're gonna send me an Eric Dubay video? That's cool. I bet you I've seen it. I bet you I understand. I know you are a geodetic surveyor. What you don't understand is your own eyes and how they trick you. All right. So then he says, I'm more certain about flat earth than any of my own name. And Paul says, how did you debunk concave earth? And he says, let's talk, Milton. Got to leave for breakfast. God bless. And God bless you, Rainism. And thank you for the healthy discord. We got something to talk about. And then Paul says, seeing concave is a fact. And that was me replying. You could go through your entire life without finding any of these truths, but live a morally correct life and still make it to heaven. Ignorance is bliss, and I 100% agree. In fact, yeah, this is not necessary. This is for knotheads who have a problem, like understanding things and just really have to, figure it out. Like, everyone don't have to figure it out, man. Like if you're sitting here and you're right with God and you feel you're right with God, then good on you. This is for people who need to wake the hell up. Yeah, this is for, the message for the people who need help, Yeah, maybe that's why most Christians, aren't really, a lot of them aren't interested. They're cool. Okay, so Paul says, read the Lost Gospel of Thomas. And I have read that. And a lot of people will throw stones at you for reading that. But hey, you got to read it. And Paul says, the good old Freemasons, where would we be without them? Oh, man. I don't know. Yeah, probably controlled by some other. Yeah, then the friggin' Jesuits take up the slack. The celestial sphere on the pillar is also smaller than the earth. On the other pillar, meaning it fits inside the earth. Yes. Many, many concave earth clues that are very interesting, and that is one of them. And Alex is in the house. Alex, what is up? And Alex says, at Paul, too many stories, folks. Hey, Al. Paul said, you drunk, right? Paul said, love you, bud. And he's gone. No, he's not. Right. Oh, he's back. How was the flat earth chat night? No lie, I'm drunk. I wish I was. No, not really. I wish it. I won't wish it tomorrow, so I wouldn't mind having a little buzz on. Paul, it was brutal. I don't think most of them like me. That's all right, Alex. You come on over here. We like you, mate. In fact, you are one of our favorite. Paul says, ditto. I mean, they don't like me either. And that is a good sign, Paul. That is a good sign. Alex says, Paula, well, if you argue against the flat earth, it's standard for them. Yes, I agree. And that's why we are not going to argue with the flat earth. We are going to embrace the flat earth. We're going to love them back to life. We are going to talk with them. Have healthy discord. And Alex says, it's been working. You've been far away. The most friendly people I've chatted with. Love you, brother. Alex is a sweet, sweet guy. Love them, hate. You only hurt themselves. You boast to be a Christian. It's why I mostly only speak to Winter. She's the only actual Christian in there. Well, you'll know them by your fruits. Is that correct? And that's why we have got to try to be respectful with our brothers and sisters, no matter what their beliefs. And I know we will run across trolls who are there too. Sow deceit and discord, but that is the world we live in. And I guess this winter lady is nice, so why don't one of you guys invite her over? I knew a winter once. Yeah. All right. So Paul says, love you too, bud. Stick to your guns. Be open to the info that makes you go, And I agree. Yeah, bring what you know. And that was it was good tonight, right? We had, some disagreements in the maps, and I thought it went well. Okay. My boss pulled me aside and said, "Hey, man, I know you're high functioning alcoholic." To which I replied, "How do you know I was high?" You're not like that. You're all right by me, Alex. A high functioning alcoholic is better than a low functioning alcoholic. And yeah, and if you do struggle with that, I know about that, my brother. There has not been a substance on this earth that I have not had a war with. So welcome. You're welcome here, and you will find no judgment from me, my brother, because we are all sinful creatures in the eyes of the Almighty. There's nothing we can do. Oh, I guess there are some things we can do. We can turn from sin. And I know that can be easier said than done. But I believe you are going to be all right, Al. All right. So Paul says, maybe it will be a word someday. Like all the words are made up. So you never know. Paul, maybe so. And then Paul says, Theora, Kent Wheeler talks about Australia. Ken Wheeler, that's right. Ken Wheeler does talk about Australia, and shout out to Ken Wheeler. I'll put a link, I'll put a hashtag Ken Wheeler in the description. Maybe we can purge somebody come over here and look at this. Yeah, Ken Wheeler I dig Ken Wheeler. I believe Ken Wheeler knows about the concave earth, but does not want to talk about it, which I can't blame him. I mean, it is a very, very strange topic, and if you want to come across to everybody, I understand. Okay, so and Paul says if loads of people use it, it will become a word by popular demand. True that, Alex says, but not happening. Stick with now, not what was or will be. No, Paul says, sounds weird even saying it. Wickeder. Sounds like STD. I agree, and we do not want any of those. All right, Alex says I thumbed up. I love the peaceful engage. I agree. Why not? We've had enough bullshit in these times, right? And we can't just come and chill and hang out. So Paul says, sorry, I was being wickeder. What were you doing, Paul? What were you doing? Oh, sorry. I'm going to put that link back up there again. Come on, you guys. Come talk to me. Alex says, Paul, you rock. Paul leaves some Rolling Stones lips. And then he says, Milton, a mega greets. What is up, Al? Cheers to you, my brother. Oh, shoot. And we had somebody else. Ayers, welcome. Ayers, interesting. You know, we have a rock here in Australia, and it's called Ayers Rock. And my mother's original maiden last name was Ayerst. So welcome. Welcome. Please feel free to come join. And then Alex says, Ayers, are you following me? And hang on, sorry. It's facing, sorry. So, okay. So Ayers says the concave ERP, the real deal. Nice. God bless LSC. Shout out to LSC. Wherever you're at. Yeah, we're all praying for you. We're hoping you get out of there, mate. We wouldn't want to wish that on anybody. But yeah. And welcome anybody who's new here. Please say hi in the chat. The link is right there on the screen. Feel free to join and have some healthy discourse. Let's have a chat. Let's talk about things, whatever you want to talk about. And so, yeah, we were saying God bless LSC. Yeah. And well, I guess if you're LSC, LSC would say, God bless me. God bless God. So, well, right on. So, yeah, get out soon, Stephen. Oh, so Ayers says Steve is the Lord of Christ. Right. Like you said, welcome. Milton, it was a joke. I guess I didn't get it, Alex. All good. Why would anyone entertain research? Yeah, I don't know. I like to research. And Paul says, not true, Al. I see you with your bottle on Mondays in a brown bag, doing a jig with a hat. Sat up down for tips. Oh man, Alex, well, peace out, my brother. I'm sorry I missed you and didn't say goodbye, but I'm glad you came. Yeah. And you take care of yourself. All right. So what is going on? Oh, so yeah, Paul, why don't you come on and talk about that, my brother? That's interesting. I would like to hear that. I know everyone's got their idea on the most. Shoot, yeah, very interesting character. I'll have to say that. And so, yeah, let's have some discourse about that, bro. So you think he is a Freemason? What do you think? What do you think he's controlled opposition? Do you think he was placed to hold back the information? Which I thought I had a very interesting chat with Josh about that, right? And Josh brought up a very interesting subject, is that the reason why Steve did that is to guard this from people who wouldn't have the fortitude to push through that and to look at the information. But hey, I am not putting it by anybody. Yeah, to be planted. I just didn't catch that vibe from him as far as just general openness. I just had many long conversations with Steve, and yeah, I never got that kind of vibe from him. And I think Steve he will gauge how you treat him to how he treats you. And I thought, I didn't catch that he was really trying to be deceitful. Like I really see that with Dubé and Sargent and Math Powerland. I really, really do see it. It's very evident. So, yeah, Steve Izzy's a very good actor. But yeah, I wouldn't put it by anybody. So let's get back to the chat. And okay, so Ayers, says Paul needs to understand these three letters. Con. Oh, so like concave. I get it. That's funny. I never heard that before. No, I have. But yeah, like a rock. And Ayers says, yeah. Oh, Ayers, welcome. You're from Australia? Bitchin'. Where at in Australia? Come on. I'm in Australia also. Yeah, I should have put that together, right? Ayers, you're the rock. Duh. And now I get it. Like the rock. Duh. So what part of Australia are you locked down? Oh, bummer, mate. Sorry, Paul. You don't have a webcam or a mic anyway. Rip them out when I thought I was being watched and listened to through them. Yeah, that's understandable. Shit. So no phone? You can come on your phone. You know that. All right. And Paul says all info is allowed to be released by the elites. Flat Earth was to take folk away from concave. True that. And Steve makes folks ignore concave by claiming he's God. It's all tactics, and that could very well be. Could very, very well be. But he wasn't always saying that he was God, though. You know? Yeah, when he was disseminating this back when he had less traction, was back back when he started, and I believe it was like 2004, which that's a long time. And then so Ayers says contracts are conceived by con men to control the asses. I like that. How you said masses. Well, that's very interesting wordplay there. Really, why don't you, hey, Ayers, check it out. See that link right there? Come on, jump on in here. And you don't have to turn on your camera. And yeah, we have a chat. We'll have a chat. We'll talk about, we don't even have to get into a debate about the earth. It's like, yeah, I know we're locked in our ways, I think, but it's cool. We could have let's talk about Australia. What's happening? Where are you at? Where you at? Where you at, Ayers? Are you in New South Wales? Tell me, what NRL team do you root for, Ayers? Huh? And then I'll try to guess where you're from. Yeah, that probably wouldn't work. Yeah. So, Ayers, are you near the rock? Do you live in Alice Springs? Never been there. I'm going to try to make my way there someday. And then Paul says, I use Nokia. Oh, shoot. That's a Nokia. A Nokia. Oh, yeah. I used to have one of them. Shit. Man, you're full on, Paul. That's cool, bro. I mean, I get it. I mean, I should go back to a flip phone because I pay too much damn attention to this thing. It's crazy bad. I'm wacky with it. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm distracted. So thank God I am trying to focus a little attention to something that I believe is important besides stupid cryptocurrency. I mean, come on. Like what else won't I reach out for? So yeah. So you want to come on, Ayers? Talk about Australia. Talk about crypto. We'll talk about NRL. You want to talk some hockey? I don't care. Come on. You want to talk about the state of the earth? He wants to talk about the state of Queensland, Northern Territory, Victoria. I really want to talk to you if you are in Victoria. That's where the hard men live in Australia. Yep. Bitchin'. Wow. 200 hectares. Is that acres? Yeah, I think it is. Man, that's a big piece of property. Life is good, isn't it? I mean, life is, I can't, maybe I do complain a little bit too much because this country is amazing and I love it. Life is good and I want it to be good for everybody for a long time. And I'm just really struggling with what the government's doing to us. What do you think about that, Ayers? Was life better? I know it's kind of hard to compare, but are you having trouble with the mandates? Are you pro or for? What is your take? Are you just over it and can't wait to just get the fuck out and get over it? People, get over it. Excuse me. I got my mouse a little caught up. But anyway, all right. Life is good. I've worked hard for what I own, and God bless you, heirs. Amen. I mean, and we all want to, very important to be able to hang on to that. And I'm in fear that this government is on a path to where that land will be not your property anymore. You ever thought about that? Yes. If you have not heard of it, I urge you to go check the Great Reset. You see, because I believe this government has it in for you. And I believe they are coming for us all under the guises of social justice, climate change, vaccines, you name it, and the Great Reset, which is extreme socialism, which is communism, which is you own nothing. You own nothing and like it. Don't worry, we're going to take care of you. Oh, yes. Hey, oh my goodness. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. I have been looking for you, heirs. I just, you are a minority here in Australia. You know what the number one thing that people do when they hear my accent here in Australia? They will bring that up. They will say, you Yankees and your guns. Your guns. What about your dumb guns? And I have to do a little, my American backbone stands up and I say, listen, this is why we have those guns. This is why we have that, that beautiful amendment, the right to bear arms, right? The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and to be able to protect that, not by bigger government, by your own hand. I don't got time to call the man. I'm not looking for someone to come save me. I want the right to protect myself. And I don't have any guns here. All my guns are in America. And I don't have any here. And it's a damn shame. They do have the right, if you do have a gun, they have to come in and they supposedly check. You got to keep it in the safe and all these weird things. But you can own a gun here in Australia. So contrary to, and they're still happening here. Outlawing guns here did not work. It did not work. Home invasions went up. People still shooting people. People running people over. A lot of people stabbing people. People are just people. We cannot blame the gun. Can't blame the knife. Can't blame the car. I mean, the inanimate object is ridiculous to place the blame on. Yeah. So, Ayers is talking about he's got guns and he's on a property, 200 hectares. So you might be all right. Yeah. I think you're going to be good. I believe in you. And I'm glad you're here. Man, so where's your property? Are you inland? Are you don't have to. I know you probably don't want your location concealed. But do you live around red dirt? Is it that far in? Yeah, probably. Because you're Ayers, man, and you live on 200 acres, and which is it's a big piece of property. But as far as Australian properties go, it's pretty small. Yeah, I didn't know this, but someone let me in on this a couple of years ago. That Australia has the biggest ranches in the world. Yeah, they're cattle properties, and they're fucking massive. They have to use helicopters to round up cattle. I mean, make the King Ranch in Texas just look like a blip. Yeah. And then Paul says, it's not the size of your pea shooter that counts. It's how you use it. And I agree. And thank God for us, having the right to bear arms and to protect, protect us. We can't expect the government to completely rule every aspect of your life. I want. Okay, cool. I live in a place called Hales Creek. Google it. I will right now. Hales Creek, bitchin'. Well, welcome, New South Wales. Right on. Go blue. Go blue. Let me see. Hales Creek, New South Wales.
Here is a map of Hales Bluff, Catherine Hill Bay, NSW 2281.
Hales Creek, New South Wales.
Here is Dales Creek.
Does it not understand my American accent? Hales Creek. Oh, that's it. Okay, I got to go old school and type it. I'm such a gosh. And that's interesting. You live in Hales Creek. You live in Hales Creek and near Tamworth. Oh, cool. Country. Tamworth, the Texas of Australia. I guess it would be the Nashville of Australia, right? Yeah, beautiful. I had my aunt lived out there. Well, welcome. And it's interesting that you live in Hales Creek, and on this channel, I talk about meteors, right? It's like massive hail, like really big. So, yeah, just be on the lookout for some of that hail coming down. But yeah, I hear Tamworth is a beautiful place. Are you into country music? What do you love about Australia? You obviously got some horses, correct? You a cowboy? Or cowgirl? I don't know. I'm not trying to. Oh, is it Halls? No, it's Hales. Oh, shit. Halls Creek. Oh, shit. Sorry. I need to get my eyes checked. Halls Creek. All right. Let's try that one more time. Why don't you come on? Oh, Arcadia? Arcadia. There's an Arcadia, California. There you are. So yeah, no horses. You got guns, no horses. What do you do for fun out there? There any good fishing? I don't know. Do you guys got fish inland? Yeah, it looks Fiddle Town. It looks beautiful, man. Oh my God. There's mad friggin'. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's still green. Looks like some mountainous hills there, my brother. Horses? Nope. Nay. Ah. Yeah. What do gay horses eat? Hey. My horse joke. Yeah, it looks really nice. Well, Ayers, I live in Wallsend, New South Wales, which is a little suburb of Newcastle. Newcastle. That is right. I only sound like a Yankee. My mother was born in Wickham, and my grandfather was born in Carrington, and my great-grandfather was born in Carrington also. But my old man was a Canadian sailor. And he sailed in here inside the concave earth. He grabbed my mama, and they moved to Las Vegas, Nevada in 1959. My father went into the gambling business, and 6 years later, I was created. Oh, wow. So you bought the property in July of this year. Well, excellent. And did you move from a more urban environment to a rural environment? Why don't you come on and talk about that move? Did you foresee some things coming that you didn't like and get out of the big city? Hold off 1 second. I'm just going to turn off this camera for a hot minute. So yeah, man. So all my videos, I got to be careful. I keep on getting a bunch of. I guess they're not really copyright, but a lot of a lot of ad revenue is certain songs and stuff. Man, YouTube's algorithm must be pretty good. Oh wow, you made the move from Blacktown. Right on, man. Are you a Bunnies fan? If you are, man, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not a Bunnies fan, but Luttrell, I like to follow them a bit, though. I love that Latrell Mitchell. I think he is fucking amazing. What a great player. Yeah, Blacktown in Sydney. Holy shit. Man, that's got to be like night and day, huh? I have to tell you, Sydney traffic is fucked. Excuse my language. I really apologize. Yeah, Sydney. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I thought LA traffic was really sucky. But Sydney's like, man, LA is really bad too, but at least they have like freeway systems. Tigers. Benji, baby. The Toigas. That's how Aussies say that. Toigas. Toigas. Toy, like a toiga. Yeah, the Tigers. Scrappy team. Scrappy. I like that AJ Dewey. Is that no, not Dewey. What's his name? Yeah, Adam Dewey. That's his name. He's really good. I'd like to purge him, bring him to the Knights. Yeah, man, I really wish the Knights would have instead of Mitchell Pearce. I really wish we would have took Benji. I'm a believer in Benji. Man, that's an old badass dude right there. Yeah, the Tigers. That was a rough season last year for you guys. You know, it's tough. I think a lot of teams are trying to have a hard time adjusting to this 6 again rule. And I think a lot of the old teams were built a bit different. Yeah, backdoor Benji. Yeah, they're built a little different. And I think some of those teams are getting left behind, some of those thicker. Yeah. You've seen a lot of those players used to dominate, 3-4 years ago. They just aren't dominating like they used to, Your Joey Leiluas, right, of the league. And I think the game is just speeding up a bit for some of them. But anyway, if you're here, welcome. And if you want to join, ever join, we'll talk some rugby league. Shit. Talk about the shape of the earth. We will talk about the New World Order. LS. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I've been following rugby league for I guess solid about 7 or 8 years now. Love the game. Any Americans who are listening, do yourself a favor. I mean, I know it's sports and I know it's stupid, but if you enjoy sports, do yourself a favor. Turn on the NRL. Enjoy it. Yeah. A lot of good talent there, Ayers. There are currently, 3 punters in the NFL. Blocker Roach, huh? So you're dating yourself there, mate. So you're old school, right? I mean, my mom originally is from Newcastle here, and I've got deep roots here, and so and she moved back here in 2000, and that's right after the Knights had won, and so I kind of started roughly loosely following it, hearing about Johnsy, Andrew the King Johns. Yeah, what a player. And man, really, I'll tell you one thing about Australians. Man, we like to roast people under the flames, Even though, there have been some shocking, some things that the rugby league players have done that are really shocking. But like you get, like Andrew Johns got busted for, he had a hit of ecstasy. I don't know, some coke. And they just really man, poor guy. He's finally coming back from it. They have lambasted him. Oh, look at that. Right on. What is up? What's happening? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm having trouble picking up your audio. There you go. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing you or hearing you. Let me see. Edit. Let me see if I can Let me see if I can adjust your mic volume. Hello? Can you hear me? No. Maybe. Ooh, shoot, you're gone. That's right. Novocastrian, baby. That is it, man. Yes, I am a proud Novocastrian. I've learned to, love my Australian roots. I've been, like I said, my mother was from here, and then I came back here when I was a baby. I was about just walking, just learning to walk. I came over to, my parents introduced me to my grandparents for the first time. And then I went back to America, and I did not make it back to Newcastle until I was 12. And I came back here for a vacation. And wow, talk about Australia. And that was Australia. That would have been 1977. And what an amazing revelation that was to my life. I'm so proud to have Australian roots. I'm so proud to be a part of this country. And I just, man, and then I did not make it back until I made it back the same year the Pasha Bolker crashed. Did you remember that? The ship went into the beach here. A giant coal ship literally broke loose in a storm and landed on a beach here in Newcastle. And it was friggin' epic. Like, you would not believe how big those coal ships are until you've seen one up close and personal. Like, it took up the whole beach. Yeah, and that was so that storm was, shoot, I want to say it was like 2008, something like that. I'm not sure exactly then. Yeah, so yeah, I'm a Novocastrian. So yeah, I don't know who that was who tried to come on, but yeah, please try back again. I'd be happy to have you. Ayers, still hanging with me. Yeah. So that must have been a big adjustment out to the country. How do you like your neighbors? I'm sure it's a breath of fresh air, right? Not to have to sit in traffic. All that garbage. All that big city garbage, Whenever I get a little restless in traffic here in Newcastle, I just think back, to when I was driving a taxi in Vegas. Yeah, packed on I-15, not going anywhere. 77, you would have been 10 years old. So yeah, we are roughly around the same age. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, Australia in the 70s, man, it was like a dream, man. I just remember coming out here, and this is back in the day, man, when Australians loved Americans. You guys loved me. I mean, like, literally, I had packs of girls who just follow me around and you go, just talk. Just talk. Yeah, it was I just had an amazing vacation. Yeah, I bet you it is, man. Living in the middle of nowhere is a godsend. Yeah, it definitely has its upside. And I'm gonna be making a move shortly. I'm just waiting for the good Lord to prompt at the right time, because I do believe that we're gonna travel into a bit of a recession, maybe even a depression, and that if someone was to play things right, to sell their property or house at the right time and upgrade onto a piece of property where you can basically, yeah, kind of make that property your little refuge, your oasis, your little piece of Australia. So it's always good to get away from prying eyes these days, and yeah, and to be self-sufficient and to get a piece of land and to start to grow things and start to try to to learn how to survive. And whoever is back, welcome, and the link is on the screen. Please feel free to join me, like and subscribe to the channel. I'm just in here chatting to Ayers about Australia. That's what we're talking about right now. We are talking about the great country of Australia. And if you are curious about what is happening in Australia, please say hi in the chat. If you'd like to come on, you don't have to turn on your camera. But yeah, we are talking about right now being self-sufficient. Yeah, learning the old ways is not going to be a bad idea. And having a firearm is going to be a great idea. So what kind of critters, I'm curious, Ayers, what kind of edible critters are roaming around your land? And can you fire at will on them to consume them and put them, well, wrap them up into packages and put them in a freezer so you could sustain yourself in times of need? Because I know I'm thinking about that stuff. Where I live is, there's bush everywhere in Australia. And I'm just that kind of dude who used to hunt doves in America, doves, quail, lots of birds. I never have shot a deer, but I would definitely love to shoot a deer or an elk to consume, to provide meat. I don't know what y'all think about that, but I think when things get tough, and that's what we're talking about something is happening in the world that is not normal. And I think it's a good time. And I think if you're from anywhere, at least here in Australia and a lot of places in America, I'm sure you've seen supply chains breaking down. I know I have personally seen this little store down here completely, man, everything like you'd think that you'd want during some kind of a catastrophe was gone. No rice, no pasta. And now the whole toilet paper thing. I mean, people are just ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? So we're talking about that, being able to sustain yourself. So I want to ask you is, so what happens when that time comes when we do go down to the grocery store and there's nothing there? And do we have family we can lean on? What are they going to do? Are people going to share with you? Are you going to be able to get food? And then when you can't get food, what is going to happen? Like, if you're not thinking about stuff like that, if you're not thinking about going down to the bank and sticking your card in there one day and it just being shut off. I mean, it's happened before. It's very common. Financial institutions crumble. And if, from the word I'm hearing, it's a mad bubble right now, and there is some mad things on the horizon, and it's a giant push. And I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm talking about New World Order stuff here, and they're coming. And I don't care if you do not believe me. You might call me crazy or whatever, but this is a full-on push, boys and girls, and it's on. Everything's propped up. I mean, we can look at the stock market. It is propped up. America has completely been taken over by buffoons who are on some serious mad. I mean, this is where the world's going. See, they were waiting to do this, right? They thought old Hillary was going to get in, and they were going to do this in 2017. It would have been a done deal. But old orange man threw a plug in their wrench, and now we are later, and it's full on. I mean, and it's not just in America. This is worldwide. You see, these people are full on it. The Australian government's on it. They're on it. They're on the whole Great Reset, uh, uh, climate change. Uh, you know, uh, Stick this in your arm. Here, track you here, track you there. I mean, come on, haven't we seen this before? Like this is what's happening now, man. This and what we're talking on this. And they're trying to control this. So yeah. So Paul says, give me a wrench, and I will post a link to my Insta page. Okay, so I think I have to go to my YouTube channel to do that. Let me see if I can do that. All right. Hold on one second, my brother. I'm working on it. Okay, sorry, you guys. I am back. Excuse me. Yeah, my internet just took a dive. It does that on occasion, but I'm glad you guys are still here. So, yeah, Ayers, I am completely like a dumbass. So I went to the YouTube and tried to give you a wrench, and I don't know why it won't let me do that. So hopefully I will figure this out. But you can leave me links within this video here after it's over, or leave me links in any of my videos. And I will, in fact, do something better. I will give you my name, and you can look me up on Facebook. And yeah, you'll see me. If you're not on Facebook, I will give you here's my email. I'm going to put that in there in the chat. And I am also going to, give you my name so you can go check out, link up on Messenger. I even have Telegram or whatever. That is my name. Sean Milton, Uncle Milty Paradise. And I am there on Facebook. Yeah, so anyone, come on. And just like that, there was none. Someone's back. What is up? How you doing? Shoot. So, yes. Just going to check a message here.
Jacques Attali was an advisor to Francois Mitterrand. Probably definitely saying.
So, yeah. So, Ayers, what made you move from the big city of Sydney out to the sticks, bro? You got a wife, kids, family, looking for a change, working from home. Are you able to work from home like many Australians? They are, transitioning. I noticed they are scaling down businesses big time. The banks are shutting branches left and right. Many of the CEOs of large corporations have stepped down in the past couple of years. Many of them are preparing. Preparing for what? Yeah, preparing for lots of goody two-shoe things. We're talking Hunger Games, baby. We are talking a brave new world. We are talking 1984 control. That is what I believe is taking place within the earth. Within the earth, and the concave earth being one of the best kept secrets inside. Yeah, and that's what I believe is taking place. So what is your thoughts? Just had your eye on a piece of land. Wanted to get away. Yeah, that's what everyone's doing. That's what I believe a lot of people are doing, man. You know how much my houses went up in just the last couple years? It's phenomenally. The market is massive bubble here in Australia. It has went through the roof. I mean, I'm not talking, it's no mansion. It's just a common little Australian house. And yeah, it has went through the roof. put it this way, my neighbors, like they just sold their property next and they cashed. They almost got $1 million. And I think a lot of people are, selling in the city and moving, especially out of Sydney. God, the properties there just ballooned. So it makes sense for you to trade whatever you have for a big piece of property. Right? Yeah. What do you do, Ayers? What are you into? What's your trip, bro? Oh, bitchin'. You're a free man. Cool. Right on. I'm familiar with that movement, and I'm very down with it too. I believe I was born a free man too. Are we attacking admiralty law? Is that what we're doing? Bro, I'm down with it. I'm that kind of dude. Yeah, I really do. I mean, I really like to watch you guys work. Man, to hear watch some of those people, some of those freemen interact with police. Very interesting. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah. They're very, very cool movement, the freemen, right? Oh, I saw a very interesting video. In fact, and it was shot, and on one of those beaches around Sydney there. I don't know, one of them, Coogee or whatever. But anyway, it was an Irishman. He was sitting out on the beach, right? He was just sunbathing. Like there was nobody around. Like that's what's really cool about Australia. Like I go to the beach in the winter. It's just amazing. Like I'd go to California in the winter all the time and go to the beach. But Australians are like, they don't really go to the beach in the winter like the surfers do. But you'll have the whole beach to yourself. And he was just laying out there, and these cops come and they're freaking harassing him. They're asking for his, you're gonna write him a ticket, and he pulled that Freeman stuff on him, man. He pulled the natural law, God-given law, superseding all, trumping all their laws. Yeah, right on. You're a Freeman, bitching. So cool, so nice to meet you. So nice to have you here hanging out. Holy cow! Imagine that, a Freeman, a gun-toting Freeman in the middle of Australia. I want to see a cue in Australia. What's a cue? A cue ball? Cue, yeah. So I cannot. Maybe Paul. How do I give somebody a wrench, Paul? Or how do I give someone a wrench, Ayers? I know I did it before, and actually, let me see. No. Yeah, I went to the YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, and yeah, I couldn't click on your name. And here it won't let me click on your name either. Why don't you just post it? Why don't you just post it and I'll copy and paste it? All right. Do that. Just post it right here in the chat. Oh, so yeah, I could actually screen share it. I actually learned how to do that. So yeah, gun toting, a real Aussie, you're like a real throwback Aussie. Like my grandfather was that type of Aussie, even though he did give up his guns. But yeah, he's a hard man. I mean, like Australia was no joke back in the 70s, bro. In the 80s too, it was just a lot of freedom out here. Like that's what I remember about Australia, just being, shoot, even when I came out here, like 2008, 2009, it was cool. But I just noticed that, man, they've been ramping up the oppression. Not to say that it's that bad though, because you can like, I shouldn't be because like literally this country, you won't really get fucked with a lot by police, which is beautiful. And I'm saying this from an American's perspective. Like there are some things that I don't agree with, like the roadblocks and stuff like that, because that is illegal to, stop people, impede their progress. Like that is illegal act. And you have to have a right to, to think they have been accused of something before you approach them. And, and this is what we're dealing with. I mean, and now it's on. I mean, this gives them the right to approach you at any time, to look you up and down and go, look, like, where's your passport? Where's your mask? Did you check in? Like, I need to know that. And you have to have the right. All right. But they supersede the law, and they, these health restrictions, this is all a bunch of tyranny. And I'll tell you that right off. See right through this tyranny, and it is complete bullshit. And if you guys here in Australia are listening and you put up with this, you let them push other people around and don't say anything. You ignore what's happening. You dob in your neighbor, because he's not vaccinated. Don't you get it? This is it. They're going to separate, the few from the pack. What is up, Prolate Earth? Welcome back. And we're talking about the tyranny in Australia. There's a link right up there. Feel free to join. I love to hang out and talk. If you don't have to turn on your camera. If not, love to just communicate in the chat. And I'm just rambling on here about, and we're talking about the tyranny. And so once they, they established this, right? And this is the same stuff, that happened in Nazi Germany or whatever. They're going to separate people. And then soon, they're going to get rid of these people and oppress these people, and then take these people, and then soon you're the only one left. Like, and there's no one there to stand up for you. So so welcome, my Ayers Aussie mate, real old school Aussie. We're talking pre Port Arthur. Can we talk about Port Arthur, which I believe was a massive psyop? And I'm not exactly sure what took place, but I know one thing for sure. I know Martin Bryant wasn't the one, and I know Jeffrey Epstein didn't hang himself. So and so let's just go back to that, And I heard I have a relative who's just like, he loves John Howard. John Howard is like his hero. And when I heard, I wanted to throw up. I really did. And then we're going to hold up these people, right? Who have taken our rights from us, right? Stripped them from us, right? Underhandedly. And then we're going to thank them. And this is the way we go. So, little by little, they take this, they take that, and what do you got? I mean, and I've found that Ayers is onto something here with this Freeman, because these God-given rights supersede all, whatever some queen can dictate to me across a pond. And everyone will say, "Oh, Australia isn't controlled by England." Oh my goodness! If I hear this again, please, mate, that old bra's all over it. Yeah. Her name's on every park, street. And when it comes down to it, they say, oh, she doesn't control anything. She doesn't own anything. Are you kidding me? The Parliament? Yeah. Like, dude, this is their shit. We are the Commonwealth. I mean, we got Australian law, but I think whatever she sends down from above high to dictate to her loyal servants down here in Australia is what happens. Imagine what life would be like if Germany won the war. Imagine. Well, I'll tell you one thing that might be different. I do believe that Hitler's scientists and Hitler himself knew about the concavity of the earth. That might be different. But all in all, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. And what would the world be like if Stalin took it over? I think it'd been worse than if the Nazis took it over. I mean, if you look at the trail of death behind the communism, it's untold. It is brutality. So, yeah, I mean, American way isn't perfect, but I do believe that they were on the right track, right? They were the ones talking about God-given rights. They were talking about the right to protect your God-given right. And so that's an amazing, amazing thing to stand on, right? So let's see, a misunderstood fella in there. Ever I was one. Yep, I agree. I'm that also. Yeah, what do you think would have happened if Germany had won the war? Ayers? I think there's a lot of history is written by the victors. And I think we really needed a demon. And I think Hitler was definitely fit that bill. And then I think there were some things that just didn't quite add up. Like, I didn't realize it, but he had a lot of Jewish generals. Did you know that? Yeah. Yeah, lockdowns are Stalin's gig. Exactly. I mean, what we're going through, this is manifesto stuff. I mean, what we're living through, I mean, literally is, it's what they're pushing. It's Marxism. I mean, it's the Democratic Party. I mean, look at that. In America, that's what this is. That is the branch. And they are here to sow division and to break down capitalism in general. Yeah. Yeah, see? And so Paul says that Hitler was a devout Christian. And who knows? I mean, I think if you kind of do know about what Earth is, I think if you come under that understanding, like, I don't know, there's only a few places to go, because let me just say this. So what happens if you are confronted? Let's just say that you are confronted with the realization of God, like, just in general. What would that do to you? Say you aren't a Christian, say you aren't anything, and all of a sudden you realize, just say, for instance, God starts talking to you, and you either think you're crazy or God is really trying to talk to you. Like, what do? Do you just go, dude, leave me alone, shut up, I don't want to talk to you? Or what do you do? So obviously, I think that could start your journey. A lot of things has started your journey. What will really lock you into, really, what is it all about? What does it all mean? So I do think that history is written by the victors. And man, and like I grew up thinking we were the good guys. I grew up thinking, America was just, those stupid old beliefs that you had. I can remember, when the Twin Towers hit, when they were like, and I was bartending at the time at my father's bar, and man, and I was just ranting, dude. I was like everybody in America was like that, though. They wanted to go, We'll go to war. We're at war. Taliban or no, that wasn't even pre that. Sorry. Was it like, yeah, was that Desert Storm? See, this is the military industrial complex, man. So this, and I fell for it. You know, this is what you see on the news, and you go, man, what this is, dude? Look what's happening. And then we're chasing people around in caves, and like, and everyone wants to join. Yeah, we got Pat Tillman from the, played for the Cardinals. He went and joined up and got killed by his own troops. Like this, it's just one thing after the other. And then I grew up and I started looking at, man, like there are like legion in our government that is just friggin' brutally evil. And they are out to end Americans' freedom. I mean, and imagine that. You are a scumbag. If you're growing up in the land of the free, the greatest place on earth to ever live, more freedoms than have ever been handed down, drawn more people out of poverty, brought them up. I mean, like, it's not perfect, but it is, shoot, like the best example of anything these days. And to look into it and to see this, it's a play for your mind. Everything we're fed on the TV screen, everything. It's just to lead us exactly where they want us, right? To keep us in these endless wars. Anything they put a war on the end of, we got bad. It's like the war on drugs, right? The war, or the it's bullshit, right? They and also when they teach anything in school, right? So it's like sex education class, right? Sex education, right? So they're taking it so far, they are teaching our preschool kids about transsexuals. Like, and like, come on. Please. And this is supposed to be normal. This is supposed to be all right. Sex education, right? Like drug education, right? We got, people coming in the classroom showing us drugs. You know what it does to people, curious people? Which they're devious, which they're the ones. You see, this is a big trap. It's the war on drugs, right? And then they're going to teach your kids about drugs. Your kids are going to get caught up in this legal system. This is a perpetual motion machine of money. Yeah. We'll go to war against it, right? We're going to throw money at it, right? We are going to, man, we got some money to blow, right? You can't tell me this ain't going down. What old Joe left in Afghanistan? Black Hawk helicopters and just the money. Don't worry, we'll just buy some new shit. We need this. We need to borrow some more. Come on, this is a house of cards. Anyone can see through this. So I will engage with the chat here. Okay. I like my women to be like Building 7, going down for no reason. 9/11. Yeah, that's another thing, Building 7, they didn't talk about that. They didn't, like, they just, what was that, right? There's conspiracy theory that 9 out of the 11 people don't get it. It's an inside joke. It's funny. I get it. When did history manifest? Well, if you're asking me, I'm kind of a young Earth. I don't know. I believe the Earth is roughly 6,000 years old, something like that. So I guess, that's what I believe when it started to manifest. But you getting the accurate portrayal of that history is a very tough thing to do, because I've learned a lot of things in my life. And one thing I've learned that, if I can hopefully witness it with my eyes, if not, I could get some kind of video of it. And then I'm going to even be very skeptical. And even if I see it with my own eyes, I know how eyes can be tricked. So I'm going to try to get my most accurate portrayal of history and of of what's happening in the world. And I know it's tough. I mean, well, it's easier these days than it ever has been, and that's why why this is an information war. And why I'm talking about this stuff right now is because this is what it is, and this is how we view our world through a screen, and we get the news from where we get it. And I'm afraid that the majority of people get their news here in Australia from the NBN or the ABC or one of these. Oh my goodness. And I have never seen such propaganda in my life. I swear. It is relentless. I mean, they come on the news in the morning, and we're talking about the leader. I'm talking about so all the PMs from each different state will literally get on the news for an hour, and whatever one it is will say the word, that V word, right? They will drone it into your head. You can get this one, and the V, get the V, and yes, and it's so hard to listen to. It is so hard to just understand that people cannot see through this, and and I get it. Most people just couldn't. It's the same shit every day. They're going to talk about the cases. They're not going to talk about the deaths. And now they're reluctant. Like 9 people the other day dead in Melbourne, right? All double vaccinated. And this is the dilemma that we're going to get into, right? When we're going to get into 90% vaccinated people, guess what? One thing I know for sure, there are going to be a lot of vaccinated people dying, right? And I'm not saying it's from the jab, but the majority of people who go and die are going to be vaccinated people. And they want to separate me from them? Okay. So this is the history that we're seeing right now, and we're trying to be aware of this history. But I think if you talk to a lot of people, they would have a very different take on what's going on. And this is what the take of most people are. Like the majority of people have been prompting me to do the right thing, Sean. Like you want to go see your kids in America. You got to get home. I haven't been home in over, 2.5 years. You think like I would be the one, to just want to really get it. But like when I've been actively, understanding what I understand for years, and I'm going to go take it. No, I can't. I can't really do that. Yeah. So here I'm going to put this up on a read Anatoly Fomenko's book called History. Okay. So if you can see that, fiction or science, if you want to seriously question history, you can find the first book on interactive.org. Oh, cool. So is that like archive.org? It's amazing. God, man, did I spend some time in archive.org just looking up old concave books and maps, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So that is, exactly, because you've got to, everyone's got their own take on history. And whatever the mainstream is pushing, I like to question. I definitely do. I do. Okay, so what do you say here? Paul says that's the only issue I have with the trans thing is teaching it to elementary children. Keep it to high school when puberty hits, like sex education, and amen. Goodness gracious. I mean, would that be considered ludicrous that we're going to, it's like, leave kids out of it? I mean, come on. They got to come for the kids. They're talking about, I was watching Rogan, and they had that guy on for, he's CNN's chief doctor, right? And he just couldn't stop talking about the jab and pushing his vision of, us vaccinating 7-year-olds. I mean, these people are coming. They're not just coming for me. They're coming for our kids. They've been coming for our kids. And it is just brutal. It is brutal. And they are relentless because they know if they capture that generation, that's all they got to do. And it's a wrap. You see, there's a lot of pushback coming, though. There is such a thing as a silent majority, and you will wake them up. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm going to definitely give that book a read. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans to save the world. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Better save your own ass. Well, you can always ask God for help, but yeah, I think he is going to give you the power to be able to do what you need to do. Even if it is run your ass off. Read the foreword. I guarantee you will want to keep reading. I bet you I will. I'm definitely going to give that. I'm always looking for something new. You know, it kind of gets a little old. I'll have to say my research has gotten a bit stale. Yeah. You think Dubé is on that transgender stuff? Yeah, they did. Wow. They were pulling that stuff out. Man. Yeah. That's when Flat Earth was pretty entertaining back then, wasn't it, Paul? Huh? How do we like that, dude? Oh, I miss some of those Flat Earthers. God, I miss the entertaining Flat Earthers. What about, I haven't thought about this guy in years, is Antonio Subarat. What? Yeah, Antonio Subarat. Dude, do you remember when that dude made that video of him? Oh man, yeah, I know, right? It gets a little old. I mean, and YouTube's dead, Paul. You know, it's really dead. Like, remember how easy it used to be to find interesting things on YouTube? Now it's really hard. But then again, I think once you get to the concave Earth level, things really clear up. Yeah, it just becomes about most things I see. It's a lie. Everything I see is a lie, and that's the way I see it now. I mean, I see just a lot of. It's just mind-boggling. Yeah, I'm finding it hard to find things that resonate with me, that aren't just completely watching their wicked ass all the time. You never heard of Antonio Subarat? Oh man, he was part of the big time Flat Earth clique. He was this funniest dude. He's he was an Englishman living, or Spanish Englishman, and he was like living in England. And Patricia Steer, I know who you know who Patricia Steer is, right? Well, Patricia Steer, the Flat Earth Queen herself, she fell in love with Antonio Subarat, and he was a YouTube influencer. And so she, Patty, she, she's right in on the psychological operation, right? She was in with her little friend Mark Sargent, and the Master Mason brought her in to help bring a softer side, Flat Earth and other hot potatoes. Yeah. And so her and Antonio, man, they hooked up, right? Oh shit. You're smart, yeah. So yeah, they hooked up, and she moved all the way to England and shit. And yeah, and then I don't think he was in love with her, and yeah, he was mean to her. And they had a big Flat Earth romance and a big Flat Earth breakup. And it was, this was the time when the Flat Earth man had a lot of drama going on in the Flat Earth. Boy. Yeah, but anyway, somebody made a funny video with Auntie. If I could find that video, it had a song with it. It's really good. God. Yeah, but there was a lot of characters in the Flat Earth. Okay, so Prolate Earth at home with the family. Is this going to be a weekly thing? As then can make an effort. Please type absolutely. Absolutely. I am going to make it a weekly thing, more than weekly. I'm going to try to make some videos. I would like to, yeah. I'm trying to open up a healthy dialogue. I would like, oh shit. Antonio Subrat. You remember him? Yeah. So I would love to have you come talk to me, please. Yeah. Yeah, we could, and you could even, you want to bring some people? I would like to, yeah, just open up Discord, open up some discussion, bridge some gaps, come together, share information. Yeah. Yeah. So you remember Antonio Superrats. Do you remember the funny video that somebody did a little prank video? It was one of his friends, and it was really good. It was called Sexy. Oh god, yeah. There was some creative things. Are you in Australia? Prolate Earth. Are you in Oz? Man, that would be cool, man. Lots of Aussies. There, I am going to put the link back in the chat on the screen. Someone come talk to me. Yeah, so welcome. Prolate Earth. Do you have videos on your channel, Prolate? I have to go check it out. I noticed you subscribed to me. I should have hit you back. Man, I gained like I'm on fire. I think like 10 more subscribers. I'm coming up on 100 subscribers. Wow. Let me thank you. And if you have not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button, even though there's 2 of you here, and I think both of you are subscribed. So yeah, tell all your friends. Tell all the fellas. Any of the old flat earth crowd, I would love to open up some dialogue with them. Man, it's funny. I shouldn't say funny. Me and Josh were just talking about Rob Skiba and how I would really love to reach out and talk to him. And I think that unfortunately is not going to be possible. And there he is. See, now this is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. See, this is the kind of synchronicities that I look for in my life that prove that, yeah, something's happening here. I don't know whether it's telepathy or whatever, but there he is in the chat. The famous Zenith Atlas. Josh, what is up? There he is. Zenith Atlas. Please let me here. I'm gonna put it up there. There it is. There is the logo. This is Zenith Atlas channel. And if you were interested in looking at some very amazing photography of what I believe to be compelling evidence for the concave Earth, I heavily urge you to go to Zenith Atlas's channel. He has a mad playlist. Well, you're interested in amazing footage from a P900, and the only person that I know of to stick a P900 down 6 inches off the water and just take some. Wow. Incredible. So welcome. I just been hanging out. I actually had a nice chat. I am sowing the bridges of peace with the flat earth. I am opening up the channels of love and understanding. I'm going to do my best to reach out to that community, have some conversation. So we've been having a very nice chat in here. I sat down with a flat earther that I have never run across. And he was a very nice gentleman, good Christian. You can go look at the video. There we had a nice chat and we talked about a lot of things, and I told him a few things, and I think maybe he's going to be interested, and so it was cool, dude. What are you doing, Josh? What is happening in Michigan, man? You been doing any shooting? I am getting a drone very soon. So, and I'm going to be getting out, and hopefully I'll be trying to do a live from my phone. I don't know. I think I might need 1,000 subscribers, but I see some people who don't. And they do. So maybe I do it through StreamYard. I don't know. I'm technologically retarded. So if anybody wants to help me in any way, feel free. Like Josh, I don't even know how to add somebody, give people wrenches. I know I go into my YouTube channel and do that. Oh, I think I know how to do it. Shit. Let me try this. If I lose you guys for a second, just hang on. I'll be right back. So just hang tight. Nope, I can't do it. Such a moron. Yeah, I keep on trying to add people, or I'll figure that out. Right on, Paul. I'm going to try to hang out as long as possible. I'm not ready for bed yet. I'm just chilling, enjoying talking to y'all. Right on, Paul. Yeah. So you still here, Zenith? Still here, Joshy? Running out of things to talk about, man. I've just been droning on about the state of the nation. Let's check it out. What do you know about cryptocurrency, Josh? Bam. My AMP token is smashing. Yeah. My anchor. Bam. Get on it. Not all. Yeah, I'm crypto crazy. I'm crypto crazy. Not that crypto crazy, but yeah, I enjoy playing with it. It's fun. It is interesting. And I'm just trying to get down with the younger generation, you know, trying to understand StreamYard, YouTube, and Bitcoin, Solana, and NFTs. And what is up? There he is. There he is. What's up, my brother? Can you hear me? I'm getting a bad audio from you. That's better. Timeout. Gotcha. I'm going to take a timeout too. Yeah. What's up, dude? What's happening in good old Michigan? Yeah, so I tried to call you. I'll wait. Yeah, put your gear up there, my brother. All right. Well, that is Joshua James Bolliero, otherwise known as Zenith Atlas. Yeah, do yourself a favor. Go check out his channel if you got some time. I think you will enjoy it. Got some amazing playlist. Got some great video footage. In fact, he is the king of beautiful video footage. There he is.
Hi.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, guys?
Oh, not much, man. Just just trying to reach out. I don't know if you saw my video that I put out earlier. I tried to call you. I think it was yesterday when I found out about Rob Skiba passing.
You tried to call me?
Yeah, did you hear the news? Did you hear about it?
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I tried to call you. And I just thought it was it's just kind of like, like me and you were talking about reaching out to him, trying to sow some seeds of peace and just have a conversation, with that camp, some kind of healthy discussion. And so, yeah, I just felt, wow, that was really, a shame. And and it just made me want to kind of just reach out to the flat earth community in general, try to find some genuine people who would just like to come on and just talk. I mean, I don't want to, like shove shit down your throat. So I was just kind of
Yeah,
reaching out in my video, in that video.
Yeah, you just want to interview them and talk about their experience.
Yeah, I just want to, because really,
rather
in
than
general,
debate about the shape. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot more important things. There really are. I mean, and not that it isn't important, but I mean, like, we don't have to get off on that, right? Like, can we come together on some common things that we do agree on, right? And so this gentleman reached out to me. His name was Tony. I've never seen him. He's never made a video. He's been a flat earther for about 7 years, about as long as I've been a concave earther. And he is a biblical tied, believer, which is right on, and if it doesn't match scripture, then it isn't right. And so we had just such a great discussion, and there was some interesting points. He was very interested about the megacry meteors, and he's very interested about the firmament. He's very interested about the glass in the sky, about all the things that I was talking about, like where you could tell that he had never heard about it.
All the things that should perk someone's ears.
Yes. And he was actually pretty receptive. I know, because I was trying to be gentle, Josh, but I will, but I've got to go, well, this is what are the problems, with the flat earth. And the same, if somebody please come to me with concave earth questions and go, I don't understand this. Yeah, I'm all about it. And he was just really receptive. We had a great conversation, and I just felt, and there's some other people here in the chat, Probate Earth. So, and I'm starting to reach out and make some connections, and I'm going to try to build some kind of a healthy community here where we can at least, I want those people who present for flat earth, the big ones, anybody, to be able to come on and go, look, all right, like, we don't have to fight. Let's talk. How do we resolve these problems? How do we get over this, right? These anomalies, right? Whatever you want to call them, but there's a problem. There's a problem with, the southern stars. There's a real problem with Antarctica being an ice wall. There is a problem with the flights. There's also a problem with Pac-Man, and there's also, there's
lots of problems, right?
Lots of problems, and we got to just be able to talk about those problems, because there's still. I was just listening to Jeranism. He's just intellectually dishonest. He's still going on about flights. He still wants to change the southern hemisphere's flights. And Antarctica.
That's what I've noticed, is that
yacht race around Antarctica, and people circumnavigating, because literally, if you do say you circumnavigated the globe in a sailboat, you are literally circumnavigating Antarctica, and then you make a little jog up into the Pacific Ocean there a bit, and you got to go by up to a certain latitude, and then you can come back, and it's considered a round the circumnavigation of the globe. So there's just a lot of and they're still dying on those things. Mr. Thrive and Survive, he will not quit. He's just, it literally, I haven't seen him in years or like really listened to him. And I listened and it was the same thing.
The Flat Earth Banjo USA Japan Brazil guy too he just can't
No.
he just can't understand the great circle arch flight path on or in a sphere. He's always misrepresenting the spherical Earth flight path because he ignores the great circle arch. You know what I mean? So he's constantly misrepresenting a flight path on a sphere.
Yeah. And I mean,
which is directly going to correlate to flight path in a sphere.
So do you think it's crazy that that we could talk to them about these things and just actually talk to them about it without
I would now. When I first became a concave earther, as you know, like of course,
yeah.
We all go through that phase where we reach out to all the flat earthers and we're like, no, that was wrong. It's not flat, blah blah blah. And what I've come to experience is that most of the flat earthers, like we all suspect, like some of them are gatekeeping concave, and some of them are just genuine people that believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
We kind of put them into two different flat Earth categories, the honest flatties and the dishonest flatties. But
and
what
so
do
you think that the dishonest flatties just would rather avert the whole conversation to begin with? Like they're
that's what I'm saying is that even both camps, once the flat earthers will always have the mantra that, well, why flat earth matters? Well, because it proves creation, it destroys evolution, the Big Bang, it does all these great, wonderful things. And it's like, okay, well, if you're that adamant about flat earth, because flat earth breaks you away from all those lies, then how come when I take it a step further and say, okay, not only are we created and flat earth got us there, but now concave earth is going to show us exactly where that creation originates from, the location of the source of creation.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the shape of the earth doesn't matter anymore to the flat earthers. All of a sudden, the flat earthers who are out there on the sidewalk with the picket set and doing all this stuff to prove how good of a flat earther they were. All of a sudden, those same people, no, the shape doesn't matter now. Oh no. Well, we're just glad that we don't live on a spinning ball, and we don't need to fight over the shape. No, because that's division. That would be division.
And you know what's really funny, Josh?
That would be division. And then when you point out, well, isn't flat Earth versus heliocentricity also a division?
Yes. You see, this is the divine thing. This is what's happening here. And this is so genius of how they do it, right?
There's not that many genuine flat earthers, is my point.
Right. They lead both oppositions to a false paradigm. So right now, in fact, Paul was just talking about this. Paul Curran, he hangs out in Discord. I don't know what Discord is or whatever, but
well, scripture mentions Discord, which is kind of what.
No, I mean, there's like an actual app. It's Discord, and they argue.
I know. I never joined Discord.
I hear it's went
the
from
Bible
YouTube,
told me not to.
It's went from YouTube to over there. So that's where the battle lines. And what's crazy is they're both in there arguing against a faulty paradigm. It's like, wow, that's incredible. See how it works. This is how they're keeping people from the truth, is because they'll sit there and lead both of these false oppositions against each other, and then people get caught up. Good people get caught up.
And when you actually tell some of these flat earthers, no, you're stuck in a false dichotomy, they just they can't bring themselves to accept it. It's like as a flat earther, you're aware of you're already aware of the whole Republican versus Democrat false dichotomy. You're already aware of how false dichotomies are used. And when I, as someone who was both a heliocentric first and then a flat earther, as someone who's been already on both sides of the false dichotomy, for you to disregard my claims that it is a false dichotomy is kind of foolish
Do you
of
do you
someone
think
to
that
do. If I've been a flat earther and I'm telling you,
do you think it's all human? Do you think that AI is going to be smart enough to completely interact and
I
to
think
be able to lead oppositions? Because I've heard about this
I
AI
think
called
certain
Tyler.
elements of AI already are. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about this government AI. It's called Tyler, right? And it's when I was looking into quantum computing, right? And this fucking, it's like the CIA has been working on this in Texas, right? And it's an actual AI that can lead groups, right? It creates its own videos. It's marketed like to lead whole opposition groups. Literally being able to put videos together to for push
Could
whatever
make its own 200 proof. Yeah.
Yes, completely. Right. And two, and a lot of good people get caught up in this, and they really do. And I think a lot of those people in the chats will turn some of those good people trollish. They're just people that are looking, and they're flat earthers. They want to be in. They're not, they don't know all, because I can tell the comments a lot. I had a guy comment, "I'm going to send you a video, by Eric Dubé," and I was like,
right, as if we never right.
I like, all right. I haven't. I've never watched Eric Dubé's proof.
Right.
No, I've never seen any of that stuff. Are you kidding me? I consumed
Not only
it.
have I made like multiple response videos to this guy already, that you think you're going to clue me into who he is. I love
goodness.
it. I understand it and I recognize it because I was an arrogant flat earther. So now when I see other arrogant flat earthers, I'm honestly, I'm still seeing myself in them. So I already know how to handle them because I was them.
I love them.
I'm humble enough. I'm humble enough to admit that I was too arrogant.
My best friends are ex-flat earthers. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Like my best friends on the internet are ex-flat earther. Craig, all these people that I've met are like, I'm tight with you guys. And it's just so friggin' crazy to me that I have been, not only I wasn't a flat earther, but I put a lot of time. Flat Earth was my soap opera. It used to be so entertaining. I was just talking about Antonio Subarats and the whole, oh my God, the sexy video came out, the Flat Earth conference. There was Mark Sargent, riding some young chick in the Flat Earth hotel room. And I was like, God, this is golden. This is just, yes. And then we had,
I work out.
Yeah. And we had, it was, you had Flat Earth and hot potatoes, and then the whole Subarat, Patricia Steer romance, moved to England. Like this was, you can't miss TV. What was his name? Quasi Luminous or Quasi.
Oh yeah.
Remember him?
Cut ourselves
he
in charge
literally, yeah, like cops. You remember when cops came in and fucking tackled him and shit? Do you remember that? Oh my God, this is can't miss TV.
Quasi got raided.
Oh my God, yeah. You didn't see that video?
I didn't hear about that. No, when was it?
He's like, he's Coco.
Was it recently?
Crazy. And he was like a beautiful mind, he's got shit cut out everywhere and pinned everywhere. And they literally ran in there, dude. I felt so bad. He was screaming like a baby. Oh my God, them cops. He was like, trying
Which is surprising because he's supposed to be some sort of genius tough guy. So far above the rest of us. Yeah, still stuck on flat Earth, but he's smarter than the rest of us.
Dude. And then, Poncho Pete be trapped in his flat, and the cops trying to throw him out as the landlords come to throw you out, and he you talk about just
he should have been taking his stuff, but he was still live.
Yeah, I don't want to say that. I love Poncho. I love Poncho, but I think some mad shit went down on YouTube. I think he had a problem. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
I
I won't
remember.
talk.
Yeah.
I won't talk about that because
No,
you know. But
no.
man, this
Hey,
is
I
just,
wasn't there. I don't know anything, so that's the
it goes on, and this
perfect
has been,
reason for me to just not talk about that.
yeah,
Because
this
I
has
don't
been an
know. I wasn't
interesting,
there.
right? Right. I mean, it's been a real wild ride. You know, not to mention like who the guy that we watch his videos. This, you know, LSC. Not to even get into that whole
Yeah, he's not
thing,
toxic
right?
at all himself either, or anything like that.
Like that whole when he went to Stephen went to remember he went to the Netherlands to the Flat Earth conference and presented. Did you see that?
That's the one.
Oh, that was classic.
That's the one where he's got his computer set up on just a table, right?
Yeah,
So he's got
and he's just
projection.
up. He's up there in front of the whole Flat Earth conference, and he's just full blown Steving them with Stevie, you know, Stevie Concave, you know, very beautiful, you know, well played. Like Flat Earth has got nothing on, you know what I mean, on that.
Right.
And they were, you should have seen him. Like he's here. I got answers for this, and this is this, and this, and they had nothing. Like the presenters were, what do you do when you go to the
Water
Flat Earth
always finds its level, bro.
Yeah, is that what you do? You bring a level? Do you go, yeah, that's how it works? And the ice wall, dude, yeah, they do. They sell Flat Earth, buy this model. You know, it's like that guy was selling, yeah, but they really, they don't have a lot of answers.
No
And
coincidence
I find that
there,
clear.
right?
There's still no answers. 7 years later, and I'm back in it, and they draw me back in again, and there's no answers. So I'm just here to go, just in a
no
kind
one's
way.
responded to my footage at all.
Yeah, just in a kind way. I would be like, I want to open up a dialogue, like maybe like Joe Rogan. You know, I'm not going to really like. I just want to have a conversation, a long form conversation with people about whatever. It's cool, you know, and we could talk about the differences, and I just want the real. And I'm not trying to, I don't want to cause division and fight with people. And
No.
everyone's got their right. And I think if you're can be honest enough to open up dialogue. Go ahead, bud.
No. Right. I don't think you're going to find a lot of takers. I don't think you're going to find a lot of flat earthers that are going to want to be willing to speak with you because
they're going to get.
You're presenting another model where we can see really far, and so immediately their confidence is out the window because they know they can't go any flatness. They know that.
Yeah, it's there are a lot of missing pieces in that puzzle. You know, I'm really grateful that and I'm not saying I'm right or anything, but I mean my suspicion is that I am on the right track. That I can't answer a lot of these questions that when I look in on the movement 7 years later, and it's
dead in the water.
They're still wondering.
It's dead in the water. Although at least the flat Earth community is still they're still setting up meetups. They're still meeting.
Oh, they're there.
Public.
They're in.
Where the concave Earth community, we're too small to do that.
We're small.
Yeah, I tried to host one. I hosted a concave Earth meetup on September 11th, 2020. And there was hardly anybody showed up,
Well, I think
a couple local people that knew about it, but no one came across the country to see this concave water.
Yeah, I think we could make a change. I really do. I think we could effectively make a change and do some things different than has happened within. Yeah, but that's just that's just people. I understand there's going to be drama. The chat. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to just take a look at.
Yeah, Paul's going to be back. He's had to run for some breakfast, but yeah, we've had a healthy dialogue. It was really cool when I had the flat earther on. He was just he was a real dude. He was just a real dude in the comments, and I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't even know how to send people a link. I just got to link them in the comments.
Was this live stream that we're in right now?
Yeah, so I linked him.
Really?
I reached out, and not only him, there's quite a few others that I think want to just come on and talk. Cool.
That's good. That's great. If there's any,
Yeah, I just want to do that.
If there's any right now.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, my Rob Skiba video. That's where I got him. I did. It was clickbaity a bit, but this is how
go
you
Rob
have to do
Skiba
it,
up there.
right?
You'll get their attention. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the whole reason why I do like toxic shit, is because there's no such thing as bad publicity. You know what I mean? That's why every once in a while you'll be watching one of my videos or you're looking at some of my posts and you'll be like, I don't know if Jesus should be acting like that.
Yeah.
But you know,
I'm creeping up on 100
if that's what it
subscribers.
takes to reach if that's what it takes to reach that one lost sheep, then that's what, you know.
Oh yeah, so I met this another
Called making a
lot of
sacrifice.
Aussies been in the chat. A lot of Australians been in the chat, and in fact, our flat Earth friend Tony earlier tonight, he was very interested in the stars here in Australia. He was very interested in. Yeah, I think it was. He didn't understand that there was a pole star here, Sigma Octantis, with the opposite rotation. That was. I think that was I think he.
And this person lives in Australia?
No. And then so I had a bunch of Aussies in my chat. One of them is Ayers, right? And he is a crazy Aussie. He's an anomaly. He is a gun-toting freeman. Yeah. And he lives out he just bought a ranch. 200.
So he's an Australian who's legally allowed to carry a firearm.
Yeah, you can get a gun here. You can. You have to, apply for it, go through certain criteria. They can come and search in your house for it. You have to, just same kind of stuff. Like people think in America, you just go get a gun. No, you have to be able to, if you're a freaking got domestic violence and things against you, you cannot obtain a firearm.
Criteria. You can't have any felonies or violence.
Yeah, we were going on. We were talking about the Port Arthur here, the psychological operation that they pulled on the Australian people, and you know about that, right? It was in Tasmania. Supposedly Martin Bryant, intellectually disabled young man, went on a killing spree, and in fact, like trained military gunmen have never seen a kill rate as high as this guy had, right? And then all of a sudden, shortly after that, I think there was 27 people killed there, right? And shortly after that, the Australian people were turning in their guns. Oh, John Howard called for the gun buyback. All the Australians came with an arm like this, full of guns.
Here you go.
Give them up. I gave them up. I gave them all up. Make it safe. We're safer here. We're so safe here.
That's like pulling the goalie for the whole third period. It's just like dumb. Dumb. I don't care how much you're losing by. You're not gonna win by pulling your goalie for an entire 20-minute period. It's just dumb. Right. You're gonna lose worse.
It's like a car that run down 27 people. You outlaw all the cars. Like forget bring in all your cars, because we're done with this shit. All right.
No more chef
no
night.
More.
We've had enough. Yeah.
In fact, bring in your fucking motorcycles too. Dangerous fuck. Yeah. You'll be. Yeah. That's what this is what we're talking about. This is what they want to make you safe. We'll protect you. We will protect you. We need more money, more government to protect you. We need more cops to make sure you're safe. Safe. And if you make too much noise, we'll put you somewhere real safe.
They even have all kinds of demasculating and products that will ruin your testosterone levels and your sex drive. And they're trying to take
they're doing that for
every man's last weapon.
They've been doing that, bro. That's the fluoride. That's the way we eat. That's when we
giving up your guns, that's your firearms. That's one way to lose all your weapons. But when they come after when they come after
Yeah, but
Johnny
yeah,
Rocket.
that's the last line. Because really, to tell you the truth here, we're not a heavily policed society. We never were here. Like you don't see cops here. Like before all this shit, right? I'll go weeks without seeing a cop here. And I live like in the city, but I'm not saying if I stray out, I might be lucky and see one. Like, and they're not mean, or the chicks are hot. Like, we actually have the hottest cops you ever seen. Beautiful. They're not like, at least in Vegas, like those girl cops are like, they're pretty tough. Look, they don't look like, these are like, and they're all, a lot of them are young. I think a lot of the older ones are retiring because they don't want to get the shit and they don't want to police this bullshit. They're tired of it. Everyone just wants to go back to normal, right? But the government, once they go to
such thing as, there's no normal to
like
go
baseball.
back
to. Government's like baseball, they go to first base. They go to second base. We're not going back to first. We'll never go back to first. We're on the next.
There's
right?
No reason to.
Yeah. We ain't going back. You don't have
Only in the event of a fly out will you ever have to run back to your base.
Yeah, and so they just keep on pushing further and further, and taking a little more and a little more. And this is it. This is this last little effort of somehow for us to talk about things on the internet. That's really, they've done a job on that, huh? Freedom of speech.
On the censorship. Yeah.
Wow. It's too much.
Technically, they can censor the shit out of us without interfering with our freedom of speech, because they can just censor us so nobody sees us. All the while, we're still free to say whatever. They still let us say whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
So we haven't lost our freedom of speech, even though they control our audience. So our freedom of speech becomes useless if we're not reaching anybody.
Yeah, and we're not talking about concave Earth. We know you guys are just ignoring that. We understand. We understand that.
It's just the whole. Yeah, that's the one. Like, we even had a joke, between Sam and Cheryl and I years ago, when we were all still, a little 3 peas in a pod, if you will. But we used to have a little phrase, a little saying, and the little saying went, "It's anything but concave mode," for
anything but that.
Well, you're right.
Dude, in fact,
if let's say you're a naturopathic doctor and you have a big voice. They'll come kill you. It's not like you're immune to punishment, as long as you talk. But I'm just saying, like, none of the truthers on any of the platforms want to address this elephant in the room. And
no. But there are.
It's like 1 in a million, like that, and that's why we already know most of the concave, because there's hardly any of them.
But I was actually I went on YouTube the other night, and I was just digging, and I was actually finding a lot of German content for concave.
Tons. Yeah, I think they have one of the
Germans are on that
Facebook.
Shit,
I think they have one of the largest Facebook groups. Is the German concave community?
What's his name? Wilhelm something, or what? I'm trying to think of this German concaver dude that Steve is to talk to on his channel, or reference. And there's a bunch of German concavers. And somebody brought it up in my chat. They said, "Hey, what do you think the world would have been like if Hitler won the war, if the Germans won the war?" And I thought we probably know the concave Earth information would be out. And we were talking about, I think, a lot of what's written in our history about, of course, the enemy, Nazi Germany, the worst, right? And in my time, I'm learning that I always thought we were the good guys, and truth is,
There
Who
weren't
knows?
any. There weren't any good
Working
guys.
it,
There
right?
was all just a false dichotomy. It was evil
Yeah,
Jews versus evil Germans.
yeah.
There was
It's
no
who's
right
going to control,
side.
right? Yeah,
Yeah, there was no matter no matter which side you defended, you were wrong. You were in the
exactly.
wrong.
Yeah,
So like Republican,
someone's going to
Democrat,
win.
wrong.
Someone's going to fill the
Heliocentricity,
void.
flat Earth, wrong. Jews versus Nazis, wrong.
Right.
Like it's all wrong. Just
Yeah,
stop arguing.
yeah,
Jesus
exactly.
versus Yeshua, wrong. Like just
Wrong.
stop. Just stop it. Damn it.
Yeah. No shit. Amen. Fire up. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Oh man, the lockdown has ended. The lockdown has ended, and God has dumped a fruitful bounty on my lap. Yes, and
Lockdown
so
ended? What do you mean
oh,
lockdown
well,
ended?
yes. Well, for the vaccinated, right? Which basically that's like everybody except for me. it's like everybody except for me, but I just can't go
Oh,
to the.
are you
I'm not
saying
allowed
the
to go to
vaccinated
restaurants.
people were locked down, or
Yeah, no, they got freedom. They're allowed to go in restaurants. They're allowed to go to concerts. They're allowed to do all those things because they have a vaccine thing right on their phone. I am not allowed to go in a restaurant because, and a lot of people won't serve unvaccinated. But then there are some funny motherfuckers, and I've seen one sign, right? No vaccinated people allowed.
Right. Yeah. I've heard New York City is like that very much. Gestapo,
because
like there's a lot of business owners that don't want
can you
unvaccinated.
imagine? Can you imagine, Josh? Like I ran my father's business, right?
The reverse
I was in the
side,
bar
yeah.
business, right?
No
And there are
vaccinated
literally
people.
in Vegas, you're in the bar business. Guess what? There's bars on every corner, right? Your competition, it's fierce, right? So you've got to be nice to people. You got not like in Australia, you can just fucking tell them to fuck off, go drink somewhere else if you don't give a shit, right? You're getting paid by the hour, but everything deserves on that, right? You want to captivate that customer, you want to get them coming back. And so imagine you've been out of business for 2 years, and now all of a sudden you come back in business, and they go, "Oh, check it out, bro. You're only allowed to go 60% occupancy, right?" And so you're just, I don't know how much money they think a business makes, but a regular average bar or whatever, we're knocking down pretty good money, but you cut us down to 60%. Now we're hurting. And now I've got the police motherfuckers. Hey, yo, you vaccinated? Can you imagine? Can I see your vaccination papers, please? Can I see your passport? Let me see that. That's how it is. Like here you have to check in. Like before the lockdown, like if I wanted to go watch the football, right? Gotta walk in. I've got to open up my New South Wales health app, right? It's got all my information in there. I've got to push the COVID safe check-in, right? And then I've got to go up to the thing and hold the little thing in the QR code, right? And then it QR, boop, and it says check in. You got to push check in, right? And then you're allowed to walk in the restaurant with your mask on, right? You're allowed to sit down at the table, right? Granted, the bar still, there's no occupancy. It's still allowed. Funny, go wherever, right? So you got to go sit down at the table, right? And they don't have bar stools. People don't sit at the bar, right? So you sit down at the table, you can take your mask off. And then you put your mask back on and you go up to the bar and you got to order a drink because they don't got waitresses. There's no such thing as service in Australia. They can give a fuck about you. Come spend your money and get fucked, right? And come get your own drinks because we're not bringing a waitress or in fact, we're just going to have a bunch of kids behind the bar who don't even know how to make drinks. And we're just going to pour beers. And literally they don't give a shit. And then you freaking got to go back to the table, take your mask off. You literally want to go to the bathroom, put your mask on, walk to the bathroom. And it's like we're sitting right next to each other. I'm walking out to the smoke. Oh, you're allowed to smoke out there with all the healthy people and with no mask on. But then when you're walking, it's just fucking, I go, go to this guy, go, you don't think this is like fucking theater? This is retarded. I'm like, this is like fucking retarded, right? And you go, you think? And I'm like, yeah. And they're all, you're American? I'm like, yeah. And like, he's all, I go, this is a bunch of bullshit. He goes, what? You don't believe in this? I go, fuck no. This is a fucking psychological operation. I just let them have it, you know? There's about 6 of them there. And they just look at me and they're like, they can't fucking believe it. Like some of them were like receptive. Yeah. But like a couple of them are like, the hard nosed, like the younger generation, right? And they wanted to, you know, like, you know, you're Americans and what news you listening to? I said, bro, I get it from all over. Like you have no idea, right? We want to get into it, you know, and then me and the younger one, we're friggin' on it, you know. We're obviously, they hear my accent and we're into the gun fucking debate immediately. We're into, you know, it's just on. And I'm just, you know, talking about, you know, freedom and shit like that, you know, like just, right, ridiculousness, right, and control. And,
Something they currently
you know, like,
aren't
you guys don't see
experiencing
through
at all
this
that
shit.
Americans are, you know.
Yeah, I go,
We got the
this
fucking
QR code. I go, you guys aren't getting this. They're not getting it. Literally, our government is straight talking about the Great Reset. We've got the World Health lady coming on, says New World Order.
Use the words New World Order.
New World Order.
Couldn't make it any clearer. If she did,
like,
she obviously tried to make it very, very clear.
Right.
She did not hide it one bit.
Now we're talking all this great, we're talking net zero by 2030. Some crazy shit like net zero. Literally, we are sitting on the biggest pile of coal. We supply the world with coal. I live in the biggest coal port in the world, Josh. We have the highest power bills in the world here. We are anti-nuclear. We will not do any of that stuff here, but yet we pay these exorbitant bills, and they want to go net zero. They're going to outlaw cars. Fucking A. Because where do we're going to have electric cars? What the fuck powers those
electric cars? That's what they're doing here in America, switching to electric, which I actually think that's a good move. That's free energy.
Nuclear, electric. I think it's good, but I mean, like they're you have to plug that shit in.
We don't need nuclear energy.
No, we need. I mean, look, we need energy, right? We need. The world wants energy. The world wants.
Well, real concave Earth provides free, unlimited energy. Yes. That's the whole. That's what the whole Rockefellers didn't want the world to know.
God, that would be right if
they had
the concave Earth, you will understand why Nikola Tesla wanted and understood how power works, how he was going to power the entire Earth, and it was going to power it, right? And it was going to be free energy, and you wouldn't have to plug anything in.
But along with that knowledge came a lot of residual knowledge that would have been dangerous for mankind, for the wrong people to get.
I agree.
And that's how the governments of the world, you know, justified their own behaviors by stealing and suppressing that information, is because they thought they were doing it for public safety. All the while, of course, it led the whole world to be enslaved the way we are now. So great fucking choice. Fuck you very much.
So
but
this
Tesla should have been known rather than Einstein.
So amazing that stuff was taking place that many years ago, and you think, what do you think they're doing now? Oh my God! Like, it's scary, you know, with the quantum computing. And I believe that quantum computing, it is an actual. I don't know if they can. It's called Project Looking Glass or something like that. But I think they're actually peeking into the future or something, getting some kind of glimpses, predicting. So I was looking into this Tyler, this AI, right? And it was developed in Texas, right? And how I found it was some kooky guy on YouTube, right, was talking about it, right? And he was in a hospital bed and he said, like, Tyler did this to me. And he's like, he worked for what's the fucking, not the Koch brothers, but one of those fucking, he was like a techie, right? And he was talking all this stuff about Tyler, about this AI, right? And then I heard this fucking Austin Steinbart fucking kind of psyop thing that was tied in. That's tied in with LSC. But he was talking about this quantum computer, right? And then so I started to research this quantum computer, and there's quite a few of them around the world. And so they played this game with regular computers like the ones we're using right now, right? And it was just a random chance game, right? The AI would play it against humans, right? So, and it was just odds are even, heads or tails, right? You're just guessing, right? You're just guessing, and it's playing against you, and it's trying to guess, right? And it's just a little simple game, and the computer would win like 51% of the time, and humans about 49% of the time. So pretty, pretty random, pretty even. Like, and I heard they play this with Tyler, and guess how many times they win? So Tyler wins 96% of the time. 96% of the time. And they say it's not the humans, it's just like a 4% error that he's made, that it's made, that it's still getting smarter. And it is like, so the way these quantum computers work at a super cold, right? Like super, like it has to do with things being in two places at once, right? So we're actually talking about like time travel basically. It works on graphene and lasers, where a regular computer works on silica, right? Like, you know, so that's the difference, and it's got to keep it like a sub-zero, so many degrees below zero, right, for it to operate properly. And I think it has something to do, because that's when this, like, they shave this graphene super thin, and it actually becomes like in a superposition, right? And so these quantum computers are just so fucking strong and so fucking like crazy intelligent. In fact, there's a show. Oh my God. It's a rad mini series, right? And it's about this exact thing. I'm losing you, Josh. I'm not hearing.
No, you're saying, no, I just had an epiphany, maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
You're saying they have to keep these computers that are made with, that they use graphene and lasers.
Yeah.
You're saying they have to keep this super cold.
Super cold.
That would be easier to do in Antarctica, now, wouldn't it?
Oh my God. I didn't think about that.
Huh.
Wow. Right. But I think it's got to be even colder than that.
No, but I'm just saying,
But
if
it would
you're
help.
in a place, but if you're already at a place where it's negative 20,
Dude,
it's probably easier to keep something at negative 100.
Dude, that's the shit. You know what the
right?
big
Rather than
thing
trying
is?
to do it in Arizona.
See, computers are
bad place to try to keep something at negative 120 degrees, right? Arizona. But Antarctica seems like a much more logical place to keep something cold.
That's interesting. I've been kind of crypto crazy. So I've been just playing around with crypto lately, and just, investing a little bit and looking into it. And man, so I was looking at these giant facilities that mine coin, right? Mine Bitcoin. And it's, my God, they have these little robots, right? They're not robots. It's like a computer brick, right? And that's all it does, right? And there are literally these warehouses that are just stacked full of these suckers, right? And they put out so much heat that these things are designed. There's water in the walls, right? To cool, to keep them cool. Actually, like, have these not air conditioned, but it's like,
insulation.
Yeah. And these facilities are massive, right? And they have to be kept. That'd be the shit if they friggin' put them on Antarctica. Bitcoin mining. There's a lot of industry in that's big. Is this crypto mining is very expensive because the power consumption is like out of this world. It's not very green. Isn't that's what's so funny is the people who are pushing this, oh, we're gonna go zero, right? We're gonna go net zero by, right, because, and they're running all this computing power, like, it's maddening. So it's like and these friggin' it's all a data war, but that quantum computing shit is very interesting. And I think they're like actually, so I watched this this show, and I'm trying to think of it, and it was just it was on like Netflix or one of those networks, or no, maybe it was like a mainstream network, and it was all about them developing this quantum computer, right? And it was just like a new project, real super secret project that this guy was working on, this Silicon Valley guy, right? And he had like about 5 of these amazing computer hackers like working on this project, right? And it is a quantum computer, right? And they're so what they're programming, and it's learning, right? And it actually like starts to show pictures of the past, right? So they like, when it starts to work, when they start to program it right, and it gets smart, it starts to like, and it shows the crucifixion of Christ, right? And so they're able to like peek into future or past, right? And so that was what the whole premise of this is. And so that is what's supposed to be going on within our white hat, black hat, if you want to get into that whole, I don't want to even talk about the stupid Q-tard movement, but I think a lot of that, there is like some certain aspects of that. And that's what, let's talk about this Austin Steinbart character. I don't know if and he is kind of tied to Stephen Joseph Christopher. And I don't know if you ever run across an Austin Steinbart. Here, let me just say real quick, shout out to the chat. R3, we got 3 watching, and Prolate Earth, what is up? And then Paul's still here, and I don't know who number 3 is, but I am going to throw a link in the description, and you can come join us and just say, what is up, this or that or whatever. And so if you'd like to join, please do. Like and subscribe. And so this Austin Steinbart crap, dude. So I haven't been interested. This is what I do, right? I like to go on YouTube and try to find interesting characters. I'm sure like everyone else does. I don't know if you do it, but I'm in search of the strange, the wonderful, the undiscovered, the a diamond in the rough.
Not too many people are looking for boring, right?
Yeah, this is kind of how I did my journey.
We're looking for something that grips us.
Yeah, on YouTube. I can't find whatever that is by being skeptical, like that. I don't like the way that looks, or what. I just, my philosophy was, I want to hear what you got to say. And so I kind of would listen, and I want to learn. And man, I run across so many incredible people, whether you're like a Eric Dollard. Eric Dollard? He's incredible, right? Like I learned a lot. Like just Jordan Peterson. I don't know. I don't care who you are. Even, just Lord Stephen Christ. And these interesting, very interesting people. And I haven't found a very interesting people in a long time until when the whole election thing was happening, right? And so this Austin Steinbart, God, I wonder if he's still got videos up. He probably still got some people, right? Austin Steinbart comes out and says that he works for not the NSA, some security agent. They're the good ones.
I forget which one it was.
Agency, and they're the good ones. They're it's not the whatever. But he starts coming out publicly and saying all this stuff on the internet, right? Talking about the FBI being corrupt, talking about how he's going to be, how there's going to be a new space force. He said he was
going to be commander in chief
of the Space Force.
Commander
of the Space Force, yes.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Yes. All these outlandish claims. And then, like, I look out for this stuff on YouTube, right? Like, he's saying wild stuff. Like, I know from this movement, if you go talking about these certain 3-letter agencies, and they're going to get some attention, you know, and you say like, they're going to come. I know this. So that's why I found it interesting. I was like, this, like he's going to buy guns and like showing off this Russian gun, but that wasn't like the illegal, but then he's going in installations. He is literally walks in. He's a computer guy. He's
computer guru, hacker guy.
Yeah, he has a point of sale business. That means they run all the keypads and shit, right? Point of sale is like that's what he does, but he's a computer, like, and he walks right in this
shit I don't even understand. So.
crazy secured facility,
way
right?
over my pay grade. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, but he goes in this facility and he's saying hi to the people, and he's going in there and he's just showing him, like, you know, in their whole data system, in their computer, showing he showed medical records from some
He makes a compelling argument. Yeah.
And
get exactly all the shit he claimed, but he made it look compelling. I agree.
Yeah, he really did. Like, it was like, and he was the one who was talking about these quantum computers. And he was talking about how the government really, like, has been friggin' time traveling, for a while now.
Well, if time travel is possible at all, that means it's always existed.
Huh?
If time travel is possible at all, that means it's always existed.
Yeah.
Think about that. Because as soon as time travel is invented and you learn how to use it, now you can go to any point in time, which means that point in time way back there was still subject to influence from. Which means it's always existed because you can go, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's why they have to be super, like,
with the assumption that with time travel grants you the ability to move anywhere in time. Assuming you're allowed to move anywhere in time, then the phrase becomes true. That it's always existed. Because let's say time travel exists, but you can only move 3 years in one direction or 3 years in another. Then my statement would be false. You know?
Yeah. So he was saying a lot of things, right, that caught my attention. I thought, now this is compelling, because I am looking for a soap opera to watch, Josh. I am looking too, because I've run out of information to look at. I mean,
now you're just looking to be entertained. Yeah, I know.
I need something new.
You need to take a break from the learning.
Bring it to me, you know? And then I find that this
guy, on the jesters.
Yeah, this kid is like, he's saying crazy stuff. He is saying crazy stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, I know what comes next, because I've been watching this YouTube thing for a while, and this is real life, and I am just getting ready to watch exactly what unfolds, because I believe it's coming. You know, I believe it's coming, and I do think he's very intelligent, and he knows what he's talking about. But I know how these motherfuckers work, and sure enough. They come. You know, they come for him just like they come for our boy Stevie. And they hauled him away, dude. And they threw him in. Yeah, they do that. If you're talking some shit on the internet, they throw you in jail. And it's like they had him in there during COVID. And
you're saying Austin Steinbart got arrested?
Oh, fuck yeah. You didn't know about that?
Oh, no, I've been away. I didn't
hear
anything about it.
Oh, yeah. He got arrested.
Oh, I missed that. I was out of the loop.
Yeah. They did that special.
Oh, well, welcome to the club, Austin.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
No, they like, if you're like, like, you know, like they did with LSC, you know, they put you in there for he was in there for an undetermined amount. It was just like took him to a special little prison.
Well, because of the Patriot Act, now he can just be, the government can just label him a terrorist like they did with me. They could have just left me in there indefinitely. They could have just left me in there.
They completely put him through the ringer, right? And then they let him out, and then they friggin' drug tested him, and they threw him back in for pot. Like, they come put him on strict probation.
That's funny how that turned out.
He had a whole Q team. They were literally gonna, you know, like I thought he was gonna be the commander of the Space Force, and LSC, he told LSC that he was going to he'll take people up on the Space Force and show you the shape of the Earth, and then we'll know for sure. And yeah, I like that idea. But
Austin didn't know already that he lived inside the concave Earth.
Well, Steven had Austin had been reaching out to Steve before Austin was Austin. Do you know that connection?
No, apparently, Austin did.
Okay, so this is what's weird. Okay, this is why I believed a lot of the stuff that he said. Okay, not because of any of the weird shit he did, but I was watching
Austin like now, right?
Yeah, I was watching the Cube.
Isn't it funny how Austin and Steve Austin?
I know, right? So, do you know anything about the Q drop?
Man. The Q
drop. Do you know anything about the Q drops? Do you know anything about the Q drops?
Drops. You mean on
QAnon drops?
Right. I remember Steven like had his freaking phase where he was just on this QAnon kick. He kept posting.
Yeah.
Remember before he got locked up? It was QAnon this, QAnon that. Yeah.
Right. And so Austin, he like actually did this video, right? And he talked about, like, someone was interviewing and they were going, you know, what's your favorite song, right? And he said some, you know, these kids are in this EDC shit. I don't know what this music, this dance music is, right? Some shit I never heard of, right? This is some random shit, right? And then so I was been watching these Q drops, right? And then all of a sudden, this fucking Q drop comes and it's a video with that fucking song in it. And then, you know, and he's talking about that he is Q, and he is actually, so this was his story, that he is Q, but he is not the one who is posting on the Q boards. That is his future self sending him messages back through time and giving him hints to carry out this divine mission, because he has been working with this certain security agency ever since they recruited him right out of school, right? So he can infiltrate these organizations, right? Computer wise. And so he can carry out this, you know, this hostile takeover, stop this hostile takeover from our government, which you might not be fucking half wrong there, because these motherfuckers are pulling a job right now. I mean, like, holy shit, this is a play for, they just, I didn't realize they're going to ramp it up like this. Sorry, Josh, you missed.
I said this is basically an alien invasion right through the needle, because if these vaccines are altering our DNA and literally changing who we are, then that could be a form of alien invasion. If not, you know what I mean by alien, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know, I don't mean it in the sense that, you know, but you know what I'm talking about. The same thing as Genesis 6, if you will, right?
Yeah. Aliens, angels, whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Well, I mean, right through the vaccines, they could be, you know, they could be turning us into other creatures.
Yeah, just a precursor.
What do you call it? Transhumanism.
Yeah. Oh, that is what they all, you know, this is their idea of a perfect society, is with all us motherfuckers.
Nicholson, 1968.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can imagine like a future world with what? And you're like one of the 500 million? You're a baller. Are you kidding me? 500 million.
Oh yeah. Dollars. If you take away 13/14 of the population.
No, I think they got a bit more, like, they want to get rid of like 90. I think that's about the proper.
Well, I mean, if they want the population to be 500 million,
shit. Oh, damn.
And the population currently is 8 billion. Let's just say it's 8 billion. Well, then that's 1/16. You know.
Okay. Hang on. We got Prolate Earth. He wants to join us. Prolate. Are you still there? So it says you need to connect. They will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. So if you could just turn it on for 1 second so I can add you, and then you could turn it back off. Shit. A lot of people don't want to show their face. I get it, man. I find it. I was really struggling to get comfortable on camera. It's weird, right? Who gives a fuck? You? I mean, it's I guess it's.
You get used to it. It goes away
Yeah, I know, right?
real quick.
I hate to listen to myself.
Well, I never really had. I mean, I think I was on the sidewalk at Harvard Square and MIT before I ever did live stream. So I never had any fear to do a live stream. I was already on the sidewalk and talking with people live about flat Earth. So for me to do
shout
live
out
streaming,
to the flat earthers. I gotta give you guys one thing. You guys got some fucking balls. Flat earthers fucking, they're just straight up. They're wild with it. They're buck wild. They are.
It's because they're just freshly coming off that heliocentric line. They're on
buck wild with it. You know,
I understand it. I understand it. They're full of passion. They're just
some of them are militant.
It's coming out their ears and nose. They're bleeding with passion. Which is fine.
We gotta do an award show. I would like to host an award show. I really would. Just for the whole community, even though the flat earthers would be winning a lot of these awards, right? So here we're gonna play the game. All right. Then we'll readdress this and we will do a video one that that will pass around. Right. And so, all right, the award for the most militant flat earther goes to
the most militant flat earther. That would probably
the most militant flat earther. Open the envelope, please.
Well, we have to nominate people first, right?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna nominate the Beyond the Imaginary Curve guy.
Who does he have a name? All right,
Del.
hang on. So again, Prolate Earth is going to join us. So hey, Prolate, I think you need to connect your mic and cam. I think so they want to make sure that you're not showing porn or something. Is that why they do that? So I guess you have to turn it on for just a second, and then I'll let you in the room and yeah, but right now I can't connect you. I'd love to connect you. And there he goes again. But anyway, so yeah, so we're gonna go. You're Beyond the Imaginary Curve. What does he have a name?
His first name is Del.
Del. Oh,
Del.
Yeah, that dude's aggro. I forgot about him. Man. Okay, so this is
fun. You can't me water sticking to the exterior of a sphere.
Right? Yeah, he is militant. Right? He is militant. Now, are we going before and after? We're going. This is the history of the flat Earth. So this the most militant doesn't have to be a flat earther. Nominate for number 2, Zib Ram.
Zib's a concaver.
I know, but I knew him when he was a flat earther. And Zib.
Oh, I never knew him as a flat earther.
He the phrase "show me the curb" or he's like, that's wrong. Like literally, dude, Zib was full on scripture. Yeah, there was so Zib was a militant flat earther. Like I'm talking about when I say militant, yeah, they gotta be like, and this guy, we cannot leave this guy out because I have seen a lot of things, but when you're screaming at school kids over, I've got to nominate you because you have giant balls to be fucking trying to teach flat earth to other people's kids. I tell you what, I mean, like, I love you and stuff. I don't care. I don't want any dude screaming over a school fence while my kids are playing on a playground, talking about flat earth and trying to hand them shit. Are you
leave Tiny Thompson alone?
Are you kidding me? So yeah, Nathan Thompson, this is something you just do not do. I mean, we've got to have some kind of scruples. And I mean, I put that in with drag time drag story time shit. All right, like not needed in our elementary schools. All right, I know we want to have a friggin' AE map or whatever on the wall that doesn't work, and the kids are just going to be so fucking confused. Oh God. Like, geography.
It could be said that all the shutdown stuff was because of Nathan.
Yeah. See, this has got to work.
Like, fuck. Legally, Nathan has a right to be doing this. What are we gonna do? We gotta fucking stop this shit somehow. I know. COVID.
Do that. We shouldn't single out and laugh at flat Earth. We should. We'll have to do some concave.
No, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
So there's 1, 2, 3. We need one more, and we've got to put this little cunt in there. Excuse my French, but I'm in Australia and I'm allowed to say that word cunt. And this,
since we're not singling people out.
No, I'm not singling people out, but you are. I will nominate you for. Yeah, you're militant, but you're also a bit of a cunt. So, yeah, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Even though I'm trying to sow a bridge of peace, but in your case, I don't think that it can be. Is Mr. Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah,
he's pretty.
I've seen some of his Karen moments.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I usually don't use that word, so please excuse my French, but I think that word kind of describes his kind of persona, and he is one that I suspect. I do suspect, because it's I don't know who can do that kind of discussion or that kind of screaming, arguing.
We
for
forgot.
So long.
We forgot Quasi. Quasi's kind of militant.
Yeah, he's. Oh yeah, yeah.
Quasi is a little bit on the talk.
Yeah, you know what? I can't.
Toxicity is necessary. Believe me, I do.
I can't.
Balance is necessary. He just doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't have a lot. He doesn't show enough humility.
I've got to exclude Nathan Oakley from that group there, because when I think of militant, I think of like full on and maybe on the tougher side.
You're thinking of something like volatile, explosive, like talk, something loud.
Yeah. I think like I used to, like when we used to hang out on the that one channel.
You're thinking of somebody like Steve.
Yeah, we used to want to have like some like cage fights, like cage fights, like a real cage fight. And we used to think about, who would win between Subarats and because there's been lots of fights in concave Earth. I mean, in flat Earth, lots of good drama. Yeah, like a cage match
the whole time. That's how they kept people in it. They turned it into a you get your hot
it went way off into
he never once spoke about science at all. Ever. Never.
Did you ever hang out in that free chan? The free
chan?
I
didn't know.
Yeah, that was I did used to get a lot of laughs in there. I mean, it was some funny people in there. A lot of good times.
I always, not to say that I didn't have time. I definitely had the time to do it. I worked so many hours that I never got involved with there's so much of the internet world I never explored.
Tim Osman? Do you remember Tim Osman?
Yep.
Oh, I haven't seen him.
He and I had a conversation, a live stream conversation for like 3 hours one time. But yeah, he's the one that went to the city hall meeting there and talked about the
finally showed his face, like he showed up the Flat Earth conference. Yeah, I liked him.
But way before then, he was the one that showed up to like a city council meeting and wanted to expose NASA to the.
Oh, really? Tim Osman? Yeah. He's kind of an anti-flat earther. You know that, right? Like he's real like kind of.
Oh, we're talking about a different one. Okay, never mind.
We're talking about the world's
the greatest. Other Tim, with the S, Tim Osman. Okay.
Osman, yeah, he's the flat Earth, like he's a real troll, but like a funny guy. And there'd be that whole like what's his name? Atheist Rex. One time.
I thought you were
was
talking
like,
about the Infinite Plane Society guy.
oh, Infinite Plane. Who's he?
The penguins, all the penguins.
Oh my God! Now I'm forgetting so many.
Now you're forgetting some of the characters.
Infinite
Hey, no,
Plane.
it's a big cast. I don't blame you.
Oh my God! Yeah, there was even
There's so
another.
many. There's so many players in this game. I forget. some of
I've
them
almost
people.
forgot about that other guy who's got another
IPS.
concave.
Remember Infinite Plane Society? Remember? No.
Infinite. Yeah. Oh yeah. That strange dude. Yeah. That whole
With
he
the
had a whole
penguins?
war. Yeah.
Second, remember?
Yeah. I do.
Flat Earth people everywhere. Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. I'll show you. Check this
Yeah,
out.
please.
Check this shit out. You're gonna love this. I have one of the originals. Oops, what happened? What did I do? Here we go. Oh, hold your horses. Bam, here it is. All right, so I'm going to show something to the audience that's going to resonate with you.
Okay. Oh yeah. Pepe.
Huh?
Right? Yeah. I know that Fruit Loop now. That brings it all. It all comes rushing back.
You see the NIST logo. I'm gonna give. I had a falling out with a flat earth. This is a flat earther I know in person in Boston. So I'm not like putting him on blast or anything. He and I last spoke on good terms or whatever. He just doesn't want to talk to me anymore because I moved away from flat earth or whatever. But this guy right here is the gentleman who created, see the NIST logo, the NIST. He's the one.
Yeah.
So I'm giving him credit for creating that design for me. So thank you, Mr.
Dude,
Will.
no, Josh. You know what you need to do, bro? No, do this. Do this.
Yep.
Do this, Josh. Listen. Do this. Turn that into an NFT. Turn it into an NFT. Dude, you could sell it on the blockchain. You can turn that into an NFT and make that your intellectual property. And actually, like, it'll be worth like money. Someone will buy it.
Well, we can talk off air about that because I don't. That's one of the places of the internet that you've explored that I haven't. I'm not really up to speed for that conversation. Yeah. So I'll have it later when I have myself with more pieces of knowledge.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what they are selling. Like you would not. Like it's unfathomable what these kids are into. And I just think I find it fascinating too. Like, like you just better keep up or get rolled over. You know what I mean? With the future. Cause it's with like our parents' generation, like my mom, she's 84. You try to teach her a computer or a cell phone or Netflix, like she can't do it. And she just, it's not possible for her to remember how to do it or to this is not like technically. And I think like if we don't, like our generation, like I spent not enough time like keeping up with what the future is, and I think I've been a little more, but these young people are very clued in on, all this interesting thing, like, like cryptocurrency, like a way to actually be able to send you something, right? Completely anonymously, like completely without Uncle Sam or, Hootie Doo looking and knowing shit, right? About shit, trading services, you know what I mean? Like this thing is very interesting, but they'll try to ruin it, I'm sure, but this is their shit, right? Like they can't. Do you think the elite have a backup internet? They're gonna shut our shit down. Oh yeah, right.
The Russians have one.
Oh, they do. I know. Fuck yeah, they've got their own shit. Yeah, they've tested that shit. Yeah, because they know.
And it'd be kind of silly to think that the Chinese probably don't have one of their own.
Yeah, so I don't.
If the Russians have a backup internet, I'm sure the Chinese do too. I'm sure I'm sure the U.S. government has one we don't know of. I'm sure.
So how does that
I'm sure
work?
I'm sure a lot of countries do.
It's got to be all these servers. Do like private people have their own like servers? So, or it'll be like a completely different internet. Who knows?
I have no idea. I'm not knowledgeable in this area.
Yeah, and I know it's really weird. Like
I haven't earned the right to speak about that. Say it that
it's
way,
crazy.
you know?
I'm about just about I don't know about looking at it for about 3 or 4 months, and just like holy shit. Like I can't imagine like some of these fucking kids who just bought that shit at, you know, oh, this Bitcoin. I got all this, a wallet with 1,000 Bitcoin in it, when it's worthless. And then it's like $80,000 a share. Well, that's Australian, sorry. But like, freaking crazy. I mean, like,
Some people got super rich off it real fast because they bought in while it was. They bought in
you got to
early,
get it.
and then it blew up. And then if you want to buy into it now, it's too late. It's pointless.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No,
I mean, well, I think if
I don't know. I'm asking you because I don't know.
I think like if this world keeps on going, which I do believe that they are, the people who like are behind these projects, I think, they're techies, but I think they generally are kind of, it's all about decentralization and not,
Have you heard about
breaking away.
Ethereum?
Yeah, breaking away. Yeah, the chain, like the blockchain, right? And so it's like
You see the logo to Ethereum, right? It shows the octahedron.
It's an octahedron, right? And so that I made somebody showed me that, right? And I played that, and I showed that guy, right? And they think, and I played a video. It was someone's video that I just found it interesting, and I played it on my channel, and it talked about, that this guy was talking about thinking that guy. It's a concave Earth channel that I've never heard of before. And he was talking about he thinks that guy knows about the concave Earth, and so
you'll see. I mean, I'm sure even you've seen because you're a hockey fan. You've seen that YouTube channel. It's called Gravite, Graviteh. ITEH, like a Canadian, Gravite.
Right, Gravite.
French Canadian hockey.
Yeah.
And he's got the same exact logo. He's got the same as Ethereum. It's different colors and shit, but it's the same exact logo.
Right.
And it's just a hockey channel. It's just a channel
really?
about the NHL, about ice hockey. But it's a younger, maybe I don't know, guy in his early 20s.
Yeah.
That runs the channel, and he just talks about hockey, and he's got a very lively personality, huge, tons of subs, huge following, gets tons of views. But the logo shows the octahedron in the channel, and his channel name's Gravite. Yeah,
it's so weird. Yeah, our major bank here is called Commonwealth, and their logo is a straight octahedron. And once you know it, you see it.
Even
everywhere.
Amazon shows you the upwards. The Amazon logo is like an upwards curve. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and do you understand it? Have you ever heard about pyramids actually having 8 sides, that they actually go down?
Yeah, as above, so below.
Yeah, right. So this is what they're trying to represent. This is what they know. And so check this out. So Josh, I was talking about this earlier with my friend, how certain events happen in your life that that you used to, maybe you would have blown off as random coincidence, and then when you realize that you're a created individual, and God is real, and that you start to when you run across these things, they really are more than coincidence to you. So when I was talking to you the other night about discovering I was in search of the chemtrails, and then I ran across the mega cryometeors, and then I talked to Steven about the mega cryometeors, and then the next day, like I was like, wow, like it just started to hit me, like the gravity of what the hell that I had just learned. And
maybe like 24 hours. And then I was viewing his videos. I was like, oh my God, like weird. Like that's so fucking cool. And so I go down to this little, I live in a little place, man. It's a little cute little place. It's a little tiny suburb, and it's got a little shopping market and a little main street. And a lot of the businesses are closed down, and there's opportunity shops. They're called op shops, which we would call a thrift store, right? There's some good shit in there, right? So I like to just go wander around. I'm just wandering around in the concave earth, thinking about the concave earth.
I buy stuff. Hey,
yeah, and
I got
walk
this
up,
computer chair for $19, brand new, brand
right.
new.
Things just come, right? And so I walk up to this op shop, and literally I didn't even go in. There's a bookshelf out front, just like a rack. And there's a bunch of paperbacks. They're like, $5 for $1.50, right? And I pull this book off the shelf. First one I grab, right? And this is just like sticking out, right? And there it is. And it's Amazing Mysteries, right? And it's like if you look, it's like a school kid's book, right? Like this is something that, when they used to come to school and then you get the order form, right? And they say, will your mom want to order you this book? And so you fill out the little thing, and then they send you this, magazine, and it's like got Loch Ness Monster and shit. And then I open it up, right? So I fucking open it up, and I see this. Right? I see this. And so this book was made in the fucking 80s or something, right? And it's talking about these mega crime meteors. So suppose you were watching your favorite television program one fine evening when suddenly, with a tremendous crash, an enormous block of ice fell through the roof of the house and smashed the set to pieces. You would be amazed, wouldn't you? This is what actually happened in California to the family of Dominic Bacalupo. It was September 2nd, 1958. The family was watching television. About 9 p.m., there was a loud crash, and through the roof came a gigantic block of ice, which smashed into the television set. This extraordinary happening made headlines in the local paper the next morning. But amazing thing had happened before in other parts of the world. In England, on the night of November 9th, 1950, a farmer heard his collie dog barking. Sensing something must be wrong, he went outside to check. It was clear moonlit night, so that he could see quite well. But although he searched and searched, he could find nothing unusual anywhere. Finally, he went back to bed. All night long, the cattle dog barked and whined. And as it grew light, the farmer went outside again. This time, the dog led him to a nearby field where one of his sheep lay dead. This happened sometime, but the dog usually took no notice. The farmer examined the sheep, and it was surprising. The sheep was cut across its neck. It looked like as though it had been hit with an axe. Puzzled, he pulled the body to one side and then stated to his surprise, buried deep in the ground was a huge chunk of jagged ice. The farmer looked around at him and saw to his astonishment that the field was littered with blocks of ice, some small, some big. He reported the extraordinary happening to Air Ministry. They were equally mystified. They assured him that there were no storms during the night and no planes had passed overhead. They had no possible explanation. 2 weeks later, it happened again, this time in the center of London. A huge block of ice fell through the roof of a garage and made such a deafening roar that a nearby night watchman reported an explosion to the police. Once again, the Air Ministry had no explanation. About 3 years later, at Long Beach, California, several huge chunks of ice came whistling down out of the sky and badly damaged a row of cars in a used car lot. One heavy block struck one of the cars with such a force the bonnet was knocked off and the engine was exposed. That's another car hit. An employee from the used car lot said that he heard a strange hissing sound, and when he looked up, he saw the air full of shiny, glistening lumps of ice plunging down towards him. He leaped for cover just as the chunk of ice the size of a man crashed down beside him. Across the street, another witness, former pilot of the Royal Air Force, said that he heard what sounded like a gun blast. When he ran out of the building to see what was happening, the sky was clear and blue, and the sun was glittering on the lumps of ice. They fell. They were rolling and turning in the air like some kind of crazy waterfall. It looked like a storm cloud or a plane or one of those flying saucers, but there was nothing. The Weather Bureau stated the ice must have fallen from a plane, but the aviation authorities insisted that no planes were in the area at the time. There were many theories of how it had happened. One of the favorites being the ice was flung down from high buildings nearby. But another incident in 1955, which took place outside the city, threw some doubt on that theory. On December 22nd, in Alexandria, Virginia, two men were driving along a winding Mount Vernon highway. Suddenly, there was a crash on the car windscreen, and through the hole came a frozen fish. Through the hole came a frozen fish. In an interview later, the men said that there was no other car on the highway and they just fell out of the sky. Many people who read this story in the newspapers thought this was a practical joke, but no one had anything to say 2 months later when a similar event happened. A group of people were traveling in a van through a hot sandy desert during the afternoon, and they felt something hit one of the headlights. They stopped before dark to fix it. When they went around to the front of the van, they found a headlight smashed to pieces, and lying inside was another frozen fish. Some scientists think that the falling ice blocks are ice meteors from space, but astronomers believe such meteors would melt if they enter the Earth's atmosphere. Others believe the ice forms on the outside of aeroplanes or is ejected frozen piss balls from the bottom of the planes. But it's thought that more than a few centimeters, the ice in the wings would make the plane very unstable. Done. And so after I found this, I was like, God, I think you're trying to tell me something. I really think you're trying to, are you like trying to talk to me? Like, so I was freaked out. All right, Josh. So like, if you look at some of my earlier videos, like I'm freaked out. I'm sprung. I'm lit. I'm shocked to fuck. You know?
When did you find that magazine?
Like the day after I met Lord Stephen Christ, and he told me about the mega cryo meteors, and like, you know.
Oh, so you've had that for a long time now.
Long time. It's all falling apart. I just found it. Yeah. Yeah, like it was like confirmation. And then I went from like, you know, just some crazy dude to a crazy dude running around with a Bible going, dude, like this is real. I was like, no. I'm even going like Christian churches, you know, like, dude, you don't understand. Like, no, like, I understand that. They're like, what? Genesis. Yeah, I understand that. Like, literally. They're like, what? What? All you need is Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
sick.
No,
yeah,
I'm getting it. I'm like telling you, you guys are right. Like it's happening, you know, like it's happening. It's all right.
They just don't understand how it's happening because they have no concept.
No.
Yeah, and
No,
the
but I told him,
scientists can't say that the blocks of ice are coming from space. That makes no sense. How
I
could
said,
a block of ice survive? But returning spacecraft need all this heat shield to return to Earth
yeah,
through the troposphere, which is like 2,000 degrees. But blocks of ice
yeah,
make it through the troposphere?
yeah.
I don't think
I
so.
thought this is
I
important for
don't
people to
think
know
so.
about this stuff. And like I thought, like literally,
You know,
so
the alleged troposphere on the convex Earth, the heliocentric troposphere, a block of ice wouldn't survive to
yeah,
even land. You would never, nothing would ever land to Earth. It would just
yeah. And
evaporate. It would just evaporate instantly.
I was having an actual like fucking, oh man, a spiritual awakening that was more like a spiritual shocking. You know, I was like, holy shit, I got to get right. I got to,
Yeah.
you know, I got to, this is
the real gospel. I got to
Yeah.
spread this. I know where
Yeah,
heaven,
this is
I know
like-
where God is physically. Like,
yeah, literally.
sound the alarm. Ding, 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 ding. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I thought this was what we were like this isn't what I was looking for. You know, I wasn't looking for this. I really
This is
wasn't.
the meaning of
Like, I was-
life. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
We found it. Holy
I
shit.
told you. I'm just like into shit. Like I like to look into shit. Like I look into everything. You know, I mean, you fucking tell me about a lizard man, I'm gonna look into him. You know, tell me about fucking Bigfoot. I'm gonna spend hours. I'm gonna fucking, you know, I'm gonna watch the Patterson fucking Gimlin film like 30,000 times. I'm gonna, you know, analyze. I'm gonna read the Dulce fucking papers about the underground aliens. I mean, I'm game. Like bring it. Like yeah, a Philadelphia experiment. You just give it to me, Tesla. Like I want to know stuff. Like and just
I'm the
that's
baby. Gotta love me.
I am. I'm like that. Yeah, I'm like that fucking curious fucking chimp. You know, I just can't quit fucking with shit. Right? Like that's the one thing I got. You know, I'm not super intelligent or whatever, but yeah, I'm constantly fucking with shit. You know, thinking about shit. You know. Just that kind of weird kid. Always have been. So that ain't changing. Yeah. That ain't changing. Yeah. And I tried, man. And I really tried to go to the churches and to try to, you know, like, but really try to fit in. And I think I really wasted a lot of, and I'm not saying I made some amazing friends and I did make headway. We did have a little group there, but it was, I couldn't really feel free to unload all of the concave earth because they won't have it. Like the one guy I told you, he's my friend, and we talk about all other things. He knows everything. I mean, he is the one Adventist that I ran across who was hip with, I'm telling him about, you know, yep, Bohemian Grove, know about that, the transgender, all that, you know, he's on it, right? He sees it. And, you know, talking about the Great Reset, a lot of different things. And then I wanted to do a topic about the shape of the earth, right? And God, and he like hijacks it, right? And because I want to have an open discussion about all the different models, right? And he turns it into a flat earth presentation. And I was just, I had to like interject in his stuff, and he's like stopping me from like, you know, like
you always had to interject with the concave perspective.
Yes.
He was always presenting everything with a flat earth perspective.
And his
the whole reason you wanted to do this was to talk about both or several.
And I really wanted to, you know, like have somebody, you know what I mean? Like, so James took one look at, you know, like Lord Stephen Christ stuff, and he was fucking out.
Triggered.
Can't
remember what I was talking about before, like a couple of the lives.
This is no dumb
about
cookie.
How that's
this is like
for some people. Yeah.
You know, and this guy's a real dude, and he's like actually like told me, you know, that you know, this church model, like that most, I believe most church models are very like archaic in the way they operate within the community, right? And just and he believes the Adventist church needed to move into the future, basically, you know, because they're very, and I'm not talking about as far as, they keep their same, everything, but has to be more aware of just what's happening in the world,
More aware. They need to be more aware of their surroundings.
more aware. Yeah. Not like, I mean, there's this book that we do follow, right? We call the Word of God, right? We, hold it like, and then there's our prophet, our major prophet, right? She wrote more books. Almost J.K. Rowling just passed her up. Okay, Ellen G. White wrote more like literature than literally. Fuck. Yeah, and it all is about, the great day, when God's people are gonna, be shut down by the government, because they feel like they are, the keepers of, the Sabbath, the keepers of the seven angels message, which is like, we're the ones who are gonna, kind of be persecuted for in the end times, right? For worship day, right? And there someday the government's going to come down and shut the worship down, right? And
the 12 tribes,
so, yeah. And so, like, that day came years ago. I literally, like, I did the COVID check-in, and then it just finally, church is shut. It was like everybody said, "Oh yeah, oh no worries, right away, sir. Yes, boss. Oh, we just go stay home. No worries. Oh, you want to inject us with it? No worries. Yeah, cool. We're going to encourage everybody to get it. We're not going to even say anything. We're not going to. Yeah. And it's just,
they couldn't see it coming. Yeah.
No. And it was so, like, completely, like, pretty effortless.
Yep.
Compliance. Complete compliance.
Complacency.
Yeah.
Ignorance. Hosea 4:6 says, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge."
Yeah. People don't like to, Australians don't like to cause a stink, They really, they're not just, they don't want to, they really don't want to be bothered.
They're too passive.
Yeah. And they don't want to, cause a ruckus and
they're afraid of confrontation.
Go against it,
which makes them incredibly weak and easily to be controlled.
I don't think it's not afraid of confrontation. I think most of them, like, the attitude is just kind of, couldn't be fucked, mate. Like, just go do your own fucking thing. Like, it's like a.
So it's not that they're afraid of confrontation; they just have a lack of care.
Yeah, just no worries. Okay. Kind of like, things are so good. We know it's like, listen, man, we just go back to normal, man, because normal is like paradise. It's literally laying on the beach. It's like, just open restaurants, coffee. It's a very.
So they just see the whole COVID thing as a phase that's just going to come and go, and they just
get over it. Everybody get it.
Just do it, and we'll just
everybody. The pressure's immense.
But they don't understand. They're walking down a plank. Yeah, they don't get it.
Yeah, there's no.
Nobody who ever walked the plank ever got back on the ship.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not going back to normal when you walk the plank. You're going into the water when you walk. You're not going back to normal.
So I don't know what's going on, because, like, and it's really made me just, like, really a little bit trippy about the deception, about how easy it can be. I mean, no, I can't say it's easy, because, like, you really got to be a special kind of fucking. I'm just, I've just really like to question shit, and I really like to, and especially, like, hear both sides, and I've learned that I want to, I want to go into with open ears and just see how people are acting, and then see both, sides of the story. And I see so much deception that it's just, that's basically, and I was describing to somebody earlier that's what I do now, because before, it was a real learning experience on YouTube. There's so many interesting things to find and learn,
So many quirky little places you can go, but then after a while you run low, and it's just
You know why? I'm sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
go. No, you.
You know why? I think it's because over time, after enough years of you using that app, or any app maybe, the AI seems to have you figured out, and so it's got your list of your favorite topics, and it doesn't want to deviate from that list. That's why you're never seeing anything new, is because the AI or the algorithms or whatever, Joe Schmo who's controlling you or censoring you or whatever,
you remember how easy
or
it used
whoever
to be?
it is that controls what you see, has
Dude.
after enough time, you've given them a sample size, so they've pretty much got you pigeonholed or compartmentalized.
Yeah, it's very interesting, man. Like the changes that YouTube has went. Man, do you remember YouTube? How easy it used to be. Like it would just feed you. It would
Changed like in 2018, 2019. It changed.
It was
like
good.
That's what I'm saying. It kept showing me. It'll keep showing me like videos from like the same 6 channels. Like I'll be scrolling through my feed, whether it just be my home or my subscriptions, but I'll just be scrolling, and sometimes it'll show me like 3 videos in a row from the same content creator, and I'm like, that's weird. And then it'll show me like 4 other videos from a different content creator, but 4 other ones of the second content creator, same topic. And it's like, man, I'm not getting much diversity here. I'm not getting,
Yeah, that was Ripper. But then I think
it's like I'm only seeing stuff about ice hockey, flat Earth, fucking,
yeah. Have you eaten? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
No, it's cool. But yeah, I felt like I was very hurted just to stay watching videos about a certain few topics. Like it wouldn't throw me,
It was not, man. It's not the Wild
or
West.
narcissism. Oh my goodness, so many videos on YouTube. Every other video is about narcissism, or ice hockey, or flat Earth, or just
there's
or
characters.
the vaccine.
It is full of characters.
I'm tired of it. Like, give me something else to look at. Show me some animals or some comedy or something.
Something. Oh yeah, comedy. Let's talk about comedy. Where's comedy? Comedy's in trouble.
Oh my god.
I was listening to.
What are you kidding me? Not with Joe Biden in office. Comedy is thriving.
Oh no shit. Yeah. Let's be grateful for that, right? Let's just be grateful for that. Like
everything to laugh about is actually really sad.
So fucking.
But one of the best ways, but laughter is medicine. So on the other hand,
Oh my god, oh my god,
that guy,
dude.
First of all, the Joe Biden we see all the time now is I strongly believe it's not the same original Joe Biden.
He can't be a clone.
Whether it's a different person or it's a clone or it's a hologram or a crisis actor, whatever.
Why
it's not
would you do that?
It's not the same.
Do that. They could. Like, you wouldn't fucking get somebody to suck that bad. Like it's impossible. Like he can't be that good of an actor. There's no fucking way. That dude is. He's not. They couldn't fuck up a clone that bad because that clone is fucked and it's naturally fucked because he's straight.
I don't know if it's a clone or if it's just another. It could just be a different human, like just an old guy with dementia or something. Like I don't know.
It is dementia. It is. My mother has mild dementia. All right, she tells me some.
It could just be somebody else wearing a mask. They've got those silicone masks that look almost. I mean, Hollywood can do whatever they want. So. It could just be a different guy. They could just paint him up to look like Joe Biden. In fact, you can tell by the earlobe. The real Joe Biden has unadjoined earlobes, and the new Joe Biden has joined connected earlobes.
I wouldn't put it past him.
So it's
Fucking Donald Marshall.
obvious that I don't know what or who the new
Yeah,
Joe Biden is, but it's not the same Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That I'm sure of.
I mean, you're
Not the
going
same
through down the. I've been down that one. The old Donald Marshall Chronicles.
Yeah, it's
Donald
just like
Marshall.
just
Do you
like
know
Bill
Donald
Hicks
Marshall?
and Alex Jones. Remember?
Yeah, Donald Marshall. In fact, he had some interactions with LSC. Those are precious gems, older stuff than before I was on, because I don't think I got on YouTube right away. I can remember I was driving a cab in Vegas, and I'm trying to think of what year that was, but I think like Comdex was in town. It was just a big computer show, and I heard this dude, and he's talking about Facebook. And I turned around and I said, dude, what the hell's a Facebook? I hear people talking about Facebook, you know? He's like, oh, it's a social media app. And then he got out of my cab and I was thinking, what the fuck's a social media app? Right?
Did Facebook come out before or after 2000?
I can't I'm trying to remember what year this was, because Vegas memories can be a real blur, especially in those cab driving days.
I could only imagine, because I've
driving
never
a
been
cab
to
in Vegas is the most. Oh, it's fucking.
That's got to be probably the best place to drive a cab these days.
It used to be amazing. It was.
That's got to be the best place to drive a cab. You probably see all kinds of shit every day.
When I first started driving a cab in '96, I was still relatively young, and man.
Okay, so '96. Did they have Facebook in '96 when you were driving a cab?
So this would be Comdex. So yeah, it would have been like maybe closer to maybe it was back in there. Yeah.
So Facebook was around in the '90s. I can't even remember. I don't know.
I think like I want to say so that was like like 90,
I don't remember.
Like 96. Yeah, I was driving a cab. I got a job straight out of. I was in a treatment center. I got a job driving a cab. I don't know if I could drive a cab, And then like to drive a cab in Vegas, like you have to be an extra. So you get on the extra board. That means that you have to show up every night, right? And you wait around where people who got shifts, because you're a new guy, they call and say, hey man, I'm hungover. I don't want to work. Is there an extra there? Yeah.
Right.
Or if you pay, certain guys, you get out every night, right? So you're working 12 hours a night and you're working 7 days a week. And like, I thought it was fucking just because back then the cab lines are so small, right? And every day is Christmas.
You're making tons of money
every day, right? Like you never know. And at times, like I've made disgusting money in a cab.
Tips are probably huge for cab drivers.
It's not just the tips.
The millionaires that walk around that place.
So now think about this, Josh. All right. Now, like I'm a hustler. I'm a born hustler. Like I grew up in the bar business. And so like I'm a born service guy. Like I need to know where you're from. I need to make friends with you. And I need you to call me for whatever, like, what do you want to do? Like you want to go. And so all those things that I suggest pay me money. So if I'm sitting at a strip club waiting in line for 3 hours and I'm waiting in line for somebody to come out of that shitty strip club, because I know he's probably going to want to go get laid, and I'm going to fucking call the escort service and I'm going to make $200. Like, I sell a girl $200. I get one guy to the strip club. That's $50 a minimum. Some strip clubs pay 75, and then they have these other places. If you really wanted to be a dickhead,
just for bringing them clientele, is what you're saying.
Yes, right. If you really wanted to be a dickhead, you could take them to the takeoff joint, which is this place where they pay you you're going to get about 300 from them, but they're going to probably rob that guy for all kinds of money. I mean, nothing's cheap. Nothing's like, they entice them, right? They get him in there, get him lathered up. The dude thinks he's going to get pussy from this beautiful girl. And then the big Samoans come in after she's already got $1,000 ATM out there in the lobby. It's this little, and you take them in there, and you got to kind of wait around like for a while, and you got to make sure that they don't get thrown out right away, because some guys will get just thrown right out, and you're waiting there for your money, and they didn't, the girls didn't get them. There are literally lots of these places where like, all kinds, and then like, but if you want to make friends, but you don't want to do that, so I went into like, ripping people off. All right. So I'm going to take them to the strip club. I want, they want to go to the strip club, and the strip clubs pay. So if I'm driving my limo and I get 6 dudes to the strip club, that's a fucking great ride. Like, I don't have to turn any of that in usually because it's a side hustle. With a cab, the same thing. You just want to make friends. You want to, yeah. What do you want to do? And then plus, like, I was usually more loaded than my customers. I just take ecstasy and drive all kinds of hot chicks, and it's just a freaking great job. But the money was spectacular.
So why? So what made you go to Australia then? If you were in Vegas?
Oh, this was okay. So now let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to when did I come to Australia? So that would be
translation. Let's skip a whole bunch of parts and move
2014.
Let's skip a whole bunch of stories.
Yeah. So 96, right? 96, I was driving a cab. Right. And in later on driving a limo. What made me come? To get away from fucking being a madman. I was a madman. It's like growing up in Vegas, pretty much it's a skewed vision of reality. It's not right. It doesn't, you get trapped up in this, it's a yes. Like, that's the best thing about Vegas is yes. And it's the worst thing about Vegas is yes.
Like a carnival mentality, right?
It's yes.
It's like you're living at a theme park or something. Right?
Yeah. So if you're not, certain people are good in Vegas. You've got to be very, I don't know. There's a certain kind of person who's not too impulsive and is just very, well-grounded. Those kind of people are very, Vegas is a paradise to them. And it's also a paradise to crazy compulsive people like me, because it's that yes, but it's also the most dangerous thing. So, right. So if I want to get up at 3 a.m. and go have a steak, I can do it. Yes, it's great. Right. If I want to go buy a beer, yes. If I want to, and then also
is Vegas the real city that never sleeps, not New York?
Completely. Yeah.
Vegas is the real city that never sleeps.
It's the real, yeah. It's nothing ever closes. Okay. My father has owned a bar ever since I was knee high to a tadpole. I used to clean it, right? You know how many times his bar is closed? Like, never.
Just for power outages or something weird.
No, we got held up. Like, no, because the insurance to pay for insurance to close in Vegas, when you have all that money in there, slot machines, to pay the insurance to close is more than you pay a bartender to watch the place. And hopefully develop.
Say that one more time. Say that again. What?
So to close a bar in Vegas, the insurance is so high. If you have a bar that say closes at 3 a.m., right, and to open up at 10, well, to pay that bartender for that shift, that 8 hours is cheaper than your insurance policy would be if you did shut down, because you shut down, they want to rob you. So they want to break in and steal shit. So basically, you're just paying a security guard. But see, Vegas is.
So insurance is low. Insurance is lower if you're open 24/7 because you never close. It's harder to rob you if you're always open.
And of course, if you're a business owner and you got half a smart, I mean, I love graveyard. Graveyard was the shift. That's when I'd be packed. That's when I'd make some serious money, like serious money on graveyard, because you come on at midnight, bands are playing till 3, 4 in the morning. You're getting all that gravy. Or you're always, and that's another thing in the service industry when you're working behind a bar, right? Everyone's got a machine in front of them, and anybody cashes out on those machines, you're getting 10% of that. So a guy hits $4,000 jackpot, he's going to give you $400. It's just that kind of unsung thing, you know. And that's at a minimum. It's just that kind of a place. So it's, but
Right.
it's not reality.
So everybody's always getting a cut or a piece of the pie. So everybody's
Yes.
always making money. So.
That's the way it works. And once you understand that, you understand everything about Vegas.
The flow of currency. Yeah.
It is. And they are fucking buckling down. And it used to be even more amazing. So when my dad got to Vegas in 59, Josh, it was fucking on. You know how much money my old man made? I mean, he was just didn't graduate from 8th grade, but he was a straight card manipulator, working for the casinos, working for the mob, to fucking cool people off. If you came in and got too hot, because they only had single deck blackjack, you know. There's card counters back then. People are smart, you know. Single deck, anyone can count that. Well, you get too hot, they have, you know, clues you're fucking cheating or whatever. They'll fucking come and deal you seconds. They'll bring in a fucking card manipulator. But my old man, fuck, they were making maybe 200 a night back then. And that's in the 50s, dude. That's
In
fucking,
1959, 200 a night.
Yeah.
That's like
our house was $30,000.
that's probably like
you know?
that's probably like $2,700 a night now.
Yeah. And then plus this, like when I was born in 65, and then to the 70s, where it was just full on, just a paradise, like amazing. Like and that's the kind of town you didn't have to be rich and famous. Like we weren't rich, we were middle class, but my old man knew everybody, and like we couldn't buy a meal. You know, I thought we were like celebrities. I really did, like the way we were treated, you know, just the whole, we never had to pay for a meal, a show. You want to do that, you want to go to the boxing. Like it was good. I had all these uncles.
That's on the house, Mr. Durden.
Yeah. I had all these uncles. I said, Dad,
why is that on the house? What do you mean?
I go, Dad, are we Jewish? He goes, no, we're not Jewish. I go, how come? I got an Uncle Jaime and an Uncle Lefty. They're both Jewish. He's all, no, those aren't your real uncles. I had all these they're like straight monsters.
They're not even
right?
real Jews. What the?
You guys are like, you know, like we're just, you know, it's you know, these guys, right? I come to find out, right, that my uncle worked for Meyer Lansky in Cuba. You know, like they're Lefty, Jaime. They all come from, you know, they're all a bunch of mobsters. They're a bunch of mobsters. And yeah, and they were great. They were like, you know, people, that's when shit was good. Anthony Spilotro, right? Like he was running around. Like my friend worked for Anthony Spilotro. He run this place called the Food Factory, the Ant. Do you remember that? Anthony Spilotro from the movie Casino, Joe Pesci's character?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Very
Anthony.
I've watched that movie many times. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Anthony Ant-Man Spilotro. And
that was the real character in real life, right?
The real dude, yeah. And Lefty Rosenthal is the one. I used to walk through the casino. He used to do his little TV show from the sports book. They tried to blow him up. So, dude.
But the plate underneath the car, is that how it really happened in real life too? The steel plate underneath the car, that's why he didn't die?
I tried to blow him fucking right up, dude.
With the bomb in the car. But because that model of Cadillac, I think, had a steel plate underneath the driver's.
He had he was at the Palace Station, or now it was called the Bingo Palace back then. Yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah, that was a fucking crazy day. Good days in Vegas. Like those were the 80s were the best. Like 80s to grow up in Vegas, like it was just going to school. Like, you know, like everybody was just.
It was like a National Lampoon's movie.
Yeah, worse. I mean, like it was literally. It was like, you know, like the jocks, and then there was this whole breed of just us partiers, right? And literally
when I first started like smoking pot and stuff, so there we go to the parks, right? Friday night it'd be a park. It was just like an open air drug market, right?
A park, like with grass and trees and shit.
Yeah,
Park.
just this little park, and there's probably 400 hippies. Like, you know, kids,
on.
right? Teenagers, right? Just chilling. Some people playing basketball, music playing, and then people are selling drugs everywhere, right? There's quaaludes and
Hell yeah.
sticks. Yeah, right. And all different kinds, you know. And I remember I'd walk up there and I'd be like, you know, you get 3 fingers for $15, right? And I'm like, this looks a little chintzy. Yeah, we'd be like, you know, the good old days, and it was just a wild west, and I think it's like unique to Vegas just because there were so many delinquent kids because all our parents were fucking cocktail waitresses and bartenders and dealers, and they were all on coke, and we all got our drugs from our parents. Like they had better drugs than us always, you know. And it was just, I thought this was, you know, what people do. This is reality, and this is how people live everywhere, right? And you just
No, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Very interesting childhood, and then the whole punk rock
Allegedly.
movement, which brings me. I want to ask you a question about. So, are you from Detroit, Michigan?
No.
No, shit.
So I'm not from Hockeytown. I'm from the Boston area. I'm from Nashua, New Hampshire. That's Nashua. To lift up or to deceive greatly. Nashua, the Hebrew word Nashua. As it turns out, that's very similar to where my hometown is, Nashua, 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 which is, you know, obviously a Native American word, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So I lived in New Hampshire and, you know, Massachusetts for a couple of years, but I lived in New England for 37 years, and then I
New
lived.
England is considered.
That's my home. Yeah, that's my hometown. You know, that's my hometown.
New England, where the Patriots play.
Yeah, because Nashua is right on the Massachusetts border. Okay. So I grew up right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border. You know what? We don't have sales tax. We don't have sales tax in New Hampshire. So everybody who lives in Massachusetts near the border, everybody pops the New Hampshire border to shop because they avoid a 6% sales tax. There's no sales tax in New Hampshire. You buy something at the store, there's no tax.
Bro, this is how retarded I am.
That's the coolest thing about New Hampshire, man. You go, if it says 99 cents, you pay 99 cents. There's no 6%.
I didn't know
that's
that
dope.
New England.
That's fucking.
I didn't know New
England is fuck, so it doesn't matter.
I didn't know New England was
everything's
a city.
Expensive.
I didn't know New England was a city.
New England's
I
not
didn't
a
know.
city. New England's not a city. New England is a group of states. So,
okay.
So New England would be Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, pretty much.
So answer me this.
Pretty much everything north of New York is New Hampshire. All the states north of New York is New Hampshire.
Answer me this. So I grew up a Dolphin fan. Like
New England.
I know it's fucking hard. It's hard for me. I've been, you know, brutalized, especially by that fucking place up there. And I never knew. So, do all those people up there claim the New England Patriots as theirs? It's not just Boston?
It used to. You know what? The New England Patriots used to be called the Boston. It used to be the Boston Patriots.
Okay, but the
Boston
right.
Patriots became the New England Patriots.
And so, were they trying to embrace those other states, saying?
They were probably trying to enlarge their fan base to get people from Vermont, Maine, and New Hampshire.
They used to suck. Yeah, because they used to suck,
and probably to get the people in Connecticut and Rhode Island to give them a reason to jump ship away from the New York team.
Right, because I can remember when that fan
base, the Philly teams and the New Jersey teams and whatever. No.
I remember the good old days when that franchise was trash. Steve Grogan and We used to dominate them. And
in the '80s, the Patriots were garbage.
oh God,
It really,
the Dolphins were good.
once Drew Bledsoe went down
Oh,
and Brady stepped in,
I
then
remember
everything
that. I remember that. And
Drew
I'm such
Bledsoe,
a,
yeah, he
I'm
got
a
hurt.
sometimes I'm bad about like I can remember going, Belichick, he's such a dumbass. He's bringing this Brady kid in. I was thinking, what a dumbass. Like Brady couldn't even beat out Brian Greasy.
You know
How
what's
bad
funny?
Brian Greasy suck?
Tom Brady played for Michigan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Brian Greasy, right?
So
Yeah,
where I'm
exactly.
living now, so that's kind
And
of
Bob
funny.
Greasy. Yeah, Bob Greasy went to Michigan. His dad, who was won Super Bowls with the Dolphins, when we were great. When I had my, my era as a super fan. When I started watching football at age like 6, and I got to watch us. Yeah, I got to my cousin turned me on to the Colts, and I saw them playing the Dolphins one day, and I was like, oh, I like that team.
I
And then I got to watch them
recently
raise dominance, and then they were really good. Yeah, when I was young, and then I got to went through the Marino era where I had high hopes, high in the sky, apple pie hopes every year, every year. I got my poor son. I've I've he's cursed. He's a Dolphin fan, and he's like, I call him, and he goes, I go, dude. He's all, dude, don't you know by now? He's like, every year. He goes, I can't believe you're surprised. He's you act surprised. He goes, he's just, he's lost all hope, and he's a fucking young man.
laces out, Dan.
Wait, one more year. One more year, it'll be 50. One more year, it'll be 50. Yeah, I think the ice is going to fall for sure by the time I see a Super Bowl. Forget about it.
Kitty recently found out who Ray Finkel is.
Impossible, dude. Yeah. The earth will be fucking, proclaimed concave. Hell, I'll even say, you know what I mean? Fucking Stephen Christ will be named fucking God in general if the Dolphins ever won the Super Bowl. I mean, like, I would put fucking out there. So I'm calling out, Stephen. Help me out. I am God, really. I'm not trying to.
No, I'm God. We should all start arguing. Because Sam recently called himself the Messiah too, and that's something
that's funny because
there's more to learn beyond concave Earth. You know what I mean? So I mean, you're Jesus, I'm Jesus, we're all Jesus. Yay! Let's all
whatever. I've heard it.
Let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya. But the point is, we're all like when you find oneness, you realize that most of these arguments are so trivial.
I agree.
Because when we all have the Christ consciousness within us, we all become one body, one whole. We're like one mind, like a hive mind. It's because we are really all part of one greater consciousness.
Yeah, and I think
God, but it's really we are like him because we are like, you know what I mean, like kind of like you.
Yeah, and we might be a little too hocus pocus sometimes about things, right? That's right.
That's what religion's. That's why religion exists, to divide us and hide us from these truths and this is exactly why concave matters, because concave shows you where the source of concave, where all 7.8 billion come from us, is from this one consciousness, and it doesn't die. So when our body dies, we return back to source, and and then there goes all the house of cards with the oil.
Yeah, I mean, it's really simple when you think about it. I mean, when you break it down.
That's why anything but concave. That's why the concave is the most censored thing, is because that's what's going to lead us out of enslavement mentally, spiritual warfare.
Yeah,
not with bullets and not with their tanks and their bombs and their guns.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, and I think we get too caught up in I had the reverting back to that conversation that I had earlier with with my Tony, and I think sometimes we kind of revert back to the past, and
think about some mistakes we made or some imperfections that we may have in our life that we could change, but we really haven't, and are just the whole working for your salvation theory, or that a lot of people get kind of construed like what is that person who's really like walking that
The real narrow path.
yeah, where is he, like
I recently sent some, they had expressed some concern to me, and I just responded with a Bible verse, Joshua chapter 1 verse 9. I call it the COVID candle because they actually put that on a candle. But it's that verse that says, "Have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous?"
Whoa.
And so, brain fart. What the hell was I talking about?
Yeah, if I'm keeping you too long, bro.
What I was saying was, a lot of times, a lot of times the narrow path will bring you lots of peace and laughter, because God says that He would laugh. He's laughing at the evil plans. God's laughing. That says, "I'm laughing at your plans." And so I use that phrase a lot. Two people that I know are deceiving others, and so the narrow path, while very difficult, when you're walking it, which not a lot of people can know, believe me, it's pretty comforting, because when you walk it long, when you've been walking it long enough, and you're still okay, each day is more evidence to tip the scale, and eventually you've survived and withered the storm, if you will, long enough where it just grows your confidence. And so while it becomes difficult, the longer your tenure on your resume, the more confidence you have.
Yeah, I agree, and I have been,
which over time will make it easier and easier to laugh at your enemy.
Yeah, and it is. It's like it comes down to, I find the more that I get pushed, the more I want to speak in my truth, to be able to go, yeah, you know what? I don't care what you think anymore, because this shit is out of hand. Like, this shit is unacceptable, and I am sorry. Like, I've remained, remained quite quiet with my voice, and this has been a big waking up period for me. And I figure if it's time, like, and the more that has been pushed on me, this mandate and all these things that are coming down, like, because that's the loudest voice, and it's coming. It doesn't only come from out of every speaker and everything, like a droning. It's coming from every voice, and now it's starting to come from family members, coming from friends who've got the jab, who have been reluctant to even tell me they got the jab, because I'm pretty advocate. I've been advocate speaking out against it, and then some people say, well, I was scared to tell you, and I'm just gonna share what I know. You make your decision. I'm not tripping on you about it, but I start to get pressure from like they'll do little digs like this, like, oh, so yeah, we're opening it up. Yeah, they're opening up. All right. Oh, I'm going to the restaurant. Oh, yeah, cool. I don't know. Like, and I know what it's like. Yeah, I'm going to the movies. Oh, great. I don't like, it's a little dig. I'm like,
Oh, right. Yeah. Because they want you to know that they're going to go.
Yeah. See how much freedom is. And then they'll like little, like even my mom, like she knows me better than anybody. And she's telling me, they're opening up flights back to America. And I'm like, well, it's going to I'm going to need help from God to really, like, I got to dig in here because they're going to really trying to push.
Because that's a really juicy offer right there. But what's the point if you vaccinated yourself? Once you vaccinated yourself, what's the point of traveling? You've already painted your body and like.
Yeah, and if everyone else is vaccinated,
is traveling really that worth it? You know,
get a COVID test, but yeah, I just don't want that shit, and so I'm gonna have to. If they don't,
I don't trust the test either. I think they're implanting the same nanotechnology even with the test. So I wouldn't even recommend.
Yeah,
people
I don't know. I know I don't want the test, and I know
swab up the nose, like that's no good.
Yeah.
They got nanotechnology in that shit.
I need to fly home to America. I really
Allegedly.
do. And I think that they can't really, I guess they could impede my right to fly home to America, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't like find some way to get there by plane. If I could, like, I don't know.
Well, Australia is essentially an island, so that's tough.
I know. And that's kind of like, I think it's an impeachment in my political rights, because I'm still an American citizen. And so,
do you have any felonies or a reason why a country could prevent you from traveling there? If not, then that violates your natural. I think that violates natural law. Maybe. Maybe even maritime law. That might even violate maritime law. I don't know.
I'm not a
lawyer at all.
Check it out. So I'm a full-fledged American citizen. It's the one country that once you're a citizen, like, unless you negate your citizenship,
Were you born on U.S. soil?
Absolutely. I was born in Las Vegas.
So you're always going to be a citizen.
Yes. And then I found that out because I'm also I'm an Australian citizen. I'm allowed that, like, and I could also get a passport to England, the UK, like the Commonwealth, anywhere in the Commonwealth, pretty much.
Yeah.
Could go.
Both sides of my family have dual citizenship. On my mother's side, almost everybody has dual citizenship with United States and Canada. And on my father's side, I have almost all of them are dual citizens with United States and Brazil. So.
And if I pushed it, Josh, that's where my father's from, is from Canada. And he grew up, in Vancouver there. And I spent a lot of summers on a little island called Gabriola Island, right off the coast of the Nemo there in Victoria. And
British Columbia?
Yeah, British Columbia. Yeah, I have pulled Indian skulls out of a cave when I was like 10. I brought a skull. I had a skull. I don't know. Somebody stole it at a party or whatever. My cousin
Indiana Jones, he lifted it for you.
Yeah, mine was. I took it and had it dated at the university. Yeah, it's like 600. She was like 600 years old, bro.
Wow.
Yeah,
but
Indian.
Were they using the same carbon dating that tells you that fossils are billions of years old?
I don't know. You probably, you could sell anything to me. But mine actually.
No, you're from Vegas. What are you talking about?
No. I mean, like, really, like, I used to be a science guy, Josh. I believed a lot of that. Like, I was, that was back. Yeah, it got dated. Somebody I forget. This is when I didn't have it dated until I was about.
I'm not saying it wasn't accurate. That could be an accurate assessment 600 years.
I know, like, she was an old broad, at least they say that
there might be other ways to date something besides carbon dating,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But this was such an interesting place, man. This Gabriola Island, a little ferry there, had a little hotel, real small place. Now it's like really crazy crowded. And so my uncle Dimmy told me that he discovered this cave, right? Back, and he said that there was a whole body, like some kind of a chief or something, like back in there all laid out, right? The whole thing. And I don't know. So he told us where it was, right? My Aunt Vita lived in this fucking big ass fucking house on top of this giant cliff, right? Just
man, beautiful place, right? So we got to climb down this cliff to the bottom, you know, this, I don't know, cliff, not a huge cliff, maybe 50 or 60 feet. We're looking everywhere. We can't really find it. And then we look, there's this giant like rock, right? And there's not that much room like to crawl up in there, right? So there's about, I don't know, about this high, right? About maybe 2 feet, right? Enough for like a 10-year-old like me. And my cousin Danny was like pushing me, like, go further, right? And I'm just like digging back in there and like feeling around, right? Because it wasn't like a big cave. And I'm feeling around, and there's a fucking, I feel a skull. I feel a skull, right? And I'm tripping, dude. I'm 10, right?
You're like, wait a minute, this feels like two eye sockets.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Yeah.
Yeah. My cousin's kind of a crazy kid. You know, he's like 13, but he's a crazy 13. He's a Vegas 13. That's like a Vegas 13-year-old. He's like 22.
Very street smart, right? Yeah.
Yeah. A Vegas 13-year-old, you might have your hands full, but you know, because you could be in for, I don't know, all kinds of crazy shit at that age.
He's learned a lot of stuff real fast. Yeah.
Yeah, really fast. Yeah. And so he's pushing me back in there, and I'm just like feeling, I pull one out. I'm like, here. And he's all, get more. I'm feeling around. There's like leg bones and shit. There's all kinds of shit. God knows. I mean, I can't, if I wasn't so scared, like that would have been so cool to like really explore that, right? And I got another one, right? And I got mine, but she was like, man, she was all smashed up, like all kinds of shit. Like it was only, yeah. I didn't have the bottom jaw. My cousins had the jaw. And like it was a younger, because it was a man. And mine, like she was an old lady, like she had worn down teeth, like she'd been chewing leather. No, they were worn crazy down. And I remember like I used to have it in like I had a scorpion and a snake at one time, right? And I've had this thing ever since I was a kid, and being there, right? Like that's an actual human skull. And you know what happened to my cousins? My cousin really fucking crazy. And he was, quite the fucking meth cook and all kinds of crazy shit, right? So he got raided, right? Cops like, what the fuck is this? He's all, dude. He's like, he catches the cop just walking out with it. So what are you doing, dude? So what the fuck's this? You can't have this. And he goes, neither can you. He just like fucking took it. Investigating a murder. And he's all murder guy. My cousin Danny's like, yeah, murder, like, yeah. That like 600 years old, dude. That ever since I was a kid.
600 years old.
Yeah. And so, man, so they sent my Aunt Vidi like notices and shit, like right. If you find anything, you have to report it. But she's an old sly Canadian. She knows that you go reporting that shit, then you lose your whole shit. They'll keep your place and everything. Consider it like sacred. But I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if that fucking giant rock smashed on these motherfuckers, or if maybe floods kind of have been washing dirt in that cave that used to be maybe higher in the past that my uncle was telling me about, because it was, yeah, I know it was hard to find. It was quite the adventure, man. You ever found any cool shit when you were a kid? What'd you guys do?
Nothing. No dead bodies. No dead bodies or anything. No, nothing.
Any
like
woods?
that.
No.
Oh yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire, so I grew up in the woods. Yeah, I grew up with a bike and a dog. We didn't even. Cool. I grew up. We were the first house on a brand new dirt road. We were number 1, West Hill Road. And so I grew up in a town. Yeah, I had my bike and my dog. There was no cable TV. I was born in 1980. So you can picture. But I was born in
1980?
I was born in Nashua. I lived there for
Holy
5 or 6
shit.
years, but then we moved to Brookline, which is like in the middle of the woods.
My God,
They
dude.
had literally just made the road.
I thought you were.
My father built a house on it.
I thought you were older than that, Josh. I don't know why.
I'm
Not as a
I'm
not a-
approaching 41. Yeah.
My goodness, man, you're a youngster. Shit. Well, not a youngster, but man,
Halfway.
1980.
I'm in the middle.
1980s. Yeah, that was a quality year. That was a quality year. I'll have to say that was a great year.
I remember
That
the
was
Challenger incident.
I remember that. Was that 1980? No,
86.
that was 86. Yeah.
Right, because Krista McAuliffe, one of the crew members who allegedly died on that crash, she was from New Hampshire. She was a school teacher from New Hampshire that allegedly died on the space shuttle.
1980 was great, man. 1980 was punk rock for me, man. It was fucking on. It was, the music was pumping.
I think well, for me personally, of course, this was my teenage and high school years. So for me, of course, I like the 90s. But still, even to this day, I think the 90s had some really kick-ass music.
Oh, they did. 90s was rocking. 90s I actually kind of came around. Because I was, us punks can be very loyal to punk rock and very, we didn't like you hippies dancing and moshing, whatever you guys want to change the name of slam dancing into moshing and try to take over the whole, that was our shit. So we but after I kind of grew out of that, you kind of got to grow out of that high school kind of shit. And you kind of got to, I want to go check out Pearl Jam and see how good these guys are. And you can get over that whole, that all of a sudden now they call it grunge and it's cool when basically it's, fucking punk rock or just fucking hard rock and roll. I mean, like it's crazy. But yeah, that once I kind of
even the rap music was better in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree, man.
There's like lots of different kinds of music.
Yeah, I agree, man. Really, and by then, well, I can't always say that because
although I would have to say I'm not much of a country music fan. I would probably have to say that country music is probably better now than it was in the 90s. 90s country music.
90s music, country music is, well, it depends like what you're listening to. Like, so
I think the more time goes on and the more modern country music becomes, the more
I don't like it.
The more appealing to my ears it will be. Because I just, I don't know.
See, in the 90s, I wasn't listening to.
I grew up in the North, so country music wasn't really,
I wasn't listening to 90s country, but in the 90s, I was listening to like Waylon Jennings and Merle Haggard.
I wasn't listening to country in the 90s. Fuck
no, not even the outlaw country artists.
Well, there's never been a period in my life where there's Waylon been Jennings. Zero. I've gone through zero country music phases.
Yeah, see, I fucked up, and
I listen to I'll listen to classical all the time. I don't.
Yeah, I grew up in a bar,
it's just
so
sad. It's just too sad. Like,
I know, and it's funny. It's and I used to hate it. I used to friggin' talk about because punk rockers and hicks were mortal fucking enemies. Like there's a lot of punk rock songs bagging on cowboys, and just it's two opposite ends of the pole. And and I went to work for my old man in his bar, and I'd be like, God, these fucking country all day long on the jukebox, right? Just and
fucking annoying.
After a while, I'm humming that shit in the shower. I'm learning every tune.
Stuck in your head.
I'm actually going, holy shit, like this is badass. I like it. And I became a fucking, just like a, big fan of just, especially old country, just those old, just a certain, this real kind of a renegade. I like those songs about drinking and getting wild and certain taboo artists who would be canceled today, like David Allan Coe, who sings, some derogatory, real redneck lyrics and just some cool shit. But it was more, there's a whole branch of country that were pretty punk rock, They kind of were. They were in the old days, like like Hank Sr. and stuff. That whole friggin' wild man. Just dopers. Yeah. Merle Haggard.
So,
He's from Oilville. So what are you doing, dude? What's going on today? Or you got to go? You good?
in a little while, but not right now. No.
You camping back there?
What's that?
You camping out?
No, actually, I'll show you.
No,
in about 20 minutes, that tent's gonna turn on.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
So I'll be on for another at least 20 minutes.
Oh,
half
cool.
Hour, at least.
What do you got going in there? You got. I mean, what are you? You're not using like HPS, high pressure sodium, right? Are you on the? No, what kind of lights? What kind of lights?
Yeah.
LEDs?
Yeah.
LEDs?
I'll show you.
I'll
show you when they all. It's 9:35 a.m. The tent is on a timer. So at 9:58, 10 to 10. It's on for 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So there's a timer.
Yeah.
So at 10 in the morning, that whole tent's going to turn on.
Yeah.
The light, the bubbler that oxygenates the water.
Bubblers are the best. I used to run bubble buckets. That was my shit, dude. I used to, build big, grow fucking houses. Massive. Big shit. Like, this is just a small little side hustle. I got 16 plants. This is back in the day, though.
I'll probably get a few pounds out of it. I'll probably get 2.5, 3 pounds out of it.
But so tell me about. I've never used the LED lights. Tell me about them. How are they?
Well, they're actually not they actually don't belong to the tent. Belongs to me, but the lights actually belong to my business partner. So I don't know much about them. But
you don't know much, because there's a lot of different,
right.
like I remember when
I'm new to growing, so I'm just learning. So I don't know much about the lights because we didn't buy them brand new. We didn't take them out of the box. You know what I mean?
You guys
run he'd rather have me as a business partner rather than some of his previous.
Well, a lot of people would. I mean, somebody who's reliable.
Right. This is just existing equipment that he already had. So he's like, hey, we'll throw this.
I love it. I like it. It's a good partnership. That's the way I was in partners with my little brother, and
this will be our third harvest so far.
Oh, right on. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, people think, oh, you're just gonna get into it and just tear it up, right? And just
all you got to do is just give it water. No, there's more to it.
You better get a grip. You better get busy and get some knowledge, and especially like when I did it, right? So there was no kind of learning curve. Like I was shelling out a ton of money. So this is back in the day when I had loads of money. So my brother comes with this business proposal, and I happen to be doing well at the time. So I did not tell my wife fund acre grow operation. It sounds like a good idea. This is something that Sean Milton would do in the past. Like he comes up with these amazing plans, right? Yes, Chris. So he's like, yeah, dude, I'll sell every pound we can grow. And I'm like, cool. And so he's telling me, about how his boys in Florida like steal the power and they build these big houses and shit and they're making tons of green, right? Like so He's telling me, yeah, I can offload everything we grow for $4,000 a pound across the board, right? So no worries.
4,000 a pound.
4,000 a pound. This was what the shit was going back in the day. If you wanted fucking mad fucking chronic, that was what the fucking going rate was. Right? That was it.
That's very
sold
expensive.
everything. The cheapest I ever sold a pound for was 3,800. Right? And it wasn't. This was not me. That my mad connection. Like this was my little brother. Right? So he was the one who came in. Yeah, he was a jet ski champion. Just a, one of the motherfuckers who always gets all the hot chicks and knows all these fucking cool people because he's a export star. He snow skis and fucking just anything, right? Like he's just good at it, and fucking he just knows all these fucking people, right? And he knows this dude, this fucking fat Jack who could sell a bag of rocks for fucking $4,000. I mean, like it had to be fucking like really good chronic.
He knows people that are willing to just pay whatever.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You got like, especially in the further you go east, I mean, it was going for really bigger money. But this was when it was basically, kind of really taboo. So I started, let's see, when I started growing in about 2000. Yeah, so around the year 2000. Right. And so I just decided I'm going to, what the fuck? Man, I got like all this equity in my house and I got all these credit cards, right? So I rent a van and I drive to California, right? And I just start out, I buy 4 1,000 watt lights. And this, hydro fucking corn that I'm growing in this system off this guy in Vista, California, because like this was back when it was very like, like you had all the fucking feds and shit watching the grow the stores in Vegas, right? So you can't risk like taking anything going there because you don't know who's going to be watching, right? So my little brother was like militant about like how we were going to do it, right? So we rent a van and we drive to Vista, California, right? Literally, we pull all the seats out of this fucking van and then I proceed to just load it up with fucking everything, right? Chemicals, everything. And I had to basically learn on the fly, how to do it. And so I set up 4 lights at first. And I was waiting for my first power bill because that's a conundrum. Is back in the day, that's how you got busted, right? So there's so I'm waiting for my first power bill and I get it. And it's like $60. I'm like, hang on. Something's fucked up. Okay. And we evicted some dude from this house who was like, he used to work at EG&G, like the test site out there and shit. And so I think he fucked with the power box, right? I couldn't know for sure, but something was wrong, right? Because it should be for 4 1,000 waters. And we're vegging, right? We're vegging like 247. And like, we're vegging fucking, 18 hours a day. It's like fucking, and we get the next bill, and it's still $50. And I'm like, holy fuck. So I fucking go bail down to California, right? And I buy
it should be a few hundred a month, right?
Right. I buy another 6 lights. Right. I buy
if electricity is this cheap, I'm gonna forget.
Right. I buy 220 leads. I mean, it is a straight operation. This house.
Let's get some more pots. Let's get some more fucking fans. Let's get
lit
some
up like
soil. Let's get some more nutrients. Let's get
like
some more
Christmas.
light.
Yeah. And I'm just, we're just getting done with the first batch, and I'm already building these other 2 rooms. Plus, we also had a veg room with mothers in there and shit. So I'm building another 2 rooms, right? All behind my wife's back, financing the whole operation. And we get like, we're about.
Wait, your wife was living in the house and she didn't know?
No, this was a house that we were renting. It was
a separate house. Oh, okay. All right.
Completely. It was
I'm like, how the fuck
pull in
did
the
you
garage,
hide that from her?
right? you pull in the garage, right? It had a 2-car garage. You pull in the garage, and basically, so the house, if you walked in the living room like you were all right, it looked like a house.
Right.
But any one of those 4 fucking bedrooms were loaded for bear, and it was like on, and it was like not in the best.
It could fool someone standing at the front door like a pizza delivery guy or whatever.
Yeah, but
You
there
had a
were a
couch,
lot of
yeah.
a big learning curve because so now I've shelled out all this money, right? And I'm waiting for like harvest number 1, just for number 1 room was, yeah. So we had, and friggin' I pulled through the gate, dude, and we're about, I don't know, we're 20 days from harvest, right? And I'm about I'm far from our house still. Right? It's a gated community, right? And I'm still like 3 blocks from my house, 4 blocks. And I smell it. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like it stinks. It stinks. I smell it so far away and I'm freaking out. So I had to roll back down to California and buy like, big carbon filters and, get that rocking because I thought I was going to be able to control the smell with the ionizers and that shit didn't work. So that was a process. Yeah.
Did you have a problem with the filter in the ionizer?
I didn't like the ionizers. It didn't work. They don't work. And plus they're funky. Like you can't breathe it. It's not good. Yeah. It didn't work, and it's funny just the different, things you go through when you're learning how to do it. I had a lot of good teachers but it had to work, and it was, there were some trials, but I got pretty good at it. But what work it was, God, so, and then I busted down that whole operation. I got, me and my little brother, we parted ways because it ends up like this, the partnership. I ended up doing all the work. I put up all the money, right? And like he's Mr. Playboy, but I can't hate him for that. That's the way he is.
You did all the work and put up all the money?
I put up all the money, but he sold all the product. And I mean, I'm talking about, so this house would turn over, So
but he's the one that made it possible for you to sell your weed.
Yeah, to get, So yeah. So it's some crazy figure, right? Like fucking 40 grand every couple months or something, like the turnaround though, because we had it in like a rotation.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
Yeah, right. And it's just cash, right? And so I
Tax
do this
free.
all, behind my wife's back, right? I got a good marriage, man. I like, we worked good together, and she was going to school and I was putting her through school. I was working full time, painting. I was working at the bar full time. And then plus I'm doing this, right? And so I had to time everything perfectly, right? Because I'm Mr. Believe it or not, I'm Mr. AA at the time. I'd go to my Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, right? I wasn't getting loaded. I was growing heaps of pot, but it was business. That's it, right? This is just my little.
Yeah, you weren't drinking booze while you were doing it.
Right? Because my wife, she was always. My wife
could have been tomatoes
pushing,
and
right?
cucumbers. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and this was early day. Like, it was illegal. It was all fucking big time.
Whatever.
But that's what was incredible about it. Like that's why it was like the money was like it was, and just it was like a whole underground kind of thing, and so I had to time everything perfect. I'd go to my AA meeting, then I run over to the house. Everything's set up. I just doing my water, checking my pH. Mixing up my chemicals, and trimming underneath, just doing my little shit, maybe about 45 minutes, and then home. Like you could time me like a clock. And then I remember I had fucking a major fucking flood, right? And so I'm in there for 2 hours, and my wife's expecting me home, and so she's pretty clued in. She's not an idiot, so she.
You had a flood at your home or the grow house?
No, at the grow house. One of those fucking. Yeah. Okay. We've got water every fucking.
Yeah.
Those unexpected, pleasures that you.
And I'm guessing those grow bedrooms weren't on the second floor; they were on the.
No, single story house.
Ground. They were ground level.
Yeah. And so I got caught up, right? And she like called me and she's like, "What the fuck's going on?" I'm like, "Nothing." And she's like, "You better fucking tell me what the fuck's going on because I know something's happening." And she's like,
she knows you're spending time. Yeah, she thinks.
She's like, she goes to me, "Who is the bitch?" She goes, "Who is the bitch?" And I go,
Actually, hon, there's lots
it's
of
not what you think. I said, "Christine, it's not what you think. I'll be right home." All right. So I freaking rush home, right? And I, come in. I go, "Baby, I'm telling you, like, this is, like, sit down." Like, sit down. I got to tell you something, I've been, kind of hiding something, but it's not what you think, right? Like, I'm literally like, yeah. So remember that money that I brought home last month that I told you was, this job that I was, hooking up because I was like, had this whole, like she'd see the cash coming in and, I had this whole elaborate, because I was still painting.
Guys out cheating on their wives don't usually come home with shitloads of money.
With money. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And
I'm not coming home with
just,
all this extra money because I'm out cheating on you.
Yeah. And so, but she thought I was like, and so she's like, "No, I don't."
Guys who come home broke are the ones coming cheating.
And so I get her in the car, and we drive over to the house. We drive over to the house.
And you show her so that she doesn't have to believe you. She has knowledge.
Oh yeah, she walked right in there. She knows I was renting the house from my stepmother. So that's how I got into that house. And I was also I had another house with a bunch of guys that I rented rooms to. See, I had some shit happening, and she was like blown away. She's like, "Oh my God." She's like, "Oh my God, you built this?" Yeah. I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, and it's fucking, she goes, "You're so fucking crazy." She's like, "Here."
She loved it, didn't she? She loved it.
Like, just give me the fuck out of here. I don't ever want to come back in here, but like, I'm not that.
But she was happy. She was relieved you weren't banging some other broad.
Yeah. She goes, actually,
and you're out making money. You're out making money. Yeah.
Fine. For once in my life, it was like, man, it was so enticing and good that it was actually bad for me. You know what I mean? In the end, it ended up costing me everything because, when you break trust, right? It's kind of, you know what I mean? And then you get kind of allured to that whole lifestyle, that is when, the whole, what was that song? 50 Cent, you in the club.
Oh.
I was like, you know what I mean? Start, buying speakers for my fucking ride and like thinking I'm,
you started buying lots of toys and shit.
Yeah. And then, and I hadn't got high in a long time. I've been a good boy. I was good, Sean. I was very focused and doing the right thing. Right. And then one time I was trimming all that bud, right? Oh God. The work that is involved. If anyone thinks,
oh my God, the harvesting, just harvesting a plant is a lot of work. Just before you get the harvesting takes a.
Can you imagine me and my little brother, dude? We're
my goodness.
It took us forever to
do it right.
I was like this, and I just smelled like a fucking. We wore these suits and shit, but I remember walking through the hood.
You gotta wear gloves and shit.
In the 7-Eleven there. And we just smelled like giant weed plants. I mean, like, oh man, it was like, God, the work involved on the labor building.
That whole grow house probably stunk like. Yeah.
I mean,
well, you smelled it down the road. Yeah, you smelled it.
Literally figure out. I mean, it had a mad cooling ventilation system that all went up, into the roof, and everything was ducted. And we're trying to put all this stuff together. I don't know how to fucking build a grow room, so I'm going to, air conditioning places and saying, yeah, I need, 4 of these splitters. You know what I mean? My little brother's like, yeah, we're building a spray booth.
but man, when I got done with that fucker, it was tight, man. And then I not only like I turned into like a fucking a guru once I like took over the whole. It was my job to take care of it. Then I wanted to, I just overpowered my little brother and did shit the way I wanted to do it and switched to the bubble buckets, put less plants, under, like 4 plants under a light, great 1,000 water. I wanted big giant buds, I'm just sick of growing these fucking nugs like this. I was fucking growing fucking giant colas, man.
These plants here had the CO2, so these plants
yes,
are tall. Wait till you see how tall these fucking plants.
Amen.
These plants
You
are
just
taller
said the
than me.
magic word, bro. You just said the magic word. There's so many people who grow out here and they're so bush league and they don't use CO2 and they try to tell me you don't need it. I'm like, you are fucking so high. You grow the bushiest fucking koofy, puffy cotton weed. It's not dense.
You're not gonna grow thick, strong buds without the
It's
CO2.
a joke, right? I mean, like there's a difference, right? It's got to be a real nug, right?
These plants are taller than me, John.
Yeah, and cured properly.
The fan leaves on these were bigger than my hand.
Yeah, I mean and so many good. Oh, man.
And I lollipop the shit out of them too. I lollipop the shit out of these. So wait till I lollipop these plants like up to my nipples and my shoulders or something. You know what I mean? Like,
man, I do
so
miss.
It's all the nutrients are gonna go right to the fucking.
Yeah, dude, bubble buckets,
top
CO2, bro, are the shit, man. I had my best crops. That's when White Widow was the fucking shit. All right, like train wreck, and but my favorite, man, I used to grow this blueberry cross, and God, it was something about that pot. You know how some pot it's not so much about the high, it's just the taste and the high, and you just want to smoke it just because you want to taste it. It tastes so good, smells so good. Is it on?
The tent should be on in about 2 minutes.
Wow, yeah, those tents are interesting. Yeah, those things weren't. I don't ever remember seeing those back in the day. So,
check this out.
How are you? You got a tank for? Do you buy tanks for CO2? How? Or is it a?
Well, my business partner does the veg stage at his place, so he uses all the CO2 over there, and then he's like 5 miles away.
Yeah, but you don't
in Detroit. That's really close.
Yeah, but I know.
And so we'll bring the plants over here.
We used to use, CO2 up until the last, I think, 2 weeks or so.
Just turned on.
Oh yeah. Wow, those
so
are
it's hard to tell,
man.
but there's one big. Look at that. So there's one 4x4, and then there's 4 multicolors. There's a multicolor over there, on the 4 sides. So I got 16 plants in here.
Oh man!
So this one,
man, he's
pretty big.
Out.
This one's kind of big. This one's really big, and then we got like 13 regular sized ones. But yeah, look. I mean, look
really
how
stretches them.
Look for
there's your height. Out, man.
There's your height comparison.
Those are stretchy. Yeah, I see how you do that. See, I had mine on chains, so I adjust my lights. But I could see, how does he get them so, man, those are stretchy. I've never seen them. Those are stretched. Holy shit.
What do you mean
how many lights are in there, Josh?
5.
5 lights, and they're how many watts per?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't understand. There's a lot of different LEDs, and the technology is so new, basically. So it's, God, and what's the power bill like for that? But it's
a few hundred a month. Yeah.
Yeah, so cheap. Yeah, that's the big conundrum with, within the old days, And man, those suckers were hot. Oh, so hot. That's one thing that had to be real good at controlling that heat. It's tough in Vegas to grow in the summertime. You better build the proper room.
Yeah, here I got central air here, so I got
Yeah,
climate.
yeah. You're gonna be
I don't
running
even
that
have
air.
I don't even have an air conditioner in the window. Just central air, just boom,
Yeah.
I'm all set.
That was a conundrum. Yeah, that was a conundrum. Yeah, and I built another one, and then I broke that whole one down and went and moved it, that whole operation, to another place, which was not good. Yeah. So it's all contained. It's got its fans and everything. And do you have a carbon filter or?
There's the bubblers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. What kind of nutrients are you running? Oh, so those they're in
Nectar
soil.
for
Are
the
they in
gods.
cocoa? Oh wow. Nectar?
Nectar for the gods. So this is the bone meal.
Uh-huh.
This is the bloom chaos.
Okay.
This is the liquid calcium.
All right. CalMag.
Yeah, liquid calcium. And this is just pH up. And we can use vinegar for pH down.
Mm.
You got your pH tester. Well, where is it? Here we go. pH tester right here. Just whatever.
So where do you use tap
So
water?
everything you can see here, everything's rigged up with like
Yeah.
surge protectors and stuff, extension cords.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Everything's all on a timer right over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
So
what I'm going to do right now, because the 4 multicolors are so loud, I'm going to turn off the 4 multicolors.
What's your medium? Is it cocoa or do you have bubble buckets?
Where is it? Here we go.
And where do you get your water from, Josh? Where do you get your water from?
This water I get is from Water to Go. If they have that 12-step reverse osmosis water,
Yeah, and so it's not pH. I mean, it's not balanced pH. It's not a 7 naturally.
No, this water comes at comes pretty high actually.
That's strange. So I went out and I bought a reverse osmosis, like a badass one, right, from the grow shop. It can produce fucking ton of water, right? A bunch, right? And I never had to worry about pH. It was fucking pristine pH. Always.
Well, even when you add nutrients, that'll affect the pH. So sometimes we're feeding with nutrients, and sometimes we're just giving water.
I've never had an issue with pH up or down. And Vegas water is very hard, very bad. But for some reason, the money I don't know if it was the money I spent on this RO system, but no, to come think of it, because in fact, my first one that I bought, I went to just to Bunnings and bought a regular RO, right, and just hooked it up to a giant 55-gallon bucket where I just leave it open and it would produce, if I left it on, it would, fill up a bucket within a day or so, just like dripping.
So I'm looking in the chat here, and I see someone in the chat, Mark Basket. He made the comment, P900 cameras prove the Earth has no curve.
Yeah, I know. We've been ignoring the chat, and I am so.
No, that's cool.
I'm sorry. No, I
Not
apologize.
sure
I'm
of our concave
apologizing.
theory, so I'll have to do some research on that.
I am
Not counting anything
apologizing
else.
to the chat.
No. It's cool.
Back. Paul's back. Do you know Paul?
I've never had a conversation with Paul, but I wanted to say to Mark, if you can still hear us, I've used my P900 to clearly show the curve. And we're not talking about the downward curve. We agree there's no downward curve, but you will, if you do it properly, which the flat earthers don't. If you take your camera off the tripod, which is usually 3 to 4 feet in the air, if you take your camera off the tripod and bring it several inches above the surface of water, now you need a body of water that's the right size. It's got to be big enough and small enough, which is very hard to find. But I was fortunate enough to find that place, Lake St. Clair, here in Michigan. When you do that, you will observe water curving upward. It's not flat.
Yeah.
I was a flat earther for more than 2 years. So,
is that it? You were only 2 years?
Yeah, my P900 footage was better than most flat earthers when I was a flat earther, and then I became a concave earther, and it then my footage got way better than the flat earther. So I'm the one concave earther that has taken that weapon away from the whole cosmological community. Now the P900 belongs to the concave earth community.
The P900, man, that has been a
Rob Skiba can't use it anymore.
Oh man,
you know what I mean? Red's rhetoric, you know what I mean? Like all these people trying to use a P900 to prove a convex or flat Earth. Like I'm sorry, I've just burst that whole bubble because.
Oh shoot! I didn't even friggin' tell you. So yeah, when I tried to call you, when I saw Rob Skiba had passed, I tried to call you, and Jaron was live, and you know they were talking about Rob, and man, the friggin' Mark Sargent came out of the woodwork. Made a special guest appearance.
No way.
Yeah. I was so happy to see him. I hadn't seen his smiling, shilly face in such a long time. I shouldn't talk bad about Mark Sargent, but he you know what really made me mad about Mark was like, especially that when he like jacked Steven's animation.
Did he?
You didn't know that? Like, so if you watch Mark Sargent's like his the main part of his show, right? The opening of his show is from Steve's video. Have you ever seen the video when Steve, it's going from a globe, right? And then it goes into
it wraps inside out, and you got all those shield coins with the faces on there.
Yeah, right. It goes into flat, and
then they all fall through the south. They all fall out of the asshole of the earth in Antarctica.
Yeah, that he actually he jacked that. He jacked that from Steve and made it the opening of his show, and it still is.
Hey, they were flat Earth clues to concave Earth. You know?
Yeah, I guess
nobody understood that part. They thought it was flat Earth clues to flat Earth. No.
Yeah, and so that's the and you are the dynamite for that, because there's nothing worse for a flat earther to have come across somebody who used to be with the flat earth and now is not.
And I'm using their biggest weapon against them. And I already know all their tactics. I already know everything they're going to say before they say it. I know every argument. I've used all those arguments. I could debunk my former self. Because just most flat earthers haven't done what you know what I mean? Like, I've known most of the flat earthers are just online trolls, really, to be honest. They don't go out there in the streets. They don't have their own footage. They don't have their own evidence. They're just regurgitating what they've been told, the same way the heliocentric people who watch TV all day. They're being brainwashed just the same. So that's why it's
exactly.
So sad,
and I think a lot of people, maybe haven't gone into the actual research of the whole understanding the heliocentric model. And,
no,
they don't. They don't. I mean, you have to kind of understand that too. And I think a lot of people let's say that a lot of people will get caught up on the gets a certain like scriptures stuck in their head and their interpretation of that scripture, so it cannot be anything but that. So therefore I don't really need to know exactly the shape of it, because I just know it's not that, and therefore the scripture says that, and that's it. Like, that's good enough for me, and I understand it. Like, and really want to invest the time and not to be bothered to really dig into all this scientific mumbo jumbo. Like you just right. I don't know. So I've seen that, a lot of conviction like that, and I think some of it is true conviction, and just maybe not being aware. Because I did run across this Tony guy tonight, and he had no idea of the concave Earth, or was really not a long time YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe is relatively new to YouTube, but was on the biblical flat Earth model, the 4 pillars of the Earth, and he had a friggin'. You should have seen this map, this dude. If you watch this video, I know you can go back, is because we opened the show there, and he made a flat Earth. It's not like an accurate map or whatever. It's just kind of like a representation of like a garden, or and it's just like it looks like when he was hovering his phone over it, it looked like the Game of Thrones, kind of like the concave Earth fucking intro. It really reminded me of that. It's trippy. So what kind of herb you got there? What is that? What are you growing?
Well, what I'm growing is purple peyote. What I'm smoking is a mixture of popcorn buds that I've compiled from previous harvests.
Mm.
These are all.
What are you doing?
These bags, those 3 bags, that's not product. That's just bags of shake that I'm gonna pass off to another person that I know, and they're gonna turn it into edibles.
Oh yeah.
And they're gonna. I mean, this guy. He's got the hookup, man. They turn anything into. They can. I mean, you name it, from Cheez-Its to freaking, the whatever, brownies, cookies, gummies, and anything. Any type of cereal they can,
I know, right?
Lucky Charms, whatever, Cheerios, Rice Krispie, whatever. I mean, anything. He can make pain cream, like CBD, like THC, CBD, whatever. Pain cream, they can do whatever, all kinds of chocolate.
I know, right? They're like, there's this whole chefs and like crazy.
They're getting creative. They're taking any food you got and they're going to infuse it with weed somehow. They're going to get it done. Rice Krispie treats, whatever.
Yeah. Have you made any of that RSO from your trims? Have you made any of that RSO, Rick Simpson oil?
No, I don't. That's the thing. See, I don't have. See, I'm new at all this. I don't have any experience making oils or the butter or any edibles. That's why I'm just taking the shake and giving it off to the people that do know how to do that shit. They just, I give them shake, they give me edibles.
It's pretty.
Now I'll take the edibles and I'll be like, okay, cool. I'll hand them off to my business partner because he's from here. I'm not from here. He's the one, like your friend there, who's got the the clientele and the golf
in
course.
That whole.
Yeah.
It's a whole.
So I'll pass it off to him. He'll sell them.
It's a whole crowd of the hip and cool. At least it was back in those days, and I'm sure nothing has changed. This was just back in the day. When the big time rappers would pay any kind of money for like everyone wanted the bomb weed. It was very lucrative. It was very,
Yeah, it was also very risky because so here's the end of the story. So I take this whole operation. Me and my little brother split partners, and I go partner up with a new partner, one of my lifelong friends. Hello, Mark Basket. What up? We cannot escape from our firmament. Sorry, I'll continue this later. Waters below and above, then God's throne. There is no space.
Well,
All the other stars are within our firmament. I agree. I mean,
yeah.
I agree, Mark. You are
Except-
100% correct.
No, he's not. He's
He's not?
almost no
Are you- is
because
it-
well, he said we can't escape the firmament, and technically we're not in the firmament.
No.
Heaven is in the
I-
firmament.
Are
We
you
are
saying we
outside
can't
the
get
firmament.
through? And
Yeah,
anyway,
but technically we're not in the firmament.
no.
We can't escape. We
Well,
can't escape.
yeah.
We're
Yeah, we're in
outside the
between.
firmament, so we don't need to escape the firmament because we're not in it.
Yeah, we're trying to get in the firmament, I guess.
See, from
I
a
guess
flat
that's
Earth
what they're trying to do.
perspective, you know, I know I used to understand. You know, I understand. From a flat Earth perspective, the whole world is technically, you know, in the firmament. So when the
Correct.
flat Earth, when the biblical flat earthers see the phrase "in the firmament," they think underneath the firmament, because to them the firmament is a flat Earth dome. But that's what what they don't understand is that in reality land, the firmament is a sphere above your head, and inside of it is heaven. Inside of it is all the sun, moon, planets. We are not in the firmament.
Yeah.
The firmament is up there, so we are not in the firmament. Sun, moon, and stars are. So in the firmament means something different, whether you're talking about celestial bodies or the human, because to a flat earther, everything is inside the firmament.
Yeah,
But
and I
to
guess
us
we
who know
could
better. Some things are in the firmament, and some things
Yeah.
are not in the firmament.
We can even take that further. So we know for sure well, I don't know for sure, but we would like to, think that there are at least two, maybe three barriers of glass, correct? So
Several,
not just
yeah.
one, not just
because
a
some
single.
scriptures talk about 3 layers, some
Firmament.
scriptures talk about 7, some scriptures mention 10 layers of that.
Yeah, interesting.
So I don't. Yeah, you read in the Enoch and Jasher and shit,
Yeah, so that.
And then
firmament,
there's the other big one, the other big. So that's one big stumbling block for biblically for the flat earthers, for the biblical flat earthers, is understanding that phrase right there in the firmament, the difference between flat and concave perspective, and also the word circle. The circle of the earth. When you actually look into people who look into translating that, it could be translated as you and I know, Sean, as circuit or compass of the earth.
Correct. That was one of the
Circuit or compass of the earth, which is a reference to the celestial bodies. They are the circuit, the compass. That's.
Yeah, that's one of the biblical.
The wheel work,
the gentleman Tony, who I had on earlier.
It doesn't mean Earth is a circle.
Yeah, he was. There's a couple bits of
But
scripture
I
that
used to believe that too.
he was adamant about, and one of them was God's footstool, right? God's footstool, and when you think about it, like that can be
Concave Earth
easily.
could still be on pillars, could still be a footstool, either one. Yeah.
What I mean so if God resides in the center of the concave earth, which is heaven, right? Wherever down would be where he puts his feet. So the whole earth is his footstool. I mean, that's pretty simple. I mean,
True.
it doesn't mean that God says the earth is going to be shaped like a footstool. I mean, like it's not being specific, like it just in reference that
It's
below
it's
is
trying
where
to,
that.
it's trying to show the inferiority of man and the superiority of God. It's really just a play on words analogy. It's like saying a grain of sand on the beach, or it's like saying a drop in a limitless ocean, or the earth is God's footstool, which means the earth is small and God's big. That's what.
Yeah, and this is
It's trying to show the size of God. That's what it's trying to show. The enormity.
And then the four corners, which
we understand the concave Earth model being those 4 equilibrium points.
Magnetic equilibrium.
Yes,
points.
exactly. Because if you can understand, you're understanding the magnetic flux, right? And these terms. I am by no means a
We're no experts, but we can.
like thank God for people like Kent
we
Wheeler.
can see through the fucking haze,
and Steven, like for the work so I could actually kind of understand, because I don't think without a lot of the animations that I've been able to have, been able to see and just God, I sat down and I watched that 6 hours of that video.
I've watched that like 20 times.
It's, how much information is contained within that? I mean, it's.
Yes, I do. Actually,
I was playing it. So check it out. Me and my friend were back there in my shed there. I got this little shed, right? And I bring the TV down there, right? And so we're just doing our thing. And I'm saying, hey, you want to hear some fucking crazy shit? Because
this is going to trip you out right here.
Yeah, right? I'm like, so I don't usually like tell people about this, and me and him's been bros for a while, right? And I've mentioned, because like, how do you tell like one of your friends that, that the Earth is fucking concave? He's used to me going, talking shit about, whether it's, this secret society or different, just different shit,
just different conspiracy talk.
Yeah, he's heard me talk about, the Earth, what I think. But I mean, how do you really like sit down and go, you don't want to sit down and go like, no, look, man, right? So I just waited and I was like,
you don't want to be militant about it. I got you.
Yeah.
You almost have to take a gentle approach with some of these people.
Yeah. So we start tripping balls. I mean, like we are like, I'm not going to go into exactly what we were doing.
Well,
right?
you're already off onto a good foot,
Right.
Because he's
like,
already
we're
expecting
just sitting back there having a good old time. And I'm like, you want to hear a crazy story?
Fuck
like,
yeah.
Yeah, I do. I go, you want
to
hear something really fucking weird, dude? Like it, because it really freaked me out, Chris. I go, so I start to tell him, yeah. So I made friends with this dude who said he was God, right? Like, and
you started with that. Oh, this.
I started with
that coming.
Like, no, I started with the whole me researching concave Earth, finding, megacry meteors, right?
I was thinking you were going to start with the ice or the maps or something.
No, that's not a good starting.
I know this dude that calls himself God.
Yeah, that's hey, dude. You said you wanted a movie, right? You said we were going to do a movie, man, and this is the movie, right? I mean, this is right. This is the story, right? This is right. It's because it really is. I mean, the whole thing, when we examine the whole thing, we could not write such a strange feature. Now, could we? Could we, with all there's so much little intricate weirdness in this. It's
so much influence and coincidence. It is divine intervention and
it is
strange like occurrences and just
weirdness, right? The whole the
whole domino effect. You couldn't make this shit up,
No. His email, Stevie the Fox, ice falling from the sky, Chicken Little. What's the story of Chicken Little?
Mark of the Beast.
Right. It's on like, dude, the artwork, the detail, the hours of sheer, God, I feel like the laziest man on earth compared to like this dude was just going off and just the whole.
This guy was tearing it up for years. This guy was on fire for a whole decade and a half.
And went unaware, 2004, I didn't even know what the fuck was going on the internet in 2004. Not too much. It was still, no.
Yeah, me neither. I don't even know when Facebook started. I can't even tell you. I don't even know.
I know when I first was able to get on the internet. I remember that I had a web
TV.
Oh, there was
called.
MySpace first. I remember. Yeah,
Right? Yeah, like I didn't.
yeah, MySpace came first. I remember that.
It was this was web TV, and this was
Yeah.
in like
America
97.
Online, AOL dial-up shit. Remember
Yeah,
that? That came
yeah,
first,
that,
right?
like
I never
and
even
of course,
had that. I skipped that. I knew of it, but I never had any of it.
oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you're young. So that, yeah, and then I got my first computer, and it was just something my wife would be on. I played some games on it, but I didn't know like, yeah, you could even talk to people or like, yeah, this is fuck. How fast
I had a
is everything?
Nintendo in 1988. I got one.
My first video game, I used to have to actually tape shit on the screen. This shit was archaic. God,
What?
oh man. And now here we are. Yeah. So what the hell? We had a new person.
Now we have.
We've
Now
got
we
some
have
new
like.
people. I got to somebody has something to say to you, Josh. I think they're too happy
good.
with you. No.
Oh,
man, I mean, there is a lot.
hey,
here.
I need those people too. It's all good. You got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah. The earth is my footstool. Okay. Now let's go, Brandon. Way to go, Mark. I want to say hi to Mark.
Let's go, Brandon.
Basket. Yeah. Let's go, Brandon. That shit was funny. Oh my God. How comical is our world? Yeah. So beyond, this whole story, like, it's almost like it's like unbelievable. It's like, and it's still continuing, right? And we are living through this. And I never, man, I mean, how could you possibly top this? It's got not one time to get arrested by the FBI. This story's got 2 times for the same thing. This is not a little thing, a very like serious conviction, like that I'm gonna really. Do you think he intentionally thought that would happen? What would happen?
You're breaking up a little bit. I
Shit.
couldn't hear you. You broke up a little bit.
So
right.
do you think that Stephen intentionally did that to draw attention to the concave Earth because he couldn't get heard, or do you think he really thought it was a good idea? Or
most likely,
like
most likely it was. Yeah, most likely it was just publicity. Most likely. I don't think he was planning on killing either of those.
No, I absolutely do not think that he was either. But I also do think that
just the same way I wasn't planning on killing any police officers. You know what I mean? But
so that's
we got ourselves on the news though, didn't we? And that's how you get your voice heard. You have to
right.
You have to do in a crazy world. You have to do some crazy shit to reach crazy people.
So, do you believe that that Stephen did that, believing that that saying that he is God would draw even more attention, like, than not really believe it, just to really to focus, you know what I mean, to get more like more eyes on.
He was leading by example.
Or do you think his conviction was, man, I really believe this 100%, and you know what, like, I do believe I'm God, and I'm just gonna friggin' sacrifice myself, pretty much, kind of throw myself at the mercy of, like, to get attention, because no one wants to listen to me now, and I've tried
he threw himself to the wolves. He put himself in the lion, proverbial lions. Then he sacrificed sacrificing. Here, I want to make one thing clear. Sacrificing your life doesn't always mean dying. You know?
I understand. Yeah, I mean, and I'm really trying to dig deep into like that psyche, like, of what that could kind of do to somebody, because that's kind of my theory with Stephen is that so from my understanding, from me talking to him about his story, he was talking about going to these different churches, right? And kind of going through youth, growing up with this church, right? Singing in church bands, and then starting to study the Bible and going from a, changing his mind to a King James onlyist. And then he said he had like lost a lot of friends over that. Like, yeah, kind of, when you start like, yeah, I think we should be reading this Bible. I'm sure, like, whatever, kick rocks. And so, there you go.
Yeah. People take that stance as opposed to some of the modern Bibles, but what they don't realize is even their King James that they herald as their ultimate truth is usually the 1679 King James. It's not even the original 1611 King James, and even because the 1611 King James had way more books. It had apocryphal books.
Yeah.
And so but even the 1611 King James has incomplete work as well. So I for a brief time, right? I was King James only, but I quickly moved away from that position because there were so many other scriptures. That's a foolish, ignorant position. I was in one of the most biblically limited paradigms when I was only using one Bible. I mean, that's the ultimate way to, if you're studying anything in scripture, the best way to gatekeep yourself is to just use one Bible.
Yeah, what
you're never gonna figure anything out if you're just
learn Greek and Hebrew,
looking at the Greek and the Hebrew and looking at all these other books that
get used to that. Yeah, it's an endless. I mean, you want to talk about division and flat Earth and concave and everything. You start going through different biblical beliefs, you are going to find some division. You're going to find some crazy, like, oh my god.
Try finding the real biblical lunar Sabbath.
So what I'm saying
is many people have a clue about that.
Yeah. So he talked about going through that whole process of like being separated from certain friends who, I'm sure. And then you go here, and then now he says he starts to find this Al-Qadar, this mathematician, and Cyrus Teed, and kind of like thinking about that again. And then said he thought about the glass in the sky, and the guy is an incredible visual artist. And I think that maybe he had a little, understanding of and really did just a lot of work. And then to be even more, what I'm saying is now you're coming across this, right? And you're like, oh my God, like, I think right. Yeah. Like, could it be? And then you would be so excited, right, to go take this information to everybody, right, that you kind of grew up around, or your people, right, God's people, churches, and go, hey, like, check it out. Like, I think this whole heliocentric model is some weird, like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, check this out, right? And they probably went, Steve, come on, dude, just play your guitar. And he said his hair was falling out like fucking in chunks. He was really self-conscious about like that. And then I guess after that, like, internet, right? He was teaching, lost his family. I don't know what happened there, but some madness there with the children and kids, and then just started talking about that stuff. And I think, I don't know what it was like before he threatened Obama, so I don't know what that whole period was like.
Me neither.
What year would that be?
He threatened Obama 2009. That's how long he's been at it.
2000, yeah. And so I think it was like, 2004, he talked about, getting on the internet. And I think YouTube 2008, is that correct?
I think he's been this is just what I heard. He's been on the internet since 2006, but on YouTube since 2011. But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. That's just what I heard. I wasn't. I came. I came on the scene after you, so I mean, you would know better than me.
Yeah, and I was very new to YouTube, so I want to think YouTube was like, I don't know if my phone didn't have the capabilities or I didn't have a computer. So yeah, and that was he would be like live streaming on some weird shit, Vaughn Live, and he was actually friends with that guy who ran that Vaughn Live channel. That guy's dead. And I saw some old footage of him, and I wonder if this is after Obama, because I don't think so. I think he goes to talk to George Norrie about the glass sky. Right? Have you seen that?
Probably.
It's George Norrie.
If he uploaded it to YouTube, then I probably saw it. Yeah.
It's George Norrie from Coast to Coast Radio, right? And he's talking about, it's what he talks about, right? He talks about aliens and mysteries, it's like sci-fi shit, like,
Yeah.
And Steve like throws a piece of the glass sky at him. There's glass in the sky during the Q&A, right? It hits George Norrie, and he's like, what? And Steve's like, yeah, there's glass in the sky at 100 kilometers high. We living inside the concave Earth, right? And he's just
which is probably going to destroy half the narratives that this presenter has. George Norrie, he's probably going to,
right? Like he already done
all
his whole
sci-fi is based on the heliocentric model.
Yeah, his whole right, and
all of it goes out the window.
Yeah, you should have heard the audience. They got upset with Steve. They're like, "Shut up!"
Of course, he smashes all their dreams too.
Shut up, you wacko. Yeah. So anyway, I think he kind of So just imagine what that would be like on the psyche, Joshua. I mean, to be just Steve's been like, man, they would have. When I first met him, I was like, why are people treat him like shit? They talk shit to this guy. And I was like, I think he's like pretty smart. I think like some of his shit's cool, and he seems all right. Like I never had any I was like weird that
because the truth he speaks shows people how dumb they are. That's all it is.
Yeah, and
it showed me how dumb I was. It showed you how dumb you were, right? I mean, we all can be humble enough to admit that, but that gives us the confidence and the right to talk like that. Be strong and courageous, like Joshua 1:9 says.
Right. And I didn't have any of that. Look, I wasn't. I was just a regular dude. Just a regular Vegas fucking party boy, right? That's it. Like,
you didn't spend your whole life thinking about the shape of the earth.
Like some
spiritual
fucking guru or some guy who knows the scripture up and down, who's going to have a I'm just like, holy shit, this dude's a trip, man. This dude's like fucking like
you didn't spend your whole life living like Jesus. He did. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, dude, this dude, I don't know, whatever, dude. I'm like, it's cool, whatever you want to call it.
Dude, I get it.
Cool. Like, he's actually like, conversing with me. I'm like, cool, bro. You taught me shit about the earth. I get to talk to you. Like, I would like I'd share shit. Like, so I just started digging. I went to like when I found out this shit, I was a madman. Like archive.org. I would fucking just digging through every old book I could find to find anything. I'm looking for proofs, right? Flat Earth killers, right? And I found there's this race, this Antarctican race that they race around Antarctica, right?
Right.
Happens all the time. Yeah. It's like, and I would share that with them and just, and then we had a lot of people just sharing all kinds of shit. And it was just really interesting and really cool. But it was really weird at first. Like, because it was like, Steve didn't have many people who liked him when I was around. Like, so, like, I don't remember really anybody except for this girl, right? He had this girl who was like his
You're saying he didn't have people that around that liked him?
No,
Right.
nobody.
He didn't have a
No,
following.
I think I was the first one to. I don't remember. Like there was a few, but not like a lot. Like just this one chick. He had this girlfriend, and what was her name? She was a real pain in the ass, right? And like, so I like reach out to him, and then like he would, he like sent her, I think, on like a secret mission to fucking scope me out, you know, to see if I don't know what the fuck, see who I was, right? Like, and so she's like hitting me up on Messenger, and like I'm like, that's that's like his girl, like so. What the fuck is she calling me for, right? She's like, so I answer the phone, I'm talking to her, but like in my back of my mind, I'm thinking, like, like this is not kosher. I mean, I don't like to just my friend's old ladies calling me out of the blue. Like, it's not that he was my friend or anything, but yeah, I don't even know her, right? And then like, and so I like just like went off on her. Like I was like, I don't, we're his girl, dude. Don't be like calling me up and talking to me and shit, right? So I don't think it's cool, right? And then I kind of like started to get loud, and he was like, he typed like, quit yelling, don't yell at my girl. So somehow, yeah, it was like a listening, like, and it was like
you were just trying to do the right thing, and you ended up making them both mad, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I just found it weird because I was doing that because I had his back. Like me, I was doing that, like, don't be fucking calling me, like don't like you're Steve's girl and shit. And I
You
don't
responded
like
the right way. He put you in a weird
Exactly.
position, and you tried to end that weird position. No problem with that.
Really, really. So that weirdness, but
So they both put you in a weird position. Really.
Yeah. And who was talking to here? Who was Taya? She was on the channel the other night. And she was talking about when Steve got hit by the van
In Italy?
And you remember that old thing when he went to the Vatican
Years ago, yeah.
He announced. He literally Steve.
Yeah, he was talking about the Pope. He was talking about
I think
France
a couple
and all that
times,
shit.
right?
You mentioned the Jesuits, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I still remember he was wearing a red shirt. One of the days he was live on the streets of Rome or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing. And so, yeah, he was riding a bike and got hit up in the mountains. And from what she said that he wasn't the same after that when he came back. But I didn't really seem like he was. Yeah, maybe it did. He did get a little loose after that, a little. But that's when the Rhonda thing happened. And that was a whole weird story there because Rhonda was part of the group and she was one of the only concave earthers that I've seen to actually like renounce the concave earth after believing in the concave earth.
Besides Nayland.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Nayland renounced it?
Yeah, but he's a girl now. So that's.
I know. God, man. Okay, dude. So this story is.
Hey.
Come on, bro. It's got it all, Josh. This story,
he and I never really argued, so I'm still cool with Nayland. We don't talk anymore, but we don't. I don't have a problem with him.
I'm cool with Travis too. Yeah.
Travis and I never spoke, so I don't know. I don't know why I'm blocked on the channel. None of my comments ever appear, but
really,
he and I never spoke. But I don't think he likes me very much for whatever reason.
Travis is being loyal to the Lord, of course. But Travis.
Well, not really, because
it's a mess. It's a mess. It really is. But
yeah, it is.
It's very, very compelling, interesting story. The whole thing. So yeah, we could
Maybe. I'm trying to think how we start the story off. How do we?
Once upon a time.
You know, do we
Once
start
upon
it
a
off?
time in Libya. Yeah.
Man, like this is a straight up better than Truman Show. This kicks Truman Show's ass, doesn't it? What do you guys think? Do you think this kicks the Truman Show's ass? Because I think it does.
Shit, man. I gotta tell you,
This is fucking way better. Who the fuck are we gonna get? We'll get.
I don't
Matthew,
even pay for drugs, and I'm freaking.
dude. Who could play him? Fuck. If
I
Matthew,
don't even do drugs. I don't even need drugs. This is
old.
This
He
is
might
good.
have too much hair.
This is great as it is. You know.
No, we need somebody. We need someone to play Steve. Who's that going to be? Huh? Who are we going to cast in the film?
Well, you look more like Steve than I do.
No, hell no, I don't.
But I probably act more like Steve than
I'm trying
in
to
real
think
life. In real life, most people don't know me
no.
in real life, but the people that do know me in real life know that.
Like what mainstream actor? I guess we could. I think Matthew McConaughey could fucking pull it off.
What mainstream actor? Oh, what mainstream? What?
Yeah,
what
this is a
famous
fucking,
Hollywood.
This is a Hollywood blockbuster, bro.
Who would play Steven?
Matthew McConaughey. I've seen him in a couple roles where they kind of balled him, gave him the kind of Gallagher look, and he fucking in that Gold. Was he in that Gold movie? Yeah. He played a couple crazy roles where they make him look. I think he might be. Who would it be?
Who would play Steven? Or are we going based off looks or character? Looks.
Yeah, I mean, character.
Looks, right?
Yeah,
you'd have to just
kind
go
of
off
looks, age. Yeah,
I don't know. I can't think of anyone in Hollywood that looks like Steven. But it's Hollywood. They can make anyone. They could make anybody look like Steven. Who knows? Who cares?
Do you think it would make a better like drama type film, or do you think it would make a better docudrama? Yeah, I think
it would be a romance thriller.
A real blockbuster. But what are you going to write for the ending?
I mean, it'd be more of a thriller than romance.
It could be a three-parter.
The way you have to structure the phrase is you wouldn't say a thriller romance. You'd say a romantic thriller. Yeah, a romantic kind of something like that.
This could at least be at very least, for sure, a 3-season HBO show. It absolutely could.
Yeah, chapters and verses and episodes.
A blockbuster, a big time.
Yeah,
it's got it
all that shit.
Yeah. It's got it all. It has, it's got all the elements you're looking for.
Yep.
Man.
It goes deep.
I mean, yeah. And I mean, like, it's not, the story hasn't ended yet, right?
Oh, fuck no. No.
Man, you think
there's still tons of pieces on the board.
Do you think it's going to be 100 years from now, another 100 years to be talking about and the debate died for many years. They've kept it, and then another 100 years later, someone else comes out and starts talking about the concave Earth.
This question is predicated on the assumption that talk of concave Earth is going to go away to begin with. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's exactly what it did. It petered out for over 100 years. So
in a hypothetical situation where everyone's just going to forget about the state of the Earth, how long do I think it'll be before the topic comes back to life again? Or
always someone carrying that torch? Well, I guess so. Like you're talking.
I think both the flat and concave communities are going to do nothing but grow. First off,
you think they're still going to grow? Yeah, I believe so too.
Both. More and more people are going to come off the spinning ball, and they're going to have to go somewhere. one of those two communities is going to bring them off the spinning ball. You know, there's still a lot of people that are convex earthers that know the moon landing is bullshit, and are the ISS lies and trickery and blah blah. They're still aware of all kinds of NASA fakery. It'll only be a matter of time before they get exposed to enough flattened concave Earth videos before they finally click on one. And
so when
is with them, and some of those people will initiate a journey of truth, and some seeds will fall by the wayside, and blah blah blah.
But when is that time coming when maybe they go, "Hey, man, you're just absolutely not going to be able to talk about anything like this on our shit, on our internet, and just completely silence with an ironclad no more."
You mean like total censorship for everybody?
Yeah, full on Disney. Yeah, I mean, you can see where the movie industry's gone. It's fucking unwatched. I can't even. It is so gay and.
Yeah, now we're talking about predictions, and I don't know. I don't really go.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's but it's just really interesting how. Yeah, I wonder how long people have been. They've been going on with this forever, right? I guess ever since man stared up at the stars. Started.
No, keep going. I'm just pouring myself a glass of water.
Oh my God! Yeah, I haven't drank anything.
I'm just a little thirsty.
Oh shit, man! My friend Anthony. Yeah. This is another concave friend who is a really cool dude, and he lives in Melbourne.
Let's see the chat. Yeah.
And he's another concaver from. He's not active concaver, but he's a concaver. Yeah, and I've known him for quite a lot of years. In fact, he maybe discovered it right around the same time I did. We remained friends, and we even he came up here and we went down and checked out these Egyptian hieroglyphs that are here in Australia. They're called the Gosford glyphs, and there are literal hieroglyphs in Australia. I mean, mad. And like whoever carved these, they're carved like in these rocks, and it's correct stuff. Like they've had people study them. Some people say they're fake, but if like what I think like what idiot is gonna like because they're like hidden. And what like someone gonna carve like it's literal like granite. Like it is gonna take quite a bit of time to pull off.
You're not gonna do that for no reason. No one's gonna do that unless there's a good reason.
I mean it's like
people.
And so
it's no secret at this point that there's ancient civilizations on almost every continent that are buried, lost, censored, hidden, eclipsed, occulted, whatever,
To think that like they didn't
buried.
Travel and shit. Are you fucking high? These people, yeah, as we know, shoot, pre-flood, God knows what they were doing. Knows what kind of level
probably
they got
the same thing now. I mean,
yeah. So that's a whole.
I've seen all kinds of creepy creations. I've seen all kinds of creatures on the internet that I haven't seen my whole life. You know what I mean? Like mankind is. They're definitely creating. They're doing the same thing, and what's written in the Bible and in Genesis stuff. They're genetic manipulation. They're cloning. They're mixing species. They're literally playing Mr. Potato Head with species. They made a freaking. They made the first turtle rat, a rat and a turtle. It's like
a turtle rat. That's what we all need. This is South Park. Didn't South Park a 4-assed monkey?
They mixed a reptile with a mammal.
That's so fucked up. Why do I do that?
Or rats? Are rats mammals and
what the fuck? A rat turtle?
Yeah, they're rodents, but
what an ungodly creature.
Whatever.
A
I mean,
rat
they're doing
turtle.
all kinds of.
This is horrible. Oh my god.
So when
I
you see
can't
all
believe-
those ancient depictions of like mermaids, satyrs,
Yeah, all kinds of weird
stuff
shit
like that,
to them, right?
werewolves and all that stuff, that
A
they're trying to
bull
show,
and a
they're trying to
dude.
show us that, you know,
A bull
that's
and a
how
dude.
they could show artwork, you know,
Yeah, they could do that shit, right?
and show us that, hey, you know, that's what they were doing back then, was this genetic
They were doing. I mean,
altering
yeah.
stuff.
Dr. Moreau, right? What? Right? That movie, Dr. Moreau's Island of Misfit Creatures, right? Yeah, that's what they want to do. This is fucked up. This is not right. I mean, I think God did a pretty good job with everything. I think everything's cool, and you know, we don't need to be mixing things up. Yeah, that's jacked up. Chimeras, right? You know what that is?
Yeah.
Goodness knows. You know, we can only speculate what the hell they're really doing, but I can only imagine what they're doing. You know, I know like
Half lion, half remember those half horse
Yeah.
centaur, half horse, half man, or something.
Dude. You know, the military is going to be interested in that dude. You know, half horse, half
Never mind the
centaur.
giants and all that other shit.
Sure.
Serpent seed, reptiles,
Yeah, the Giants are pretty bitching. Have
the
a
tall
very
white, the
Yeah.
Nordic, you know,
all that
the
stuff,
Emu,
man. All that weird stuff that you would have
the
thought was
gray,
real.
all kinds of, all that life,
Turns out to be
The flat earthers, see, the flat earthers don't know where all that shit is. They think, oh, it's probably just above the firmament or whatever, fourth
not.
dimension. Well, 5D, you know, they don't get it. They don't, and that's why concave is so important, because you're not going to understand things like 4D, 5D. all
So
these things.
important.
It doesn't make sense. But when you have nucleus at the center, that's where
Yes.
all the wars in heaven. So that's where you have like all these other beings, like all the angels or whatever in heaven. But really, it's just other, you know.
I mean, you made
Maybe the
an
Greys are
amazing.
fighting the reptiles, and the Anunnaki are fighting, you know, blah blah blah, whatever. But all that life is up there in the center.
Right. You made an amazing point that I actually had to think about a little bit, right? Where you were talking about, you know, a bubble, right? The actual in that fluid there, the alcohol, right? In that spirit level, right?
Spirit level.
That it's a natural concave shape, right? And I didn't really think about it because I thought you were talking about, you know, but when I think about it, man, that makes so perfect sense, because we're talking about the celestial sphere, and we're talking about the star in a jar, right? The multi-bulbous sonoluminescence, which is caused by what? It's caused by sound, right?
Sound, light, and sound and water will create
vibrating,
the light.
right? It's vibrating the sound. So that is just like God speaking, right? So he speaks.
Yes, because in Genesis, water was not part of the creation; it already existed. So all it took was water, and then God speaking sound to create light.
To create this,
God speaking
this cavity, right?
Yeah.
This cavity, this air cavity, which is what we breathe here as humans. So next time you think that, you know what I mean, like about, you know, it, you know, what water won't do, you know, please, you know, like do some research into that, into the different things that affects water. Electromagnetism. I mean, there's just so many of these things that we talk about in concave earth that you don't hear about.
So for the flat earth, if there's any flat earthers watching, the point he's making is this. You see this? Air pressure. Now this is a contained, this isn't water, it's ethanol. They use ethanol because it's thinner. If this were water, then it would be a little bit less concave. But the point here is that air pressure to contain fluids will never create convexity to fluids. So we don't live on the outside of a ball. And it will never create flatness to fluids. So we don't live on a flat earth. It will always create concavity to fluids. So we live in a concave earth.
Oh yeah. So it's a good way God. That's the way God creates. And Mark is He's
That's
talking
the
to
shape
us.
of water. There.
Mark has
Not
been talking to us,
there.
and we have been ignoring him. We have been so bad at ignoring Mark, and I'm really
Well, because I can't
apologize.
see. Well, I'm on a phone, so I can't see the chat and you.
Yeah,
for a
and
second.
I'm
I'll have to go
being
back
a
and
really
forth.
bad host. Yeah, so let me just friggin' talk a little bit about
I saw
so
some of his
Mark.
comments. One comment he made got my
So
attention.
I'm just gonna start popping up some of these comments just so we can look at them. Mark, all this is a movie. The virus does not exist. It's all a pandemic. Well, I agree with you. Religion divides. You are 2 for 2. 3 for 3. Welcome, Mark. Positive energy, my brother. That's what I'm talking about. So welcome, Mark Bassett. And this is Prolate Earth, who is subscribed to me and I think was trying to come on with us earlier, and I'm really sorry if that didn't work out because only the Portuguese crossfits on half sphere, not a I don't know, cross or the T, which is north at the bottom, and the original Mullen cross on the Alfa Romeo badge. Okay, with the equator pulled up 10 degrees. The Portuguese cross fits on a half sphere. Okay, not flat or I can't. Yeah, I don't know what that is. What that symbol is. So I don't know. Now I know the Alfa Romeo badge. What it's got doesn't it have like a serpent eating a man?
It
Okay,
has a serpent. I don't. I'd have to pull up the logo and look at it.
Does it say the cross?
But I do remember a snake.
A
Yeah.
pear shape. Mullen cross is my profile pic. Okay. Sheep and goat have flat eyes. Reptiles and cats have concave. And the rest have round eyes. No glass sky. Well, do you appreciate? That's interesting. So, reptiles and cats have concave eyes. Yeah. Cool. Concave eyes.
I think he means
Mark,
inside the eye, like the lenses.
yeah. So Mark says several videos of rockets with cameras hitting the firmament at 73 miles, which you're a little over there, right? 62.
Yeah, he's talking about the 2014 Go Fast footage.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which I don't think went 73 miles. You can tell that didn't go 73 miles. Oh yeah.
About 100 kilometers is what.
Yeah, I think it was loop. I think they did that.
I believe. Oh shoot.
That.
Oh shit.
More than 73.
Yeah. So that's what we believe that it is around 100 kilometers, which is
about 62 miles.
62 miles.
According to Operation Fishbowl, which
Operation Fishbowl, that is an interesting point.
I mean, every flat earther uses Operation Fishbowl to prove the firmament, but doesn't realize that this proves the flat earth firmament. It improves the concave firmament.
I agree.
So yes. I think it's funny when flat earthers try to tell me about Operation Fishbowl while I'm trying to tell them about concave earth, and I'm the only one that realizes how dumb they are because the flat earth doesn't have a 62-mile high firmament. You know,
it does.
No offense. Because I was just as guilty. I was that dumb person. That's why I'm sorry. Sometimes I I speak
Yeah,
from
and
a
it's
position
really
of being a
interesting.
flat earther myself. So I was a fool when I used
What is
Operation Fishbowl,
what is
not understanding that the real,
right? What is your typical bowl? I mean, fish bowl. What shape is it? Your typical fish bowl. I think of a goldfish bowl, right? And that is a sphere, basically, with
a
a hole
sphere
in
with
the
a
top.
hole in it. A sphere with a
Yeah.
hole in it. Yeah.
Operation Fish Bowl. So there they go. They will tell you right in plain sight. They're trying to blast holes in there, and they're trying to get up to God. I think it's kind of a. Do you think it's kind of like a
all
Tower
fish
of
bowls are
Babel?
made of glass. That's the analogy. First of
Right.
all. Yeah.
But do you think that the people, the movers and shakers, are actually trying to blast a hole in there so they can? It's kind of a kind of a new version of Tower of Babel. They're trying to get in there. They're trying to.
I think what happened is probably with the X-45, they probably couldn't. They're probably because you can't see the firmament, so they're probably trying to find it, and they couldn't get high enough with airplanes. So they had the only way, and they couldn't get high enough with rockets. I think the only way for them to get high enough was to fire something so powerful that it was gonna keep going up because it had enough momentum, and if it has a bomb attached to it, then they can explode something. They were hoping to explode something against the surface because you can't see. That even scripting tells you that you can't see in the kind of. So
Yeah.
I think they were trying. I think they accomplished their goal. They were trying to explode something against the surface at the altitude of that surface. And I think they do that all the time in the middle of the ocean, where the general public has no idea. And I think they have,
Yeah, I was really, really like, this
like low key, the
SpaceX.
military is doing that. Low key. I think they've been doing that.
This SpaceX kind of footage and that whole setup there, I had a hard time with with them landing them rockets and shit. Like
The red convertible was that was the comedy you were looking for.
that was a joke, right? I mean, like
literally. I mean, it was a punchline for many, many people. It was.
I don't know what the fuck, You just see so much bullshit, and then you're like,
That was
holy
so
fuck.
stupid.
Like I'm thinking, these motherfuckers are like, because I remember the first time they landed it and shit, it was really dark. The footage was shit, right? You could have had a fucking helicopter land a fucking, land that thing on there. Like it was just shitty footage. You couldn't see it. It's like, oh, you're gonna give us that? I mean, with all the technology that we have, right? Like this is the angle that I'm getting, and it's like from forever away. I understand we're worried about rockets landing on our heads, but can we set up some GoPros to get some, multiple angles? I mean, I want some lights. I want this to be.
Well, actually, I think there was amateur photographers that filmed.
Yeah, there's that. What's his
So I
name?
think
The
Red
guy
Rhetoric filmed some of those rockets landing, and so I mean, maybe some of it was fake, but maybe some fake looking stuff was put out there to make us.
Yeah,
Look,
you know how they did it, like in the middle of the ocean,
to muddy the waters. Like I don't know, like
on pontoons.
even if they did land some rockets, like who cares?
Yeah, I know. I mean, but I'm trying to understand.
Go ahead, let them have that one. Okay, fine. You landed some rockets. Great. What they fucking do?
Yeah, but
you really spend all your money just to fucking launch a rocket and land it again? Like,
what
okay.
about like
even if you accomplish it? Okay, well, so what? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
Well, he definitely does. Right, I mean,
we don't need that. That's less. That's less
use. Yeah, well, I mean, lots of ballers shoot off rockets. That's what's his name from Korea. He's a rocket man too. So.
It's gonna be a long, long time.
That's what you do when you got money. You got enough money. You get sick of shooting off guns. You're like, fuck it, man. I want a rocket. Man. I'm gonna buy me a fucking rocket. Not a little one, man. A big motherfucker. Yeah. build me a badass rocket, and I'm gonna put motherfuckers in my rocket. That's the biggest it's gonna be. Yep. Yep.
Is Virgin Atlantic there? Virgin, are they ever gonna send people to space? Whatever happened to Richard Branson? Is he still around? Did he?
Yeah,
Did
I
he-
don't know. Yeah,
is
he's
he-
kind of
Did he die or did he just like
nah. I don't think he's
hide
dead.
or what? What happened to him? I haven't heard
I
anything
don't
about.
know, man. You know, a lot of these.
That's weird. Whatever
I
happened to
heard a
these
lot
people
of
that were
people
supposed to send people to space? They had tickets sold and shit. Like, what happened? Right?
Yeah, that's a lame. That thing
Was that
was
all
in a
just a
cult.
hoax? Or did that
No, I
all just
think.
go away? COVID cover
Yeah,
up
but
and
I
sweep
don't think
that
it
under the
takes you
rug?
that high. It won't get you that close. It's not really a good. You know, I can remember when NASA was developing that. In fact, I took a tour of, like, was it NASA or developing a form of that, right? So I took a tour of Houston Space Center. I was still married then, so that was about, this is maybe around 2001, 2002, and they were, oh yeah, we're developing this new. This is going to be how we do it next. It's like a plane, a rocket plane, it gets you into the atmosphere.
But they had that like
Yeah, this
years
is
ago.
long.
They had the X-45. I forget what year it was. Probably in the
that was
1960s.
it.
But it was a black. They actually the X-45 was like a rocket plane, but it didn't take off. It was mounted to the underwing of a much larger plane. And so that much
That's a
larger
spy
plane would take the X-45 up to great altitude, as high as it could go, and then it would drop the X-45 like a missile. And then the X-40, basically that's what it was. It was like a manned missile, a manned rocket. Really, it dropped down like a missile off a wing of the bigger plane.
The documentary. What's his name got shot down, right? The Russians shot it down.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember looking at the footage, trying to look at the curvature and shit.
Yeah.
I forget all the numbers. I forget what speed they were going, what altitude they went, and all that. I forget all that.
Yeah, that's some. So,
but
anyway,
I was looking at the footage for a reason,
I was showing, so I was telling my buddy the other night, about the whole Lord Stephen Christ and the whole concave Earth thing, right? And then I start to play one of his videos, and my bro, we go to movies a lot and shit, and he's like, he's watching the animations and shit. He's like, holy shit. He's like this is really good. Oh, really? And then and then it just happened to be on the part where Steve's talking about airplanes, right? Angles, right? And I had forgot, and my bro, he's a pilot, like he's a fucking trained pilot, right? And so he's, and it's the animation where it's showing, how the Blackbird pitches this much because it's at supersonic, it's pitching this much, right? And the Boeing's pitching, this many degrees. When he heard that Blackbird, right, that supersonic, right, how much it pitches up, right?
Like over 8 degrees or something.
Yeah. And I go, you're a pilot, right? And I go,
8 degrees is a lot. That's a lot.
I go, so doesn't this kind of say something about the shape of you know what I mean, of what, because we figured out how fast that is, right? So it goes Mach 3, right?
Even on a flat Earth, that's a lot, but on a convex Earth, that's
Mach
twice as much. I mean, that's
Mach 3.
How are you 8 degrees up, but the Earth curves this much down?
Mach 3 is you can fly from here to Perth in about an hour and 15 minutes, like literally across this whole country. So you're hooking. You are covering like some ground within the concave Earth. So you've got to do that just to maintain level flight, level altitude. And I watched it sink into my buddy's head a little bit.
Yeah, how do you travel in a spirit level without getting wet? Hey, that's a good question, huh? How do you
dude.
travel in a spirit level without getting wet? You got to do this shit. You gotta,
I mean, and if you are actually flying on a complete flat Earth, yeah, wouldn't if you're tilting up, aren't you going to be completely gaining altitude? Aren't you? Like, I don't know. That's a weird thought. That's a weird thought. That yeah, flight is always nose up, and yeah, that.
I mean, I guess it all depends on the weight of the plane because you still have to travel nose up. Even to fly on a flat surface, you still have to nose up. If you're
You
going,
definitely
the slower you're going, the more nose up you probably have to go.
Just to maintain altitude.
So you
You've
don't
got
fall
to keep
out of
that.
this fucking sky like a rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
have
don't.
to just to
You have
generate.
to. Yeah.
Right. So
Lift.
so even on a flat Earth, the slower you go, the more nose up you have to be in order to stay up in the air. Which means the faster you go, the more you can nose level or downward. You know, from the faster you went on a flat surface. You know.
Yeah, but I think it all changes at when you're
But
going
if you're
3 times
traveling on a convex Earth, these pilots should have to nose down at some point, like especially if you're going fast. See, the faster you go on a flat Earth, the faster you go, the more nose down you can go. Which would be the same thing would be true on a convex Earth. The faster you go, the same would be true on a convex surface.
Correct.
The slower you go, if you're slow way down, you're going to have to nose up just to stay up.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Which means if you speed up, you can nose down without falling.
Correct.
From the sky
We're
like a rock.
talking Mach 3.
Which means that the faster you go,
how many miles an hour is Mach
you would
3?
have to nose down even more on a convex Earth. And pilots aren't having to nose down the faster they go.
Yeah.
They're having to nose up the faster they go, which completely destroys the convex Earth.
That Blackbird flies at Mach 3, which is 2,301 miles an hour. That is flat hooking within
it would go into space if it didn't nose down on a convex Earth.
That is hooking. So you better be able to maintain, level altitude, right? And to maintain a level altitude at that speed, you are friggin' flying at, I think he said 5 degrees in that video.
Right.
And
if you're on a flat Earth going that speed, then you're not going to be able to maintain level. You're going to keep ascending. If you're going that speed and you have 8 degrees lift on a flat Earth, you're going to fucking make a big loop like this. So I mean, people can say aerodynamics, but at this speed, if your nose up 1 degree at that speed, you're gonna freaking go up. It doesn't. I mean, at 8 degrees at that speed, oh my goodness, there's no way the Earth can be convex. Because at that point, airflow and jet stream really doesn't have much to do with it. At that speed, you've got so much power, you've got so much momentum, and you've got velocity.
It's right.
Is the right word. That's the correct word. You have so much velocity that any inclination of those flat aerials up or down, and it's gonna result. It's just like in the same thing. If you're going 200 miles an hour in an Indy car, if you turn that wheel just the slightest bit, you're gonna move several feet over into the next lane. Whereas if you're going 5 miles an hour in your car, dead slow, 5 miles an hour, and you turn the steering wheel a little bit, you're not going to move several feet. So the same concept can be applied, that the more velocity you have, then the smaller increment of change will be needed to create a bigger result of change in trajectory, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's, when you're talking about that kind of speed, when you're covering a literal, a continent, in in an hour, less than an hour and a half. Just it's not going to take long to. God, I would like to fly on that sucker. I'd get to Vegas quick.
So that's what tells me that these jet fighters, these
Yeah.
jet fighters, they have to know because they're traveling at such
You
speeds,
see,
and they know they're having to nose up to stay level.
right. And what
They
and
know.
exactly what is one of those pilots concentrating on is that level, right? That
He's
is
always looking at his instruments. Those
at
things
that
keep him
instrument,
from
right?
death.
And it is
Yeah, those things
is-
keep him alive. Yeah.
it is focused on one thing. It is focused on that horizon.
I
Correct?
mean, they do have a big field of vision. I mean, they have
do.
a complete they have 360 of glass to look around.
Yeah.
Unlike passenger
Yeah.
pilots, they can only
And
look
they're
straight
trained.
ahead.
They're trained to trust their instruments, right?
Right.
That's
Exactly. All pilots are trained to do that.
That's
I'm
where
not
you
a
get in
pilot,
trouble.
but that's just common freaking sense,
Yeah, that's what happened to John Kennedy. He was not too just flying in some bad conditions over his head and didn't trust his instruments and flew straight into the ocean.
Yeah, that's sad. Well, listen, hey, it's been a great talk.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I gotta wrap it up. I gotta pee, and I got company coming over. And
yeah, I
forgot to go to sleep for the night.
Yeah, this is like a 8-hour live stream. Wow.
Yeah, for you. I mean, I've only been on for I think I don't know, maybe half of those hours.
Thanks for coming
3.
on, Josh.
But, hey,
I'm
it's always
wrap
fun,
it up. Man, yeah, rock on. Yeah, it's good. So I'll hang out for a little while and just tell everyone hello and I'll close it down. All right, my brother.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, bro.
Well, hey, to everyone in the chat,
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking around. It's all good.
Come
There's
on.
no hate, flat, concave. Yeah.
Come on. Go to Josh's
come on,
channel.
come on sometime, next time, whatever. Yeah, check out my channel, Zenith Atlas. I mean, if you're already a flat earther, listen, my P900 footage blows away anybody in the flat earth community. Nobody, even Rob Skiba didn't do what I did. God rest his soul, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, not too many of them will get in the water. And then watch my 200 proofs. There's only 2 people to make a 200 proof video. Check mine out. It might be worth your time.
So we're here. We want to talk. We want to have a dialogue, and we're here. So yeah. So anyone in the chat, please come in, because I'm getting tired of talking.
Yeah.
That's
all right, man. Hey, until next time. You have a great evening over there where you are, right?
I haven't looked at my phone in hours.
Oh well, here it's 11:30 in the morning. So you're what, 16 hours ahead. So you're like what?
Oh my God! It's late.
5 in the morning, right?
2:21.
2:21.
That's all right. College football is starting up, so got something to do.
Word. All right. I'll see you. You guys take care.
All right, Josh.
Bye.
Take care. All right. So what is up, Mark? Spaceships are supposed to go Mach 22. And if you look at those spaceships, they couldn't handle Mach 2. Yeah, Paul, it wasn't shut down. You know why? Because I didn't play any copyrighted material. Whatever that AI is, it's pretty damn good. It picks up any kind of song, any kind of, I don't know, anyone's voice, any video. So yeah, I did good. I didn't play any copyrighted material and just kind of bullshitted. I had a long chat. It's been good. What's happening in Ireland, bro? Yeah. Any good boxing? Where you from, bro? You like boxing? I like boxing, mate. And I know you got a lot of boxing fans up there where you're from. How about you, Mark? What is up, Mark? Welcome. Oh, please hit the like and subscribe. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I know you don't have to like my video. But I would just like to help it kind of get out of there so we could add some people to come in and have some healthy chat. And I do appreciate all the, everyone coming in. So yeah, Mark, where are you located? Where you at, bro? Mark Basket. Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasn't paying more attention to the chat. That is bad. Bad host. Sometimes I get going though. Yep. So Paul, yes. Steve says they blew a hole in the firmament. That's where NASA shuttles go, which I think is BS, but can't prove either way. I agree. There is a lot of strange things going on there. We don't know. We know that they faked the moon footage. Like, that is apparent. We can confirm that they have shot nukes up into the atmosphere. We can confirm that things do go up. So, are they going out? Yeah. So Mark says God is light, demon is dark. Demon trying to go to dark space. So I think that's when we were talking about why are they trying to get up there. And I said it was a reference to, I believe, basically like the Tower of Babel story again. And because if you look into the history of NASA, if you know about Jack Parsons, and you know about Aleister Crowley, you know about the occult, you know about all that weird stuff that was happening. I mean, don't you find it kind of strange? There's Bubba Garland. Oh my God. What is up, Bubba? Long time. Dude. Blast from the past. Bubba says, free Lord Stephen. I agree. Let the guy out. Jeez. Let him out. Yeah. Hey, oh, sorry. And Mark is from Atlanta, Georgia. What is up, Mark? Yeah. Hot Atlanta, huh? Cool, man. Go Braves. Go Braves. Falcons. They ain't having such a good year. Never been to Atlanta, Georgia. Never been to Georgia. But I hear it's nice. So what's happening in Georgia? Yeah, I hear you. Tell me about it. The fix is in. You're talking to a Vegas kid here. You ain't telling me nothing new. You ain't telling me nothing new. But still, I mean, like, I get it. It's rigged, right? It is rigged. It is gambling. It is. Yeah. They got it wired, bro. They got it wired. And I mean, there's still only, really two sides, right? Even though they're going to get you with that little point spread hook, right? They're going to get you with some way, but there is that, side in me that still likes to think that I can pick a game or two. And I don't know if it's luck or whatever, but yeah, I have known some movers and shakers, man, in the handicapping game, and I've seen them come and go. But I agree. If you are talking gambling, it is she is a fickle mistress, baby. And I don't think the good Lord above has anything to do with those sort of activities. But, and then, me being from Vegas, I look at things a certain way, and gambling always Vegas had a real stigma for a lot of my life growing up there in the 70s. And this is when, like sports betting was, it was, the hotels never take part in the sports betting. So every hotel that you see on the Vegas Strip does not even own their own sports book. Imagine that. All right. So that is the sports betting industry is, man, the guys who set these lines, I don't know. It's probably computers that do it now. AI, maybe. I think maybe AI has been playing a part in this for a while, which is interesting. I've never really thought about this because I have been thinking about AI and researching AI, researching these quantum computers. And I've always kind of pondered that how close they can get. Like if you pay attention to, let's just take for estimate the total of a game. If you're not familiar with sports betting, let's say the Dolphins are playing the Las Vegas Raiders. And so they will say, we're going to set this line at the Raiders -7. And we're going to set the number at this game is going to be not a super high scoring event. We're going to set the number at 42 or 42 and a half. And if you pay attention to that total and you watch it just over a season, and you will be amazed how close they are all the time to that total. And then you begin to, just wonder how they, how this line is set. Peace, Paul. Have a good night, mate. Yeah. So it's very tight. Like the numbers they set are all tested offshore, and then they take the money that's coming in on that side, and then they adjust the number, right? Because the sports book is not trying to. They're not really. They want to win your money, of course, but they just want their little vig, right? So they want, like in Vegas, you got to bet $110 to win $100, right? On a straight bet. So you're betting, against the point spread, right? 100, 110. They want that $10, and they're not trying to. So if they take more money in on one side, they just lay it off on the other side. You see, so they're not invested, right? They just want that vig. So that's sports betting for you. So, and everything is a gamble, and that's what I wanted to continue to talk about there. So, yeah, I grew up and gambling was a stigma before I went off on that tangent, and now it's more acceptable. And then I realized when I looked at a lot of things in life, well, let's say, a lot of things that are accepted, like the stock market, right? I mean, come on. Yeah. And Mark says Freemasons rule. Wow. Yeah, their Freemasons rule is this. This is what we're talking about. The gamble that society is built on, right? It's a bet. It's a hedge. This is what the movers and shakers do, right? Let's talk about how much money they made during this pandemic. Yeah. So you have the foresight that something major is going to happen. I don't know why you would have any idea that something like this was going to happen if you just happen to be paying attention and watching their little thing they put together when they were talking about a pandemic. All the leaders of the world were there. Yeah. Not nice. It's all coming out of Bill Gates Foundation, tied in with the World Economic Forum. That's right. It was predicted by a guy in 2013. Yeah, this wasn't hard to pick up. I mean, yeah, they dream of stuff like this. Come on. This is, I have to hand it to them. They did a good job. They really did a number. And we just want to go back to normal, right? So who is ever here? Welcome. Say hello in the chat. Yeah, they tried with the swine flu. I mean, this is on and on. This is their utopia, right? This is their plan for the future. This is their pharmaceuticals. This is their science. This is what they want us to accept. And this is just a small step right here from what they have in plan for you. Yeah. They needed this one for sure. BC, they needed Trump out. Yes, they absolutely needed him out. He was the wild card. And there's a lot of stuff that I did not agree with old Mr. Trump about. But I did agree with the way that he was running things. I thought, yeah. But I did not like the way he caved to the, the big V. Needed is not even a word. I know. Yeah. So if you're new, if you're watching, say hello. I'm going to put a link again just for a minute. I don't know how much longer I am going to hold out. So there is a link there. If you would like to come in and have a chat. I'm down. Oh. Oh my goodness, what is that? Oh, well, hallelujah. So, what is happening? Mark, what's happening in Georgia? What are you seeing there? What do you think about the supply chains breaking down, mate? Really praying for America. I am here in Australia, and yeah, I'm not liking what I am seeing off the coasts. You're playing Risk? Shut up, bro. Risk? Like the game Risk? I played the board game Risk. I really used to love that game. In fact, yes. So, yeah, I like Risk also. Uh, yeah, so it is. It's all rigged. It's a game. So yeah, my new Jones is. I like to mess around with a little crypto. Yeah, another form of word damnation. Okay, you play on your PS3. Cool. So what's your strategy? Do you have a risk strategy? Like I used to like to fortify in Australia and make my move. Oh man, fetch coins blowing up. Stellar lumens. Everything's blown up except for my coins. What the hell's going on? Yeah, so I'm not much of a gamer. Okay. Hopefully all the food is stopped. BC, they are helping the supply of bad food. Sorry, these damn pop-ups. Bad food with all their chemicals they put in it. Yeah, it is hard, and quality food is very expensive. You know, and you've really got to seek that organic stuff out, farmers market and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's a good time to maybe start tilling some soil. Yeah. Wow. So it is getting late, my friends, and think I'm going to cut it short. Yeah, short. 8 hours later. So peace, love, and thanks for joining. Yeah, do me a favor, hit the like and subscribe button, and I shall return, and hopefully you shall get notified when I go live. And thanks for joining me. Peace and much love.